Welcome all chosen ones to planet GX739. I am the launching Will. This place is located in an abandoned star zone on the outskirts of the Milky Way, a dead planet fully occupied by the Zerg. In the next 30 days you must upgrade your level 1 starship to a level 9 cosmic starship. Only by reaching level 9 can you break free from this planet's gravitational pull and escape this forsaken star zone. Your personal level is completely bound to the starship's level. As the ship upgrades, your physical attributes, mental strength and all other indicators will improve synchronously. You are currently in a temporary light shield protection zone. Duration 30 days. After 30 days the light shield will dissipate automatically. Those who have not met the conditions for level 9 starship upgrade and fail to escape will be devoured by the Zerg on this planet. Zerg. Devoured. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Hao Dageng's back. He instinctively shrank his neck, looking around warily, terrified that at any moment some horrific creature would burst out from the shadows. But the surroundings remained eerily quiet, only the mechanical voice kept updating his understanding of the current situation. Rule supplement: within the light shield protection range, any form of killing, looting or attacking is prohibited. Violators will be immediately stripped of their starship ownership and chosen one status and directly expelled from the light shield range. No killing? Hao Dageng paused for a moment, then quickly understood. The launching Will was buying them some buffer time. At least for these 30 days they wouldn't have to worry about threats from their own kind and could focus on dealing with the Zerg and upgrading their ships. But this protection was essentially also an invisible pressure. After 30 days, when the light shield disappeared, what they would face was not only billions of Zerg but also possibly their own kind who had survived the early stages and grown stronger. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Panic wouldn't solve anything. The most critical thing now was to listen carefully to every word the launching Will said next to understand the rules of starship upgrade. That was the only hope for survival. The mechanical voice continued in a steady rhythm, broadcasting the core rules. To upgrade the starship level, you must gain evolution points by killing Zerg. Level 1 starship upgrade condition: kill 100 level 1 Zerg. Level 2 starship upgrade condition: kill 100 level 2 Zerg or 1000 level 1 Zerg. The higher the starship level, the number and level requirements for low-tier Zerg increase tenfold. Tenfold increase. Hao Dageng's heart skipped a beat. Level 1 needed 100, level 2 needed either 100 level 2 Zerg or 1000 level 1 Zerg. By level 9 the required number would be astronomical. And this planet was already fully occupied by Zerg. The difficulty of subsequent upgrades was terrifying to imagine. Were 30 days really enough? He dared not dwell on it further. He could only clench his fists and continue listening attentively. The core of all starship indicator upgrades is the onboard microengineering robot. This robot can autonomously devour metal or veins as well as ingest natural mineral crystals found inside Zerg bodies and convert them into raw materials and energy needed for starship upgrades. It assists the starship in free growth across 4 directions: attack, defense, power and energy. There is no fixed development path, everything must be explored by yourselves. Microengineering robot. Metal or veins. Mineral crystals inside Zerg. Hao Dageng silently noted these key pieces of information, a glimmer of a plan forming in his mind. Starship upgrade required not only killing Zerg but also finding ore veins. It meant balancing combat and resource gathering, adding another layer of difficulty. Fortunately the development direction was free. He could choose a focus based on his own situation, perhaps strengthen defense for survival first or improve attack efficiency. This gave them some flexibility. The starship is deeply soulbound to each chosen one. It cannot be separated or transferred. Once the starship is completely destroyed, the corresponding chosen one will lose the qualification for independent survival. They can only choose to become a crew member under another chosen one who still owns a ship, losing all starship authority. Soulbound. If the ship is destroyed, they can only become a crew member. Soon each of you will awaken a unique profession. The profession's abilities will be highly compatible with the starship's development direction. You can plan your starship's growth path based on your profession's traits to increase survival chances. Final reminder: planet GX739 is home to over 100 million Zerg with many species and ferocious habits. They excel at group combat. Facing the full-scale siege of the Zerg, the only way to carve out a chance for survival is to continuously upgrade your ship and forge a powerful level 9 cosmic starship. Good luck all chosen ones. The moment the mechanical voice fell, it dissipated into the air as if its mission was complete, leaving no trace. Hao Dageng sat on the ground stunned for a full several minutes, slowly digesting all the information he had just heard. Launching Will: chosen ones, dead planet Zerg starship upgrade, 30-day deadline, 30-day light shield. A series of keywords swirled in his mind, piecing together a picture of brutal survival to the extreme. This was no chosen one, it was an offering thrown onto a dead end. Hao Dageng pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain brought him back to his senses. He struggled to stand up. He stretched his stiff limbs, looked around, scanning the empty wasteland, trying to find his initial level 1 starship. It was a silver-grey metal cabin, not large, looking exceptionally worn and shabby. The cabin's surface was covered with scratches of varying depths and several obvious dents, as if it had been hit by something. Parts of the metal shell were rusted and blackened. Some exposed wires could even be seen inside, making it look broken and as if it could fall apart at any moment. This looked nothing like the level 1 starship he had imagined. It was a far cry from an emergency escape pod. Could the initial starship the launching will spoke of really be this piece of junk? Hao Dageng muttered to himself, about to reach out and touch the cabin, when suddenly a warm current surged from the depths of his mind without warning, and a flood of unfamiliar information poured into his consciousness like a tide. Hao Dageng instinctively closed his eyes, concentrating to sort out the flood of information. A few seconds later he snapped his eyes open, his face filled with incredulous surprise. Energyist, it's actually a unique profession, energyist. The information in his mind indicated that his awakened profession was energyist, and it was a rare profession marked with the unique tag. This profession's offensive capability was indeed not outstanding. It had no powerful combat skills and couldn't directly boost his personal combat strength. But its advantage was perfectly suited to the current survival environment. It mastered all kinds of energy conversion and utilization, providing efficient and stable energy supply for the starship, greatly improving the starship's energy utilization rate. He also possessed a special talent, energy sense, which could precisely detect hidden energy or veins, energy crystals, and even sense the mineral energy intensity contained within Zerg bodies. Simply put, this profession might not make him a combat powerhouse, but it was an indispensable core role in the development of the starship. It was like a profession tailor-made for starship upgrades. With this profession, finding a veins would be infinitely easier for him than for others. It meant in this crucial aspect of resource gathering he had directly taken a huge lead over other chosen ones. Excellent. This is heaven's help. Hao Dageng couldn't help but let out a low shout, finally a smile breaking across his face. Although the situation was still dangerous, awakening the unique profession of energyist gave him immense confidence and made him see hope for survival. But after the excitement faded, a practical question surged again in his mind: where was the starship? He looked again at the battered escape pod, a ridiculous yet unavoidable suspicion rising in his heart. The launching will said the initial starship was right beside him. There was nothing else around except this escape pod. Could it be? Damn! Could it really be this broken emergency escape pod? Hao Dageng couldn't help but curse, quickly striding to the escape pod and grabbing the deformed door handle. He pulled hard, and with a harsh creak of metal friction the deformed door was wrenched open, revealing a gap. A mix of mold and metallic rust smell drifted out through the gap, making him wrinkle his nose. He took a deep breath, pulled the door fully open with force, and leaned in to look inside. The interior space was even smaller than he imagined, about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, barely enough for one adult to lie down. Adding another person would be extremely cramped. The cabin's interior was extremely simple, with only a small control console bearing a faint blue-lit screen. Most of the buttons around the screen were damaged, some even fallen off, exposing wires inside. Next to the console was a battered seat, its backrest collapsed, covered in dust and unidentified stains. Apart from that, there was nothing else in the cabin, empty, exuding a sense of decay and desolation. Is this the starship? Hao Dageng stood frozen at the door for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He never expected his starship to be this unreliable emergency escape pod that might not even keep out the wind and rain. He bent down and crawled into the escape pod. The door closed behind him with a click. Though the sound was loose, at least it sealed the space temporarily. He sat down on the battered seat. The moment his body landed, the seat let out a creak as if it would collapse at any moment. His eyes fell on the screen in front of him. The blue light on the screen gradually brightened, soon displaying a clear image. The screen was divided into 2 parts. On the left was a simple personal panel showing his name, level, bound starship information, and his awakened profession. Name: Hao Dageng. Level 1, bound to starship level. Bound starship level 1, emergency escape pod upgrade, progress 5. Profession: energyist, unique. Starship status: energy remaining 30, hull damage rate 40, number of microengineering robots 1, pending activation. Current area: light shield protection zone GX739, no. 017. Starship attributes: attack 10, defense 15, power 10. On the right side was an interface resembling a chat window where text was already scrolling rapidly. Obviously other chosen ones had also awakened and found their initial starship starting to communicate there. Holy crap. What the hell is this place? I was sleeping at home, how did I end up in a dump like this? Is the launching will for real? Upgrade to level 9 in 30 days or get eaten by Zerg. That's ridiculous. Who awakened a combat profession? I awaken gatherer can only collect resources, almost zero combat ability. Any big shot want to team up? The light shield only lasts 30 days, what then? With so many Zerga level 1 ship can possibly fight right. Anyone awaken a rare profession? I awakened a common profession, mechanic. Feels okay, at least I can repair ships. Watching the scroll of chat on the screen, Hao Dageng's heart gradually calmed down. It seemed everyone was in a similar situation, all panicked and confused by the desperate circumstances. But at the same time he keenly sensed that everyone was actively accepting reality and trying to find a way to survive. He didn't rush to speak, just quietly watched the screen. Finally his eyes settled on the panel's energy remaining 30. Hao Dageng's gaze fell upon the panel which read energy remaining 30. As the only professional energy master, his core ability was energy manipulation. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and concentrated on activating the profession ability that had just awakened within him. The invisible cosmic energy around him, as if summoned by an invisible force, began to converge continuously toward the escape pod. They transformed into wisps of faint blue energy particles, silently merging into the ship's energy core through the damaged hull. Hao Dageng stared intently at the energy reading on the panel. The number that had been stuck at 30 was now slowly ticking upward at a remarkably steady pace. Approximately every minute the value precisely increased by 1. Even the originally dim blue light inside the cabin grew noticeably brighter. The corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. The sensation of controlling energy was too marvelous, no need to search for energy veins, just a moment to continuously replenish, as if he had activated a cheat code. On this deadly planet fraught with danger, infinite energy was undoubtedly the ultimate trump card. Time ticked by. Outside the cabin the scenery remained desolate and brownish yellow. Hao Dageng occasionally glanced at the public chat window on the right. The discussions inside were still intense. Complaints, pleas for help and team invitations flooded the screen. The number of online users kept slowly decreasing, each drop a grim reminder of how dangerous the world beyond the light shield was. After more than an hour the energy value on the panel finally jumped to 100 and the faint blue energy glow reached its peak. The entire console was bathed in a soft glow. The escape pod's operation became more stable and even the slight vibration from before disappeared. Hao Dageng slowly withdrew his ability and let out a long breath. With this infinite energy as a safety net, at least I don't have to worry about running out of fuel mid-flight. A low engine roar suddenly erupted and the entire escape pod shook violently. 2 faint blue energy beams shot out from beneath the hull, lifting the ship slowly off the ground and into the air. Hao Dageng's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. This was his first time piloting a flight. Although it was only a damaged emergency escape pod, the moment of ascent filled him with unprecedented excitement. He carefully turned the control stick on the right side of the console, adjusting the ship's flight. As he gradually familiarized himself with the handling logic, the vibration slowly subsided and the flight became smooth. The escape pod finally hovered at a height of about 10 meters above the ground. Hao Dageng looked at the panel and saw that the fully charged energy value was now slowly decreasing at a rate of 0.1 per minute. He was stunned for a moment, then realized that hovering required continuous energy consumption. Although the rate was extremely slow, over long flights it would still be a significant expense. But for him this was hardly a problem. He could simply stop, activate his ability to replenish for a moment and fill the energy back up without worrying about the consumption. He piloted the ship slowly within the light shield protection zone, habitually glancing at the public chat window on the right. With that glance his heart skipped a beat. Earlier the online count at the top of the chat window had been 100,000 people. But in just over an hour the number had dropped to 9932, 68 people had disappeared in a short span. Those who disappeared had likely left the light shield protection zone but failed to withstand the insectoid attacks, their ships destroyed, losing eligibility as chosen ones, or even being devoured by the insectoids, losing even the chance to become crew members. This number was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the joy in his heart and making him realize once again that this was not a game but a brutal battle for survival. The atmosphere in the chat window grew heavier. Complaints became fewer, replaced by discussions about teaming up and insectoids, with panic and urgency in every line. Brothers, don't wait any longer. Form teams now. Going solo is impossible to survive. I just left the light shield for 5 minutes and was attacked by 3 level 1 bugs. The escape pod's defense was breached, energy zeroed out. I only managed to rush back thanks to my reflexes, or I'd be dead by now. Level 1 insectoids are too ferocious. High attack power and hard shells. My initial ship has a simple cannon, it took 3 shots to kill one and used half my energy. Is there any big shot with a combat profession who can take me? Am a gatherer I can find, or veins? Team up for mutual benefit. Am reliable. Form teams early to seize the advantage. There's a small vein near me but there are several bugs beside it. Can't handle alone. Anyone nearby want to join? Watching the rapidly scrolling messages on the screen, Hao Dageng's heart wavered. He knew very well that teaming up could indeed increase survival probability, coordinating during insectoid assaults more efficient resource gathering. Especially since his profession lacked attacking means alone, he had no chance against multiple bugs. But thinking about his unique profession as an energy master, he hesitated again. The ability of the energy master was too overpowered, infinite energy, the core role every team wanted to recruit, but also a target for envy. Within the light shield rules protected him, no one dared to act. But outside the light shield there were no constraints. If he exposed his professional ability, he could be in danger if he met someone with ill intentions. Keep a low profile, must keep a low profile. Hao Dageng silently warned himself. At least until I have enough self-protection ability, I must never reveal the identity of the energy master. For now, act alone. Find reliable teammates or upgrade the ship with attack means before considering teaming up. He maneuvered the escape pod, slowly flying toward the edge of the light shield protection zone. Soon a transparent energy barrier appeared in his sight. Its surface glowed faintly white, vaguely revealing the brownish-yellow world outside, and even the ferocious aura of insectoids could be faintly felt from the other side. This was the temporary light shield, the only safe haven for the next 30 days. Hao Dageng took a deep breath and drove the escape pod toward the transparent barrier. There was no expected obstruction. The moment the ship passed through the barrier, he only felt a slight fluctuation of energy, and then he entered the area outside the light shield. As soon as it flew out of the light shield, a fierce gale swept in, carrying sand and gravel that slammed against the escape pod's shell with a crackling sound. The cabin shook slightly. Hao Dageng quickly steadied the control stick, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. The environment outside the light shield was even harsher. The sky was a dark dull orange, and the distant mountains were barren, devoid of any vegetation. The ground was covered with ravines of varying depths, and inside the crevices broken insect shells and dark red bloodstains could be faintly seen, evidence that fierce fights often occurred here. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the Energy Master's core talent, Energy Perception. A clear wave of energy fluctuation spread out, and all the energy signals around him were vividly presented in his mind. In the distance there were several faint metallic vein energy reactions and several biological energy reactions of varying strengths. Those biological reactions carried a distinct ferocious aura, clearly the insectoids mentioned by the blue star will. Hao Dageng locked onto the nearest biological energy signature. The reaction was not particularly strong, and there were no other energy fluctuations nearby, suggesting it was a lone Zerg. He maneuvered the escape pod toward it, activating the radar scanning function. A series of beeps emanated from the radar scanner. Soon a clear Zerg data panel appeared on the console screen, accompanied by a three-dimensional holographic image of the creature. Target: Mantis Zerg, level 1, attack 16, defense 8, HP 60, traits: excels at close-range ambushes. Its sharp insect limbs can easily slice through low-grade spacecraft hulls. Gazing at the data on the panel, Hao Dageng couldn't help but gasp sharply, a cry of surprise escaping his lips. Holy shit! This bug's attack power is way too high, right? 16 points of attack. How is my escape pod supposed to handle that? He hastily checked his own ship's defense stats, and the panel clearly displayed a defense 15. In other words, this level 1 Mantis Zerg only needed to strike him a few times to breach the escape pod's defenses. If several of them were to gang up on him, he wouldn't last long at all. Looking back at the three-dimensional image on the screen, the creature was a dark green all over, roughly over 2 meters long and a meter wide. In terms of sheer size, it wasn't much smaller than his emergency escape pod. Its head bore a pair of compound eyes that flickered with a cold red light. On its thorax grew 2 pairs of razor-sharp scythe-like insect limbs covered in tiny hook barbs that gleamed with a metallic luster, exuding a deadly lethality. Just looking at the image sent a shiver down one's spine. The escape pod slowly descended. Through the porthole, Hao Dageng could clearly see the Mantis Zerg on the ground below. It was crouched by a gully, using its sharp limbs to tear at the remains of some unknown creature on the ground. Green fluid dripped from its appendages, and every move radiated an aura of ferocity. Hao Dageng hovered the ship about 10 meters above the ground, not daring to get any closer. Just then a grave realization struck him: his emergency escape pod was completely unarmed. He frantically searched the console, pressing various buttons and twisting the control stick. But no matter what he did, there was no sign of any weapon system activating, and the console screen displayed no weapon-related options whatsoever. You've got to be kidding me. This is such a rip-off. Hao Dageng's face darkened as he grumbled inwardly. Other people's starter vehicles at least come with a crappy cannon. My piece-of-shit escape pod doesn't even have a single weapon. How am I supposed to kill any Zerg like this? He stared at the level 1 Mantis Zerg still tearing at the carcass below, a sense of urgency welling up inside him. This was the first lone Zerg he had encountered. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long it would be before he found another isolated one. Moreover, he desperately needed to kill Zerg to gain evolution points. He had no time to waste. I can just hover in the air and not worry about the bug attacking me, but without any means of attack I can't hit it at all. Frowning, Hao Dageng fixed his gaze on the level 1 mantis Zerg below, his mind racing as he considered possible attack methods. Could I just ram it with the escape pod? The moment this thought surfaced, he was stunned for a second, then his eyes lit up. That's right. Although his escape pod had no weapons, it was still made of steel. By design it could make a hard landing, so its durability shouldn't be too bad. Most importantly, he didn't have to worry about an energy crisis. He could lift the ship to a great height, then dive down rapidly using the impact force of the fall to crush this level 1 mantis Zerg. While this might cause some damage to the escape pod, as long as he could kill the bug and gain evolution points, the losses would be well worth. That's the plan. Hao Dageng gritted his teeth, his gaze hardening with resolve. He gripped the control stick and thrust it upward with force. The energy beam beneath the escape pod suddenly flared and the pod shot up into the sky at tremendous speed. As the altitude increased, the vibrations within the cabin grew more pronounced. The energy level on the panel began to plummet. In just over 10 seconds it dropped from 98 to 85. Hao Dageng didn't stop. He continued ascending until the ship was roughly 100 meters high before he slowly steadied the controls. This altitude was sufficient. The impact force from the dive would be enough to kill this level 1 mantis Zerg. He looked down. The level 1 mantis Zerg seemed to sense the disturbance in the air above. It stopped tearing at the carcass, raised its head and stared at the escape pod with its cold compound eyes. Its body arched slightly and the side-like limbs on its thorax slowly spread open, assuming an attack posture. It had clearly identified him as prey. Now, Hao Dageng's eyes narrowed. He slammed the control stick all the way down. With a deafening roar, the escape pod's engine screamed. The energy beam erupted and the ship, like a falling meteor, hurtled toward the level 1 mantis Zerg below. The speed increased rapidly. The scenery outside the porthole blurred into a streak. Inside the cabin, Hao Dageng felt an immense force pressing him firmly into his seat, making it difficult to breathe. The level 1 mantis Zerg clearly hadn't expected the escape pod to dive so suddenly. A flicker of panic flashed in its eyes as it tried to swing its limbs and dodge, but it was far too slow to evade the plunging spacecraft. With a thunderous crash, the escape pod slammed into the level 1 mantis Zerg's body. The immense impact force exploded outward, sending green bug blood and shattered limb fragments flying in all directions, sizzling as they hit the ground. Inside the pod, Hao Dageng felt the world spin. His body was violently jolted by the ship's fierce shudder and his head smacked against the back of his seat, making him wince in pain. The console screen flickered with static before returning to normal. The ship's defense value dropped slightly from 15 to 14 and the hull damage percentage increased from 40 to 50. But overall there were no major issues. Below the mantis Zerg was a mangled mess. Its body was twisted into a grotesque shape, one of its side-like limbs was severed and it lay motionless on the ground. The carapace on its thorax was shattered, green fluid oozing out. It was clearly dead. Beep. Killed level 1 mantis Zerg. Gained 1 evolution point. Ship upgrade progress 5-6. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in the cabin. Hao Dageng watched the upgrade progress bar on the panel change, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. His tense nerves finally relaxed and he let out a long, deep sigh of relief. Although the ship had sustained some damage, he had at least successfully obtained an evolution point, taking the first step toward upgrading his vessel. And it proved that his dive bombing tactic was viable. As long as he was careful to avoid the bug's attacks and used high-altitude dives, he could certainly kill more Zerg. Just then a faint whirring of machinery came from beneath the console. Hao Dageng looked down to see a small silver cube slowly emerge from a hidden compartment. The cube flipped lightly in the air and quickly transformed into a fist-sized microengineering robot. It was entirely silver with a smooth surface and a faint blue energy aura. Several tiny thrusters on its underside allowed it to hover nimbly in the air. Microengineering robot activated. Capable of performing tasks such as resource collection, ship repair and material conversion. The system voice announced again. Hao Dageng's eyes lit up. He quickly commanded the micro-robot to fly down toward the corpse of the level 1 mantis Zerg. The micro-robot was incredibly fast. In an instant it reached the Zerg's carcass. Several thin metal probes extended from its underside and pierced into the corpse. Soon a pale green energy halo radiated from the probes, enveloping the Zerg's body as it began to extract the natural mineral crystals within. Sitting in the ship, Hao Dageng watched the screen intently. The Zerg's body visibly shriveled as the green fluids and flesh were rapidly decomposed and extracted by the micro-robot. After a few minutes the Zerg's corpse had become a dry hollow husk. At the top of the micro-robot a fist-sized silver metal crystal had formed, shimmering with a faint luster and appearing very pure. The micro-robot carried the silver metal crystal and swiftly flew back to the escape pod, placing it into a recess on the console. Beep! Level 1 star iron metal crystal detected. Can be used for ship component upgrade. Upgrade immediately. Upgrade immediately. Prioritize engine power. Hao Dageng didn't hesitate for a second. The moment the silver crystal touched the recess, it dissolved into a stream of silver energy that merged into the escape pod's engine system. The engine power value on the console screen began to climb quickly, rising from its original 10 points to 15 points. Ship component upgrade complete. Engine power 10-15 effect. Ship flight speed increased by 5. Feeling the surge of stronger power from the ship's engine, Hao Dageng's smile grew even brighter. Killing Zerg not only granted evolution points but also yielded metal crystals to upgrade the ship's various component stats. Suppressing his excitement, he maneuvered the escape pod to rise slowly. Experiencing the 5 increase in flight speed, he felt the ship was much more agile, moving more smoothly, and the energy consumption rate hadn't increased noticeably. He firmly believed that by leveraging his professional advantage as an energy master, he could definitely upgrade his ship to a level 9 cosmic starship within 30 days and successfully escape this place. Hao Dageng gripped the control stick tightly. After the recent kill, he became increasingly adept at maneuvering the escape pod, and the tension in his heart gradually eased. The urgent task at hand was to quickly accumulate evolution points while collecting mineral crystals to enhance the ship's components. He activated the energy sensing again, spreading his sensing power around. He deliberately expanded his sensing range, shifting focus from the biological energy of the insect race to capturing the energy signals of mineral veins. Soon clear energy distribution maps emerged in his mind. Several energy fluctuations in the distance were thick and bore a distinct metallic quality, indicating metal veins. Surrounding each energy vein were varying numbers of fierce energies, the guardians of the veins. Where the energy of the vein was richer, the surrounding insect energy was denser. He could even feel the resonance between different insect energies, clearly indicating a collective guarding state. It seemed that the insect race also required energy veins for survival. The places with abundant energy veins were naturally more heavily guarded by the insects, Hao Dageng realized instantly. He also noticed that the energy fluctuations of the metal veins were relatively mild, and the number of surrounding insects was significantly lower, mostly just a few scattered ones stationed there, unlike the energy veins that were besieged by swarms of insects. In the distance, an extremely intense sound of energy collision reached him, faintly mixed with the roars of exploding ships and the screams of insects. He maneuvered the escape pod toward the source of the sound. Soon the scene ahead came into view. A patch of energy veins exuding a pale blue sheen lay exposed on the ground, surrounded by 40 to 50 various initial ships, including damaged transport pods, simple aircraft, and emergency escape pods like his. These ships were frantically attacking the energy veins, with faint energy cannon beams slicing through the sky, striking the densely packed insects surrounding the veins. There were the mantids he had encountered before, along with some slender, fast-moving flying insects. The swarm surged like a black tide, continuously counter-attacking the ships. Several ships had already had their hulls breached by insect limbs billowing black smoke, and their defense values were rapidly declining, at risk of crashing at any moment. In the chat box, messages about this mineral vein battle had already flooded the screen, with every line revealing anxiety and brutality. Brothers, hold on. This energy vein is enough for dozens of us to replenish our energy. We can seize it once we fend off this wave of insects. Damn it. There are too many insects. My energy cannon is running low. Does anyone have extra energy? Share some with me. The brother on the left, don't retreat. I can't hold on much longer, the insects are about to break in. It's over. My ship's defenses are down and I only have 5 energy left. Save me. Save me. Boom. Who the hell hit me? Was that intentional? No infighting. Infighting now is just waiting to die. Focus on killing the insects. Watching the fierce battle scene in the distance and glancing at the chaotic messages in the chat box, Hao Dageng felt a wave of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about energy, nor did he need to risk his life to seize the energy veins. Otherwise, in his current weaponless state, he wouldn't be able to squeeze into this battle and might even be torn apart by the insects just by getting close. Low-key development is the way to go, he muttered to himself, maneuvering the ship to quietly avoid the chaotic area. For him, there was no need to join that commotion. It was better to find isolated insects to kill, accumulate evolution points, and then collect crystals from metal veins to upgrade the ship. Once he had enough strength, he could consider competing for better resources. Retracting his gaze, Hao Dageng activated his energy perception again. Soon 2 faint biological energy fluctuations entered his sensing range not too far away, and there were no other insect energies nearby, indicating they were isolated targets. Found it. His eyes lit up as he immediately tightened his grip on the control stick, piloting the escape pod toward the direction of the energy fluctuations. The ship's engine power had already been increased to 15 points, and its speed was significantly faster than before, with the energy values on the panel decreasing at a very slow rate, entirely within his tolerance. After a few minutes, the source of the 2 energy fluctuations finally came into view, a small metal vein area with many irregular red stones scattered on the ground. Among them, one particularly large stone taller than a person stood out, and beside it lay 2 insects of unremarkable size. Hao Dageng controlled the ship to hover 10 meters above the ground, activating radar scanning. The detailed data and 3-dimensional projection of the 2 insects appeared on the console screen. Target level 1 gold devouring insect, level 1 attack power 9, defense power 16, health 85, traits feeds on metal ores with a shell as hard as steel, slow moving, adept at defense, contains high purity metal crystals. The 3-dimensional projection clearly displayed the 2 gold devouring insects. They resembled oversized ladybugs with a deep grey color and a cold metallic sheen on their shells, featuring 7 black stripes on their backs. Their heads were hidden beneath the shell, occasionally extending 2 tiny antennae to probe their surroundings. 6 short, thick insect legs firmly grasped the ground, and their legs had sharp claws capable of easily crushing stones. At that moment, the 2 gold-devouring insects were gnawing at the surface of the massive red stone. Crunch, crunch sounds echoed as stone fragments continuously fell. Damn, these insects don't have high attack power, but their defense and health are absurd. Hao Dageng frowned at the data on the screen, feeling a wave of concern in his heart. Defense power 16, health 85, significantly higher than the mantid's defense and health. My ship currently has a defense of only 15. Even if I crash into them, whether I can take them down in one hit is still uncertain. He looked down at the ship's status on the panel. 82 energy remaining, defense 15, hull damage rate 50, engine power 15. Facing such high defense gold-devouring insects, the risk of a diving collision would undoubtedly increase significantly. If he failed to kill the insect, his ship might not withstand it first. Let's go for it. Although crashing into the mantids increased the escape pod's damage rate, it was still a success. This time I'll ascend a bit higher to increase the impact of the dive. I should be able to take them down in one swoop. Hao Dageng gritted his teeth, his gaze turning resolute. He had no other choice. To grow quickly, he had to confront these risks head-on. Having made up his mind, he tightened his grip on the control stick and suddenly pushed it upward. The pale blue energy beam beneath the escape pod abruptly thickened, and the engine let out a muffled roar as it rapidly ascended into the sky. As the height increased, the sound of wind around him grew louder and the vibration of the cabin became more pronounced. The seat creaked as if it would fall apart at any moment. The energy value on the panel began to drop rapidly, from 82 to 70, then to 60. Hao Dageng ascended to a height of 150 meters before slowly stabilizing the control stick. This height was a full 50 meters higher than when he had killed the mantids, providing enough impact during the dive to contend with the high defenses of the gold-devouring insects. Null. The silver-grey escape pod soared steadily at an altitude of 80 meters, with faint blue energy beams surging from its base. Hao Dageng leaned back in his seat, his fingertips gently resting on the control stick as his gaze swept over the desolate landscape outside the window. After the recent defensive upgrades, the spaceship's exterior glimmered with a subtle golden sheen, heavy and solid, dispelling any sense of previous ruin. This palpable sense of security made his confidence soar. 80 meters was the safety line he had carefully weighed and chosen. This altitude far exceeded the attack range of level 1 insectoids, and neither the mantis nor the gold-devouring insect he had encountered before could reach the floating spaceship, allowing him to dive down and strike without the initial trepidation. Before I had to be cautious of the insects, now with the defense raised to 60 points, level 1 insects can't breach it. Finally I can explore freely? Hao Dageng murmured to himself, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No longer limited to the vicinity of the energy shield, he piloted the escape pod toward the farther reaches, seeking traces of level 2 insectoids while exploring a broader area for quality mineral veins. As he gradually distanced himself from the energy shield, the surrounding environment grew increasingly desolate and harsh. In the distance, the horizon was shrouded in a thick grey mist with vague silhouettes of enormous black shapes that could be either insectoid nests or the remnants of a forsaken planetary surface, emanating an aura of unknown danger. Hao Dageng remained vigilant, controlling the flight while stimulating his energy perception. After flying for about half an hour, a faint yet significantly stronger energy signal than that of a level 1 insect entered his perception range. Hao Dagen's eyes brightened as he immediately headed towards the source of the signal. Soon a creature slightly larger than a level 1 mantis appeared on the ground below. It was a level 2 flying insect, entirely black, with transparent wings covered in delicate black patterns resting atop a mineral rock, its wings occasionally stirring up small clouds of dust. The radar scan was instantly activated, displaying the data of the level 2 flying insect on the screen. Target level 2 flying insect, level 2, attack 43 for defense 35, health 120. Seeing the data, Hao Dageng disdainfully curled his lip. Defense 35, much weaker than I expected. He was even too lazy to ascend to a higher altitude to dive, instead accelerating the escape pod sharply toward the flying insect. With a soft bang, the level 2 flying insect didn't even have time to react before its wings were shattered, its body twisted into a mass, instantly losing all signs of life. Beep. Spaceship upgrade progress 818. The cold system notification sounded and Hao Dageng didn't even blink, directing a mini-engineering robot to collect a piece of level 2 metal crystal, casually tossing it into the energy slot without opting to upgrade, continuing to fly forward. Killing a level 2 insect boosted his progress by 10, but to upgrade quickly he needed more and stronger targets. As he continued to expand his search range, two extremely intense and ferocious energy fluctuations suddenly surged from ahead. These fluctuations stood out starkly in his perception, even causing a slight tremor in his mental strength. Such powerful energy fluctuations. Absolutely not level 2 insects. Hao Dagen's heart sank, his previously relaxed nerves tensing up instantly as he tightly gripped the control stick, elevating his altitude from 80 to 100 meters. This height was much safer. Even high-level insectoids would find it difficult to attack him, and it also allowed him to better observe the situation ahead. He slowed down his flying speed, the roar of the engine diminishing to a faint hum, cautiously approaching the source of the energy fluctuations, fearful of disturbing the unknown creatures ahead. The closer he got, the more intense the energy fluctuations became, even allowing him to sense a slight tremor in the air. Clearly the creatures ahead were engaged in a fierce battle. Minutes later the scene ahead finally came into view. It was a relatively flat clearing pockmarked with various depths of craters, clearly the remnants of a battle. In the center of the clearing, two enormous insects were locked in a deadly struggle, each collision producing a deafening roar. Black insect blood and shattered limbs flew everywhere, crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust, making the scene extremely brutal. Beside the two insects, a mineral rock about a meter square lay quietly on the ground, emanating a rich blue-purple glow. Gentle energy waves radiated from the mineral, starkly contrasting with the ferocious energy of the surrounding insectoids. Even from high above, Hao Dageng could clearly sense the pure energy contained within the mineral, richer than any vein he had encountered before. That is, high-purity energy mineral. Hao Dagen's eyes widened, his heart racing uncontrollably. This mineral was extremely precious, and the energy crystals refined from it might even have special uses. He suppressed his excitement, immediately activating the radar to focus on the two battling giant insects. Soon the detailed data and three-dimensional projection of the two insects appeared clearly on the control panel screen. Target: giant armored insect, level 3, attack 75, defense 105, health 260, traits covered in thick armor, extremely strong defense, adept at close range, crushing, relatively slow movement, relies on armor to exhaust opponents, tenacious vitality. Target: giant claw insect, level 3, attack 95, defense 85, health 240, traits, possesses a pair of enormous sharp pincers, extremely high attack power, fast attack speed, adept at ambush and tearing, relatively weak defense. The three-dimensional projection showed the imposing figures of the two level 3 insectoids. The giant armored insect was dark brown, massive in size, over 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, resembling a small armored vehicle, its back covered in layers of thick armor with irregular black patterns gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, appearing indestructible. The giant claw insect was slightly smaller but still over 3 meters long, its body elongated and entirely black, with a pair of enormous pincers protruding from either side of its head, glinting with sharpness and stained with dark red insect blood, exuding an extremely ferocious aura with every movement. 3. Level 3 insectoids. Hao Dageng gasped, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back, the confidence he had just felt evaporating in an instant. He never expected to encounter two level 3 insectoids here, and with such terrifying data. The lowest attack of the giant armored insect was already 75 points, with a defense reaching 105 points and health exceeding 200 points, while his current attack was merely a pitiful 10, and defense stood at 60. At this state he would probably be unable to withstand even a single attack from a level 3 insect. Am I crazy? The disparity in data is too vast. These are not opponents of the same magnitude. Hao Dageng swallowed hard, only shock and fear remaining in his heart. His current strength was more than sufficient against level 2 insects, but facing level 3 insects was akin to striking a stone with an egg. He would likely be torn apart in an instant. Retreat! Hurry and retreat! Hao Dageng instinctively wanted to maneuver the spaceship to turn around and leave. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. The battle between these two level 3 insects was beyond his involvement. Staying would only mean certain death. Yet his gaze involuntarily fell once again on that blue-purple high-purity energy mineral and the two level 3 insects locked in combat. There must be more metal crystals within the bodies of the level 3 insects. If he could kill one of them, even taking down both would not only yield a vast amount of evolution points but also high-grade metal crystals and that precious energy mineral. The spaceship's upgrade speed would surely skyrocket. The immense temptation felt like an invisible hand gripping his heart, making it hard for him to press the control stick. To retreat meant giving up this enormous opportunity. Continuing to slowly hunt level 1 and 2 insects would slow the upgrade speed, and he might miss out on even more resources. To stay meant risking his life. If discovered by the level 3 insects or if the ambush failed, he would instantly perish, losing even the chance to become a crew member. Hao Dageng's fingers clenched the control lever, knuckles turning white as his mind raced, weighing the pros and cons repeatedly. His gaze was fixed on the battle below, watching two level 3 insects tear into each other, colliding, each strike aimed at the other's weak points. The giant pincer insect kept attacking the gaps in the giant armor insect's carapace with its sharp pincers, trying to tear through its defenses. The giant armor insect, relying on its thick shell to withstand the blows, used its massive body to crush the giant pincer insect, aiming to overwhelm it. They're evenly matched, both fighting for their lives. They'll surely destroy each other. Hao Dageng's eyes suddenly lit up as a bold idea formed in his mind. I can wait a bit longer. When they're both exhausted, one on the verge of death and the other severely wounded, that's when he'll strike by surprise. If I time it right, I might just succeed. Risk it for a biscuit. On this deadly planet, to survive and grow stronger, one couldn't always retreat. Sometimes one must take risks to seize a sliver of hope and gain opportunities beyond others. All right. I'll bet on this. Hao Dageng gritted his teeth, his gaze turning resolute. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and ascended again to 150 meters. This altitude was high enough to be completely beyond the perception range of level 3 insects, so there was no fear of detection. He parked the spacecraft at a high altitude, his eyes locked on the battle below, patiently waiting for the perfect moment. The battle below grew fiercer, with deafening crashes echoing continuously. More and more craters appeared on the ground, and piles of insect blood and broken limbs accumulated, the stench of gore permeating the air. The giant pincer insect's attacks became increasingly ferocious. Its massive pincers clamped down hard on one of the giant armor insect's legs and exerted force. With a crack, it snapped the leg off, sending green insect blood gushing out. The giant armor insect let out a pain shriek, its body shuddering violently as it rammed its massive form into the giant pincer insect. It sent the giant pincer insect flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. Black insect blood sprayed from the giant pincer insect's mouth, its health plummeting in an instant. Hao Dageng stared intently at the health changes on the screen, his heart racing with every fluctuation in the data. The giant pincer insect's health dropped from 240 to 100, then to 50, and finally to around 20 points. It lay on the ground, struggling to get up, but its former ferocity was gone. It was clearly on its last legs. The giant armor insect was no better off. Though its defenses had absorbed most of the attacks, its carapace was now riddled with countless cracks, with many pieces shattered. The soft abdomen beneath was exposed. Its defense stat had fallen from 105 to 80, then to 65s, while its health had dropped from 260 to below 100s, hovering around 90 points. Its movement slowed even more, each step an immense struggle. This is my chance. Hao Dageng's eyes lit up instantly, his breathing quickening. The giant pincer insect was dying, and the giant armor insect was severely wounded, its defenses drastically reduced and health low. Now was the perfect time to strike. His gaze fell on the giant armor insect, which was slowly crawling toward the energy ore. It dragged its injured body closer, clearly intending to devour the ore's energy to recover. If it consumed the ore, its health and defenses might partially recover, making it far harder to kill. Can't let it recover. Attack now. Hao Dageng didn't hesitate. Gripping the control lever, he sharply ascended again, rising to an altitude of 180 meters. At this height, the impact force from a dive would be enough to deal a fatal blow to the wounded giant armor insect. He locked onto the giant armor insect on the screen, took a deep breath, his eye sharpening, and shoved the control lever all the way down, ram it. Vroom. The escape pod's engine roared with a deafening thunder, a pale blue energy beam bursting forth. The spacecraft shot down toward the giant armor insect like a meteor. The speed increased rapidly, wind howling past. Inside the pod, Hao Dageng felt a powerful sensation of weightlessness. His body was pressed firmly against the seat, blood seemingly rushing to his head. The roar of the engine filled his ears as the giant armor insect loomed closer. The giant armor insect was focused on devouring the energy ore, completely unaware of the danger from above. It wasn't until the spacecraft dove to about 10 meters above the ground, casting a massive shadow, that the giant armor insect jerked its head up, a flicker of fear in its eyes. It tried to twist its body to dodge, but its severe injuries made it too slow to react. Boom! A thunderous crash exploded across the empty expanse as the escape pod slammed into the giant armor insect's back. The immense impact force erupted instantly. The already cracked carapace on the giant armor insect's back shattered into countless fragments, green insect blood spraying out and splattering onto the ground, staining the blue-purple energy or green. Bracing against the pain, he looked at the screen. The giant pincer insect, which had been lying on the ground barely alive, had been killed outright by the shockwave, its health dropping to 0. Although the giant armor insect had survived the blow, its health plummeted from 90 to 40 points and its defense dropped to 25. It lay on the ground, writhing in agony. I did it! Hao Dageng's heart surged with elation. He was about to maneuver the escape pod for another dive to finish off the giant armor insect, but before he could react, the giant armor insect suddenly spun around, swinging its remaining legs fiercely at the escape pod. Damn! Hao Dageng's face turned pale as he tried to dodge, but the pod had just completed its dive and hadn't adjusted its posture, making evasion impossible. Clang! A loud crash rang out as the giant armor insect's leg slammed into the spacecraft's hull, sending it veering off course. It crashed heavily into a nearby boulder with a screech of grinding metal. Alarms blared inside the pod, red warning lights flashing incessantly as a cold mechanical voice urgently announced, "Warning. Warning. The spacecraft has been attacked by a high-level insect. Hull integrity decreasing, defense values dropping. Evade immediately. Spacecraft status: energy remaining 60, defense 60, 55s, hull damage 1538. Shit. I miscalculated. This bug still has strength to fight back." Hao Dageng cursed under his breath, panic setting in. He hadn't expected the wounded giant armor insect to still pack such a punch. One hit had increased the hull damage by over 20% and reduced defenses. A few more attacks could destroy the pod entirely. The giant armor insect slowly rose, its eyes gleaming with cold malice as it advanced step by step toward him. Hao Dageng's panic grew with every approaching step. He frantically tried to steer the escape pod away, but the collision had left it somewhat out of control, flying erratically and unable to create distance quickly. Just as all seemed lost, a blinding white light suddenly flashed across the console screen. The cold system prompt broke the tense atmosphere. Beep. Spaceship upgrade progress has reached 100. Conditions met. Initiating upgrade to level 2 spacecraft. Upgrading. 305-0100. Upgrade complete. As the white light flickered, a surge of energy spread from the console, enveloping the entire escape pod. Hao Dageng could clearly feel the pod undergoing a dramatic transformation. Originally 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, the pod's volume expanded instantly, finally settling at 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width, with a sleeker, more futuristic appearance. A layer of thick golden armor covered the silver-gray hull, etched with intricate patterns that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. The large dents and scratches from the impact vanished instantly, and the hull damage rate dropped directly to 0. The engine emitted a deeper, more powerful roar, its thrust vastly increased, making the flight exceptionally smooth and agile. The attribute data on the console screen underwent a tremendous change. Name: Hao Dageng. Level 2 bound to ship. Level bound ship. Level 2 assault escape pod. Class: Energyist. Unique ship status: energy remaining 60th, attack 60th, defense 110, power 65, hull integrity 0, microengineering robots 110, activated ship upgrade progress 0, level 2, level 3, kill 100, level 2 Zerg or 1000, level 1 Zerg or 10, level 3 Zerg. Holy crap. Upgraded. It actually upgraded at this moment. Hao Dageng was stunned for a moment, then burst into ecstatic joy, nearly leaping from his seat in excitement. Attack had directly soared to 60, defense to 110, and power from 15 to 65, and the microengineering robots had multiplied from 1 to 10. All three attributes had skyrocketed by 50 points, elevating his strength by several tiers in an instant. This sudden upgrade was nothing short of a lifeline in the midst of utter despair. The giant beetle, evidently sensing the change, flickered with caution in its eyes and swung its leg down at him once more. But this time Hao Dageng was no longer flustered. Gripping the controls tightly, he leveraged the formidable 65-point power to deftly sidestep the escape pod, effortlessly evading the beetle's strike. With 65 points of power, several times swifter than the previous 15, and vastly improved agility, dodging the slow-moving injured giant beetle was child's play. You had your fun, now it's my turn. Hao Dageng's gaze sharpened, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He maneuvered the ship, accelerating abruptly toward the giant beetle. There was no need to ascend high for a dive. Relying on his 110-point defense, a direct frontal collision would easily destroy it. The giant beetle tried to evade, but its speed was no match for the escape pods. With a thunderous bang, it slammed hard into the beetle's abdomen, its weak point. The giant beetle let out a piercing shriek, its body flung upward from the impact before crashing heavily to the ground. Green insect blood gushed forth, its health instantly dropping from 40 to 0. Its body twitched a few times, then lay still, utterly dead. Beep. Ship upgrade progress 010. The system notification sounded. Hao Dageng let out a long, relieved breath, sinking back into his seat as his body relaxed, his back already soaked with cold sweat. The scene moments ago had been far too perilous. Had the upgrade come a second later, he would have surely met his end here. That was close. Thank goodness the upgrade came in time, or I'd be done for today. Hao Dageng patted his chest, speaking with lingering fear. Gazing at the 10 upgrade progress on the screen, a gleeful smile spread across his face. Over-level kills are incredibly satisfying. 2 level 3 bugs and I jumped straight to level 2. After calming his surging excitement, Hao Dageng's eyes fell upon the spoils below. The carcasses of 2 level 3 bugs and that blue-purple high-purity energy ore. With such a bounty of loot, he could give his ship a substantial upgrade. He promptly manipulated the console, activating the upgraded 10 microengineering robots. From the hidden compartment beneath the console, 10 silver robots the size of fists emerged slowly. They were more agile than before, their surfaces gleaming with a faint golden luster and their thrusters thicker and more robust, exuding a high-tech aura. Split into 2 teams, 6 to collect the metal crystals from the level 3 bugs, 4 to break down that energy ore. Complete the collection as fast as possible. Hao Dageng commanded in a deep voice, simultaneously swiping the console screen to assign tasks to the robots. Received. Initiating collection tasks. A cold mechanical voice responded, and the 10 microengineering robots immediately split into 2 groups, flying downward. 6 robots landed beside the carcasses, extending tiny silver probes from their undersides into the bug bodies to extract metallic elements. The other 4 flew to the energy ore, inserting probes to decompose and extract the pure energy within. The upgraded microengineering robots boasted collection efficiency several times higher than before. Previously, collecting from 2 level 1 metal-eating bugs had taken over half an hour. Now, with 10 robots working simultaneously, the pace was incredibly fast. Seated in the ship, Hao Dageng stared intently at the real-time feed on the screen. The bodies of the 2 level 3 bugs visibly shriveled, their shells and limbs rapidly decomposed as pure metallic energy was extracted. Meanwhile, the blue-purple energy ore under the robots' decomposition gradually transformed into pure energy crystals. Time ticked by, and in less than half an hour the collection mission was flawlessly completed. The 10 microengineering robots returned to the ship, one after another, depositing the gathered spoils inside the cabin. Hao Dageng looked down and his eyes instantly lit up. Inside the cabin were 12 fist-sized metal crystals, deep gold in color with a rich luster, containing exceptionally pure metallic energy, clearly level 3 metal crystals. Beside them lay 15 blue-purple crystals, radiating a warm, gentle glow and exuding a dense energy fluctuation. These were source crystals refined from the high-purity energy ore. 12 level 3 metal crystals and 15 source crystals. This haul is incredible. Hao Dageng nearly jumped for joy. Level 3 metal crystals were certainly far superior to level 2 red copper crystals. Using them to upgrade ship components would yield attribute enhancements far exceeding those before. Source crystals, on the other hand, were the core energy source for ship upgrades. Though he possessed infinite energy and had no need for them, the earlier chat window revealed that source crystals were a highly sought-after hard currency for all chosen ones. Their value was immense, and in the future he could trade them for precious metal crystals or other scarce resources. He carefully stored away the metal crystals and source crystals, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This venture, though fraught with peril, had yielded rewards far beyond expectations. Not only had his ship upgraded to level 2 with vastly enhanced attributes, but he had also acquired a trove of valuable spoils, instantly propelling his strength ahead of the vast majority of chosen ones. By now the sky was gradually darkening. The once murky yellow firmament grew even more somber, and distant Zerg hisses echoed from afar. Clearly the night on planet GX739 would prove far more dangerous. Hao Dageng glanced out the window and decided to return to the light shield protection zone for repairs. At night, Zerg activity outside the light shield intensified, and even more powerful high-level Zerg might emerge. Staying outside was far too risky, or the light shield was the safest haven. He gripped the controls firmly, maneuvering the upgraded level 2 assault escape pod toward the direction of the light shield. With 65 points of robust power, the flight speed was blistering. Scenery flashed past the windows, and in just over 10 minutes he reached his destination. Passing through the translucent light shield into the protected zone, the surrounding wind and stench vanished, instantly replaced by a relatively tranquil environment. Hao Dageng found a secluded corner within the light shield to land. Gazing at the transformed escape pod, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The level 2 assault escape pod was no longer the battered emergency vessel it had been. Its volume had expanded to about 5 meters. Its entire body was silver-grey, clad in thick golden armor that gleamed with a cold metallic luster. The engine's roar was deep and powerful, exuding a sense of technology and intimidation. No one would ever guess that this was born from a damaged escape pod's upgrade. Seated inside the cabin, Hao Dageng began planning his next upgrade direction. His previous attack method had been far too passive, relying entirely on high-altitude dive bombing. Though attack had risen to 60 points, he still lacked weapons and had to rely on hard-headed ramming, far too dangerous. He decided to use all 12 level 3 metal crystals to upgrade the attack attribute, hoping that once attack reached a certain threshold, the ship's basic offensive weapons, like a simple cannon, would unlock, allowing him to hunt Zerg without resorting to risky collisions. After mapping out the upgrade path, Hao Dageng finally had some leisure. He opened the public chat window on the right side of the console, curious to see how everyone's day had gone. After a day of exploration and combat, the atmosphere in the chat window had shifted dramatically from the morning. Complaints and panic had subsided considerably. Instead, there were more trade offers, team-up invitations, and battle insights. Clearly everyone had gradually adapted to their current predicament and was striving to survive. Messages scrolled rapidly across the chat window. Hao Dageng swiped the screen, quickly browsing through the posts. Buying source crystals. Buying source crystals? 1 source crystal for 3 level 2 metal crystals. Bulk orders welcome. DM me if you have stock. Selling level 1 metal crystals. 10 level 1 metal crystals for 1 source crystal. Urgently need source crystals to replenish energy. Contact if interested. Team up. Team up. Anyone awakened a combat class. I'm a mechanic can repair ships. Looking for a combat powerhouse to team up and complement each other. Warning. Level 3 Zerg spotted in the outer areas. I saw 3 ships try to ambush it and they all got torn apart. Don't venture to the outer areas lightly. Has anyone killed a level 2 bug? Their attack is so high, my ship's defense got breached after just 2 hits. It's too tough. Looking to buy metal crystals? I'm a gatherer with low defense can't even leave a light shield. Anyone with spare defense crystals I can trade source crystals to. Watching the messages fly across the screen, Hao Dageng gradually gained a clearer picture. After a day, most people's ships were likely still at level 1, with a few having upgraded to level 2. Those possessing source crystals were even rarer. Source crystals had become the current hard currency, with 1 source crystal exchanging for 3 level 2 metal crystals, a remarkably high value. His stash of 15 source crystals was undoubtedly a massive fortune. However, he was in no rush to trade. He planned to first upgrade his attack attribute to unlock weapons before considering using source crystals to barter for other scarce resources. Hao Dageng closed the chat window, his gaze settling on the level 3 metal crystals beside the console, his expression turning resolute. The next task was to absorb these metal crystals as quickly as possible, upgrade the attack attribute, unlock weapons, then head out again to hunt Zerg, accumulate evolution points and strive to upgrade the ship to level 3 at the earliest opportunity. He now craved the attacking capabilities of the spaceship even more. As long as he invested all these 3rd level crystals into upgrading the attacking attributes would surely surge significantly. Perhaps he could even unlock basic attacking weapons, completely escaping the embarrassing situation of relying on head-on collisions. Hao Dageng stood up, picked up a metallic crystal and aimed it at the energy slot in the center of the control panel. Just as he was about to place it inside, a crisp knocking sound suddenly echoed from outside the cabin door, a sound that, though light, instantly shattered the tranquility within. Who? Hao Dageng's body tensed instantly as he reached for the control lever beside the control panel. Although fighting was prohibited within the light shield, one could never know the true intentions of the person outside. If they were after his spoils, even if he couldn't act, they might resort to other means to scheme against him. He quickly pressed the scanning button on the control panel, sending out an invisible scanning wave from the spaceship enveloping the exterior. Soon a slender female figure appeared on the screen, unarmed and radiating very weak energy fluctuations, posing no immediate threat. Even so, Hao Dageng remained vigilant. He slowly walked to the cabin door and looked out through the porthole. When he finally saw the person outside, his mouth involuntarily dropped open, filled only with shock and disbelief. What? What the heck? Isn't that her? Lin Qianxue. How did she come here too? Hao Dageng's voice trembled uncontrollably, his heart racing, and even his breathing became hurried. Standing outside was a woman in her 20s. She wore a simple white casual outfit, and although it was slightly soiled, it did nothing to conceal her outstanding demeanor. Her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, a faint smile gracing her lips, gentle yet generous, her skin fair and delicate. Lin Qianxue. The hottest top star on Blue Star, versatile in film, television and music, not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her gentle personality and impeccable acting and singing skills made her a dream girl for countless men, Hao Dageng included. As a loyal fan of Lin Qianxue, he had secretly fantasized about her numerous times while unable to sleep at night. He never dreamed he would see her in person on this perilous death planet. She was actually sent to this planet too. He stared blankly at Lin Qianxue outside. Lin Qianxue seemed accustomed to such gazes, still wearing a warm smile on her face, showing no signs of impatience. She gently raised her hand to brush aside her hair. This young man, won't you invite me in for a chat? It's not very convenient to talk outside. Her voice carried a hint of warmth. Hao Dageng struggled to suppress the excitement within, took a deep breath and tried to steady his tone. However, when his gaze fell once again on Lin Qianxue's stunning face, his heart rate couldn't help but accelerate. He forced himself to calm down, his tone carrying a touch of detachment. May I ask what brings you here, Miss Lin? This is not Blue Star, the situation is complex and we are not well acquainted. He was well aware that this was a planet of life and death, not a place for chasing stars. Even if the other party was his dream girl, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. In this chaotic, cannibalistic place, any hint of negligence could plunge him into an irreversible abyss. It was certainly not simple for Lin Qianxue, a woman, to survive for a short time and even seek him out. Seeing the vigilance in Hao Dageng's eyes, Lin Qianxue not only did not get angry but found it somewhat amusing. The smile on her lips deepened and a glimmer of appreciation flashed in her gaze. You are quite cautious, young man. In a place like this, being cautious is indeed wise. She paused and got straight to the point. I came to invite you to join my fleet. I've been observing you for a long time and think you possess great potential. You are a partner worth recruiting. Invite me to join the fleet. Hao Dageng was taken aback, his vigilance intensifying, confusion filling his eyes. Miss Lin, we are complete strangers and we've never even exchanged a word. How do you know I have potential? He was filled with doubts, having kept a low profile and rarely interacted with other chosen ones. How could Lin Qianxue have noticed him and specifically sought him out to invite him to join? Was there some sort of trap involved? Lin Qianxue noticed the confusion on Hao Dageng's face and chuckled lightly. Please let me in first and I'll explain everything slowly. We can just stand here at the door, can we? Fighting is prohibited inside the light shield. As a weak woman, what can I possibly do to you? Hao Dageng pondered for a moment, glancing around the cabin. The precious source crystals had already been hidden by him in a secret compartment of the control panel. There was nothing valuable left in the cabin, so even if he let Lin Qianxue in, there was nothing to keep secret. Moreover, the rules within the light shield restricted actions. Even if the other party had ulterior motives, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. All right then, please come in. Hao Dageng nodded and pressed the button to open the cabin door. Creak, a soft sound echoed as the silver-grey cabin door slowly opened to reveal the interior space. Lin Qianxue smiled and nodded, bending slightly as she entered the escape pod. After upgrading to level 2, the escape pod space had expanded significantly, measuring 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, much more spacious than before, and the two of them standing inside felt no sense of crowding. The interior was also much more refined than before, with the previously worn-out seats replaced by silver-grey leather ones. The control panel screen had become larger and the surrounding metal walls were smooth and tidy, emitting a faint blue glow full of a sense of technology. Lin Qianxue curiously surveyed the interior environment, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Your spaceship looks quite impressive, much more refined than an ordinary level 2 spacecraft. The defense and propulsion must have improved significantly, right? Hao Dageng did not respond, simply walking to the seat beside him and sitting down, motioning for Lin Qianxue to take the empty seat across from him, his gaze still carrying a hint of vigilance as he awaited her explanation. Lin Qianxue was not pretentious either. She sat down calmly, looking at Hao Dageng with sincere eyes, and slowly began to speak. Young man, I know you have many doubts right now, so let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Qianxue and my awakened hidden profession is strategist. This profession has no offensive capabilities and cannot directly enhance the spaceship's combat abilities, but I excel in analysis, planning and deduction. My intelligence and perception have significantly improved due to the profession's characteristics, allowing me to infer a lot of useful information from subtle details. Hidden profession. Strategist. Hao Dageng's heart sank. Someone who excels in analysis and deduction. If she could spot issues from details, it meant any minor flaw might be seen through by Lin Qianxue. Lin Qianxue seemed to notice Hao Dageng's shock, smiled slightly and continued speaking. The reason I know you have potential is that when you returned, I accidentally saw your spaceship. Your spaceship has been flying at an altitude of 70 to 80 meters, a height far exceeding that of ordinary chosen ones. Although flying at 70 to 80 meters is safe, the energy consumption rate is more than 5 times that of a 10-meter height. Ordinary chosen ones would never dare to do this, as everyone's energy is limited and cannot withstand such consumption. Yet you have managed to maintain this altitude, even staying high up for a long time to observe the situation. This indicates that your energy is abundant, possibly to the extent that you need not worry about energy consumption at all. Considering all of this, I deduce that your profession is likely related to energy and is a very rare energy-related profession. On this planet, energy is the core of survival. Those with energy-related professions are undoubtedly core talents that any team desires to recruit, which is why I came to invite you to join my fleet. Lin Qianxue spoke calmly, each statement clear and logically sound, as if she had seen Hao Dageng's profession with her own eyes. A cold sweat broke out on Hao Dageng's back, filled with trepidation. He had been cautious enough, deliberately avoiding densely populated areas while flying, but he did not expect that merely maintaining a higher altitude would reveal his flaw to Lin Qianxue, who accurately deduced his professional direction. This woman is simply terrifying. With meticulous thoughts and astonishing observation skills, she is undoubtedly an unfathomable character. He feigned calmness, neither confirming nor denying, merely nodding slightly, signaling Lin Qianxue to continue. Lin Qianxue did not inquire about his profession, but shifted her tone to a more serious one. Little brother, I know you might prefer to act alone, believing in your strength and that you do not need to rely on a team. But I must remind you that the danger level of this planet far exceeds our imagination. The efficiency of hunting alone is far inferior to teamwork. Moreover, based on my deductions and observations, there are several crucial pieces of information you must know. Hao Dageng's expression gradually became serious. Information spoken by Lin Qianxue is certainly not ordinary news. It could very well pertain to future survival and development. Lin Qianxue looked at Hao Dageng's serious demeanor and nodded in satisfaction, continuing, first, the chosen one selected by the will of the Blue Star may not be limited to just our country. While analyzing the energy fluctuations around the light shield today, I discovered several unfamiliar energy signatures in the distance completely different from ours, with peculiar attack methods and flight trajectories that do not resemble our style. I deduce that these are likely chosen ones from other countries. They too have been sent to planet GX739 but are simply distributed in different areas and have yet to encounter us. Once the subsequent areas overlap, we will not only have to face the insect race but also competitors from other countries, and conflicts among peers may even erupt, complicating the situation further. Second, based on the current death rate and upgrade speed, only about one of the chosen ones will successfully upgrade to level 9 spaceships and escape this planet. Currently there are still over 9,000 people within the light shield, but every day over 100 people die. As the insect race levels up and resources dwindle, the death rate will continue to rise. Surviving solely on personal strength will be nearly impossible. The power of teamwork will become increasingly important. Third, 2 very large fleets have already been formed within the light shield, far surpassing other small teams in strength. One is the Swift Wind Fleet, led by the rich second generation from Blue Star, formed by Tang Feng, who has awakened the rare profession of Swift Hunter. His ship speed is extremely fast, and he has recruited around 70 to 80 ships primarily made up of capable chosen ones, including several experts who have awakened combat professions. Their hunting efficiency is exceptionally high, and they have already begun large-scale hunting of level 2 insects, upgrading rapidly. The other is the Strong Army Fleet, formed by retired soldiers led by retired soldier Li Gang, who has awakened the profession of heavy warrior, known for strong defense and attack. Most of the team members are retired soldiers with rich combat experience and good teamwork. Currently they also have around 50 to 60 ships whose strength should not be underestimated. They have begun exploring deeper areas around the light shield, searching for higher quality mines and insect races. Lin Qianxue paused for a moment, her tone heavy as she spoke. These 2 fleets have already occupied the best resource areas near the light shield, monopolizing most of the energy mines and insect hunting spots, making it impossible for ordinary small teams to compete with them. Moreover, large fleets can also unite to hunt higher tier insects, which will accelerate their upgrade speed, widening the gap with ordinary chosen ones. In such circumstances, joining a reliable team is the only way to seize more resources, enhance one's strength, and have a greater chance of survival. Hao Dageng sat in his seat, his brow furrowed tightly as he fell into contemplation. He had previously believed that possessing the unique profession of Energy Master with unlimited energy and rapid strength growth meant he did not need to rely on a team. But now it seemed he was too naive. Competitors from other countries, extremely low survival rates, and the monopolies of the 2 massive fleets are problems he cannot solve alone. The advantages of teamwork are indeed apparent. Some handle attacks, some focus on defense, others gather resources, and some plan and command, significantly boosting hunting efficiency. In times of danger they can also support each other, offering far more safety than acting alone. Although Lin Qianxue's fleet consists of only about 20 ships and is not large, being led by someone as meticulous as Lin Qianxue suggests it should be a reliable team. Thinking of this, Hao Dageng gradually felt a shift in his heart. Lin Qianxue seemed to sense his inner turmoil, her face breaking into a gentle smile as her tone softened. Little brother, I know that you still have hesitations in your heart. It's all right, you don't have to give me an answer right now. You can take your time to consider it and contact me once you've made up your mind. She paused as if suddenly recalling something important and added, by the way, there's another crucial piece of information I must share with you. Hurry and upgrade your spaceship's level. The core data of various indicators can be temporarily set aside. Don't rush to use metal crystals for upgrades. Why? Hao Dageng was taken aback, a look of confusion on his face as he couldn't help but ask. He had always planned to use metal crystals to upgrade attack attributes and unlock weapons, but Lin Qianxue's words left him puzzled. Wasn't improving various indicators important? Lin Qianxue looked at Hao Dageng's puzzled expression and patiently explained. This is a pattern I have concluded through extensive data simulations. You should have already noticed that each time the spaceship level increases, all indicators automatically boost by 50 points. When using metal crystals to enhance various indicators, the efficiency decreases as the spaceship level rises. I have made comparisons. At level 1, a level 1 metal crystal could boost an indicator by 5 points. Ideally at level 2, using a level 2 metal crystal should also yield a 5-point increase. In reality, however, at level 2, using a level 2 metal crystal only results in a 3-point boost. I speculate that when the spaceship reaches level 3, using a level 3 metal crystal may only yield 1 to 2 points or even less. I am not sure why this happens. It may be that higher spaceship levels require higher purity of metal crystals, or perhaps it is a restriction deliberately set by the will of the Blue Star. Because of this, many chosen ones within the light shield have already changed their development direction. they are no longer in a hurry to use metal crystals to enhance various indicators but prioritize hunting more insects to accumulate evolution points and rapidly increase spaceship levels. Once the level increases, all indicators will automatically surge by 50 points, far more efficient than incremental boosts from metal crystals and much more cost-effective. This is also why the value of source crystals is increasing. A source crystal can be exchanged for 2 to 3 level 2 metal crystals. Source crystals quickly replenish energy, allowing everyone more time to hunt insects and level up, while the role of metal crystals is diminishing, leading to a natural decrease in their value. Moreover, I anticipate that as spaceship levels increase, the exchange ratio of source crystals to metal crystals will continue to rise, causing the value of metal crystals to further decrease. Hao Dageng fell into deep thought. He had previously believed that enhancing various indicators was the only way to strengthen himself and aim to upgrade his attack and defense attributes. But now, after hearing Lin Changshu's explanation, he suddenly realized that prioritizing level upgrades is indeed the most correct choice. Increasing base attributes by 50 points through level upgrades is far more efficient than slight enhancements with metal crystals, and it also unlocks more spaceship functionalities, achieving multiple benefits. Fortunately, Lin Qianxue informed him of this in time, otherwise he would have continued prioritizing attribute development, delaying his upgrade progress. It's good that you understand. It's still not too late to change direction now. Alright, I have shared everything I needed to with you. Think carefully about joining the fleet. I won't disturb you any longer. After saying this, Lin Qianxue stood up and walked towards the hatch. Hao Dageng quickly stood up following Lin Qianxue as she opened the hatch. Lin Qianxue stepped out and turned back to look at him, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Little brother, I hope you can give me a reply soon. Our team welcomes talents like you. Also, when hunting insects outside, be sure to pay attention to safety and avoid the territories of the Swift Wind Fleet and the Strong Army Fleet. They are very domineering and do not allow others to encroach upon their resource areas. Alright, I understand. Thank you, Miss Lin, Hao Dageng said sincerely. Regardless of whether he would eventually join Lin Changshu's fleet, he felt it was worth thanking her for sharing such important information. Lin Qianxue smiled and nodded, turning to walk towards a nearby white spacecraft, her figure graceful, quickly disappearing from Hao Dageng's sight. Hao Dageng stood at the hatch watching Lin Changshu's silhouette fade away before slowly closing the hatch and returning inside. Sitting in his seat, he repeatedly recalled every word Lin Qianxue had said: hidden profession strategist, chosen ones from other countries, 2 massive fleets, the importance of prioritizing level upgrades. Each piece of information provided him with a clearer understanding of the current situation, further weighing on his mind. His previous thoughts were too simplistic, underestimating the dangers and complexities of this planet. It now appeared that the solitary path was destined to go nowhere. Joining a team seemed to be the inevitable choice. But is Lin Changshu's fleet really reliable? What kind of threat will the Swift Wind Fleet and the Strong Army Fleet pose to such a small team? The soft blue glow inside the cabin remained gentle, with the control panel displaying various data of the spaceship. Meanwhile, Hao Dageng's gaze gradually became resolute as a new plan slowly took shape in his mind. The pale blue luminescence within the cabin bathed Hao Dageng's face as he reclined in his seat. His fingertips drummed absently against the metallic surface of the console, the words Lin Qianxue had spoken before her departure echoing relentlessly in his mind. Prioritizing leveling up was undoubtedly correct, but his situation was unique. Others, constrained by energy limitations, could only focus single-mindedly on hunting zergs to raise their level. He, however, was different. Unlimited energy was his greatest trump card. While his level needed to rise, the attributes of his starship could not be neglected either. Advancing both simultaneously was the only way to maximize his advantage. Moreover, the tactic of dive bombing was far too passive. He had managed to survive and kill a Tier 3 Zerg through a desperate level up this time, but he might not be so fortunate if he encountered a higher tier Zerg again. If he kept being so recklessly stubborn, he would eventually crash his ship into scrap. The most urgent task was to unlock the starship's offensive weaponry as quickly as possible. Only by wielding true firepower could he escape this passive predicament and truly establish a foothold on this death world. At this thought, Hao Dageng's gaze became resolute. He reached out and pulled open the hidden compartment of the storage locker. 12 deep golden Tier 3 metal crystals came into view. He'll use these crystals to forge a path forward. Hao Dageng picked up the first crystal and inserted it into the energy slot at the center of the console. The crystal dissolved into a stream of golden light, instantly merging into the depths of the console. Immediately, a cold mechanical system prompt echoed within the cabin. Tier 3 red tin metal crystal detected. Meets criteria for starship component upgrade. Proceed with upgrade. Upgrade the attack attribute. Hao Dageng's voice was decisive without a hint of hesitation. Attack attribute upgrade selected. Current attack attribute 60 points. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Attack attribute 70 points. Hao Dageng's eyes lit up, an excited expression spreading across his face. A single Tier 3 crystal had directly increased his attack by 10 points. This effect far exceeded his expectations. Without pausing, he immediately picked up the second, third, and fourth Tier 3 crystals, inserting them into the energy slot one after another. After 4 consecutive upgrades, the attack attribute had soared directly from 60 points to 100 points. The attack value on the console screen jumped wildly and a faint golden halo swirled along the screen's edges. Hao Dageng's breathing quickened. He could clearly sense the attack system undergoing subtle changes, as if it were just one final step away from completing a qualitative leap. He eagerly picked up the 5th Tier 3 crystal and inserted it into the slot once more. But this time the system prompt changed. Tier 3 red tin metal crystal detected. Current Starship attack attribute has exceeded the Tier 2 baseline threshold. Upgrade efficiency decreased. Attack attribute 3. Current attack attribute 103 points. Just as I thought. Hao Dageng's heart sank. Lin Changshu's words had proven true. The upgrade efficiency of metal crystals would indeed decrease as the attribute value increased. 100 points was the baseline threshold for a Tier 2 Starship's attack attribute. Beyond this value, even a Tier 3 crystal could only increase the attack by 3 points. So what if efficiency dropped? As long as he could reach the value needed to unlock the weapon, sacrificing even more crystals was worth it. He gritted his teeth and continued picking up the remaining 7 Tier 3 crystals, inserting them one by one into the energy slot. As the final Tier 3 crystal merged into the slot, the system prompt sounded slowly. Current attack attribute 124 points. All 12 Tier 3 red tin metal crystals were completely consumed and the attack attribute finally settled at 124 points. Hao Dageng stared at the value on the screen, his brow deeply furrowed. 124 points. He was still 26 points short of the estimated 150 points needed for unlocking. But the Tier 3 crystals were all gone. What do I do? Anxiety flooded Hao Dageng's heart. He was so close to the finish line, he didn't want to give up halfway. Source crystals? That's it, source crystals were the hard currency now exchangeable for metal crystals. Lin Changshu's fleet should have a fair number of Tier 2 metal crystals. He could exchange source crystals with her. At this thought, Hao Dageng opened the public chat window and found Lin Changshu's private chat. He took a deep breath, quickly tapped on the screen and sent a message. Miss Lin, sorry to bother you. I'm Hao Dageng, the one you met earlier. I'd like to exchange some source crystals for Tier 2 metal crystals, as many as possible. Do you have any available? Less than half a minute after he sent the message, Lin Changshu's reply popped up, her tone still gentle. Brother Hao. Contacting me so soon? I thought you'd changed your mind about joining my fleet. I do have some Tier 2 metal crystals. How many do you need? Hao Dageng looked at the words on the screen, hesitated for a moment, then replied truthfully, at least 50 pieces. After sending this message, Hao Dageng felt a bit anxious. 50 Tier 2 metal crystals was no small amount. According to the current exchange rate of 1/350 pieces would require at least 17 source crystals. He only had 15, still too short. Sure enough, Lin Changshu's message arrived again, quickly, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. 50 pieces? Brother Hao, that's quite a substantial order. 50 Tier 2 metal crystals at market price would cost 17 source crystals. Are you sure you want that many? Hao Dageng replied, I'm sure, but I only have 15 source crystals on hand. Could I owe you the remaining 2? I'll make it up to you once I find more source crystals. After sending this message, he braced himself for rejection. After all, in this resource-scarce place, source crystals were far more precious than metal crystals. Few people would be willing to agree to credit. But contrary to his expectations, Lin Qianxue replied almost without hesitation, no problem. 50 pieces is just right. I'll throw in 5 extra for you. 15 source crystals will do. Don't worry about the remaining 2. I'll bring them over to you shortly. Hao Dageng stared at the reply on the screen, stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Qianxue to be so agreeable. Her generosity moved him, but also made him wary. This woman was too calculating and her generosity was too lavish. But for now he couldn't afford to worry about that. Getting the crystals and unlocking the weapon to boost his strength was the priority. As for joining the fleet, he could consider it later when he was strong enough. Soon a knock sounded at the door again. Hao Dageng went to the hatch to check. It was indeed Lin Qianxue. She was still wearing that white casual outfit, carrying a silver metal case, standing outside with a faint smile on her face. Hao Dageng opened the hatch and stepped aside to let her in. Miss Lin, thank you for the trouble of coming all this way yourself. Lin Qianxue walked into the cabin, placed the metal case on the console and said with a smile. It's nothing. I was free anyway. 55 Tier 2 metal crystals are all in this case. Count them. As she spoke, she opened the metal case. 55 Tier 2 metal crystals gleaming with a silvery white luster were neatly arranged inside the case, dazzling to the eye. Hao Dageng nodded. No need to count. I trust you. He then took out the 15 blue-violet source crystals and handed them to Lin Qianxue. Miss Lin, 15 source crystals? Please keep them safe. I will definitely make up for the 2 I owe. Lin Qianxue took the source crystals and waved her hand dismissively with a smile. I told you, don't worry about it. Please keep today's matter confidential, Miss Lin. Lin Qianxue looked at him, a glint of understanding in her eyes. She knew everyone had their secrets, and the fact that Hao Dageng was willing to trade with her was already quite candid. Brother Hao, I know you're not ready to join a team yet, and I respect your choice. But I must warn you, the situation is getting tense. The Gale fleet and the Strong Army fleet have started to carve out their spheres of influence and compete for resources. The stronger you become, the more you'll attract their attention. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. You should understand this principle. Hao Dageng nodded. Lin Qianxue's words struck a chord with him. The faster he improved his strength, the more he would become a target for everyone. Before he had enough ability to protect himself, keeping a low profile was indeed crucial. I understand. Thank you, Miss Lin, Hao Dageng said sincerely. I will seriously consider the matter of joining the fleet. Lin Qianxue smiled and nodded. Good. I'll wait for your answer. Thank you. Hao Dageng said solemnly once more. You're welcome. Lin Qianxue smiled faintly, turned and walked towards the hatch. I won't disturb you any longer. Hao Dageng stood at the hatchway watching Lin Qianxue's figure disappear before slowly closing the hatch. He returned to the console, looking at the 55 Tier 2 metal crystals in the metal case, his eyes burning with intense fervor. He took a deep breath, picked up the first Tier 2 metal crystal and inserted it into the energy slot. Tier 2 metal crystal detected. Current attack attribute has exceeded the Tier 2 baseline threshold. Attack attribute 0. 5. Current attack attribute 124. 5 points. As expected, after exceeding the 100-point threshold, a Tier 2 crystal could only increase the attack by 0. 5 points. Hao Dageng did not pause. He inserted the crystals into the slot one after another. Attack attribute 0. 5. Current attack attribute 125. 5 points. The 55 Tier 2 metal crystals dwindled rapidly in his hands. The attack value on the console screen climbed slowly but steadily. 130 points. 140 points. 145 points. 150 points. Just a little more. He picked up the last Tier 2 crystal, his hands trembling slightly as he inserted it into the energy slot. Current attack attribute 151 points. In that instant, a dazzling white light suddenly illuminated the cabin. The values on the console screen jumped wildly, and a surge of immense energy erupted from within, causing the entire escape pod to tremble violently. A pale golden halo enveloped the entire cabin, and countless fine lines appeared on the metal walls before quickly fading away. Immediately after, an impassioned system prompt exploded within the cabin like a thunderclap. Congratulations. Starship attack attribute has surpassed the 150-point threshold, successfully unlocking the basic attack weapon, Ion Cannon. Ion Cannon exclusive weapon. Range 500 meters. Energy consumption 15 shot. Cooldown time 3 seconds. Weapon has been auto-mounted on the Starship's top. Initiate weapon calibration now. Unlocked. Finally unlocked. Hao Dageng trembled with excitement. A silver-grey cannon barrel about 2 meters long had quietly extended from the top of the escape pod. Its surface was covered in intricate patterns gleaming with a cold metallic luster. The muzzle was slightly raised, pointing at the sky, exuding a sense of technological power. He suppressed his inner excitement and pressed the weapon calibration button. Calibrate immediately. Weapon calibrating. Calibration complete. Ion cannon activated. Ready to fire. As the cold system prompt faded, a weapon control interface appeared on the console screen. The interface clearly displayed the ion cannon's various data: range 500 meters, energy consumption 15 shot, cooldown time 3 seconds. Hao Dageng looked at the data on the interface and nodded with satisfaction. With his current 151 attack points, he could take down a Tier 2 Zerg with a single shot. Even against a Tier 3 Zerg, as long as he aimed for its weak points, a few shots would be enough to kill it. And most importantly, energy consumption was not a problem for him at all. He was an energy master with unlimited energy. Even if he fired continuously, he could replenish the energy quickly without any worry of depletion. Excellent. Hao Dageng leaned back in his seat, letting out a long relieved sigh, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. He had been worried before that exposing his abilities would bring trouble. But after Lin Changshu's reminder, he understood a truth. In this Dojit dog world, strength was the ultimate foundation of confidence. Rather than cowering in a low profile, it was better to improve his strength as quickly as possible, using absolute power to guard his secrets and control his own destiny. Even if he was exposed now, so what? He wielded the ion cannon. His starship now had 151 attack points, 110 defense points, 65 power points, and unlimited energy as a safety net. Even if he encountered people from the Gale fleet or the Strong Army fleet, he had the power to fight. When the time came, whether he joined Lin Changshu's fleet or formed his own team, he would have enough leverage. He stretched his arms and lay back in the seat, adjusting it to a reclining position. A full day of continuous fighting had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Now that the weapon was unlocked and his strength had greatly increased, he could finally get a good rest. Recharge my batteries. Tomorrow morning I'll go out and go on a rampage. A confident smile curled at the corner of Hao Dageng's mouth. He closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in other corners within the light shield, the starships of the Gale fleet and the Strong Army fleet gleamed with cold light. The leaders of the two major fleets, Tang Feng and Li Gang, stood on their respective flagships, their gazes sharp as they swept across the entire light shield zone, ambitiously planning their own spheres of influence. A resource war was brewing silently. In the early morning, the sky of planet GX-739 was tinged with an eerie dark purple glow, casting a surreal light over the desolate land. Within the light shield protection zone, most of the Chosen One's ships remained dormant, with only a few early risers beginning to plan their hunting routes for the day inside their cabins. Hao Dageng woke up naturally, his physical fatigue completely dissipated, replaced by an irrepressible excitement as the novelty of unlocking the ion cannon had yet to wear off. Finally, I can test the power of my new weapon. Hao Dageng stretched and his bones emitted a crisp sound. He sat up straight and swiped his hand lightly on the console. The ship's various data instantly appeared before his eyes. Name: Hao Dageng, level 2 bound to ship, level bound ship, level 2 assault escape pod, class energy master, unique ship status energy remaining 96, attack 151, defense 110, power 65, hull damage 0, micro engineering robots 10, ship upgrade progress 10, unlocked weapon ion cannon range 500 m, energy consumption 15 shot, cooldown 3s. Looking at the attack value of 151 points on the screen and the introduction of the brand new ion cannon, the smile on Hao Dageng's lips couldn't stop widening. He only needed 9 more level 3 bugs to advance to level 3. With the power of the ion cannon, he might just be able to achieve a breakthrough today. What new functions would a level 3 ship unlock? Would there be even stronger weapons or more practical auxiliary systems? Countless thoughts churned in his mind, making him eager to rush out of the light shield immediately and show his prowess. Without any delay, he quickly inspected the ship's core components. The engine ran smoothly, the energy circuits were unobstructed, and the barrel of the ion cannon gleamed with a faint metallic luster in optimal combat readiness. The micro-engineering robots were ready to carry out collection tasks at any time. Let's go. Hao Dageng gripped the control stick, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The thrusters at the bottom of the escape pod ejected a pale blue stream of gas, and the hull slowly rose, flying towards the edge of the light shield. The powerful thrust made the takeoff process exceptionally smooth. Compared to the bumpy ride at level 1, the handling now was like flowing water. As it passed through the light shield, a faint energy ripple spread across the surface of the escape pod. The world outside the shield instantly became chaotic, with the cacophony of insectoid screeches echoing from afar, tightening one's heart. Hao Dageng felt no fear, only growing excitement. He maneuvered the pod to climb rapidly, soon reaching an altitude of 70 or 80 meters. This height allowed him to avoid attacks from most ground creatures while clearly observing the situation below, a safe hunting altitude verified through combat experience. The radar system operated at full capacity, with the screen constantly refreshing surrounding environmental data. The terrain of this planet was extremely barren, everywhere exposed rocks and dry ravines, with the yellow-brown soil covered in claw marks of varying depths. Hao Dageng piloted the ship away from the light shield, knowing that the deeper he went, the higher the level and density of the insectoids. To quickly gather 9 level 3 bugs, he had to venture into danger. After flying for about half an hour, the screeches of the insectoids became clearer, and occasionally pairs of level 2 bugs could be seen wandering on the ground. Hao Dageng ignored these low-value targets. His objective was clear: level 3 insectoids. Just then the radar screen suddenly showed 2 strong energy reaction points approximately 3,000 meters from the ship. Hao Dageng's heart stirred. He immediately slowed the ship and flew towards the energy reaction points. As the distance closed, the scene on the ground gradually became clear. On a huge black rock, 2 massive insectoids were curled up, resting. They resembled beetles over 3 meters long, their bodies covered in thick dark golden carapaces. The shells were adorned with fine patterns like meticulously forged armor, gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the dark purple glow. Their heads were hidden beneath the carapace, revealing only 2 dark red compound eyes. Six thick powerful legs gripped the rock surface tightly, exuding a suffocating pressure. Found them. Hao Dageng's spirits lifted and he immediately initiated a detailed scan. The screen quickly displayed a three-dimensional model of the two insectoids along with detailed attributes below. Insectoid name Golden Shield Bug, level 3, attack 60, defense 110, HP 260, trait extreme defense, type shell, hardness comparable to alloy, weak attack, unable to fly, moderate movement speed. No obvious weak points on the carapace. Energy attacks can slightly weaken its defense, must be broken by strong assault. 110 defense points and 260 HP, truly worthy of the name Golden Shield. This defense value was indeed monstrous. For other Chosen One ships it would be difficult to breach, let alone kill. But for him it was the perfect target to test the power of the ion cannon. Extreme defense. Let's see if your shield is tougher or my cannon is stronger. A confident smile curled at the corner of Hao Dageng's mouth and his hand swiftly operated the console. He stabilized the ship at an altitude of about 100 meters above the Golden Shield bugs. This distance was within the effective range of the ion cannon and ensured accuracy, avoiding power attenuation from long range. Ion cannon charging. Hao Dageng commanded in a low voice. As the words fell, a faint sound of energy operation came from within the ship and the energy value on the console screen began to fluctuate rapidly. The originally displayed 96 energy reserve dropped visibly 1-2. Within seconds the value plummeted to 81, consuming a full 15 of the energy. At the same time the cannon barrel on top of the ship began to glow with pale blue energy rapidly gathering and compressing at them, initially just a faint point of light. As energy continued to pour in, the point grew larger and brighter, eventually coalescing into a silver-white projectile the size of a bucket. The surface of the projectile was wreathed in fine arcs of electricity radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. The surrounding air seemed ionized, emitting a crackling sound. Now fire. Hao Dageng pressed the fire button without hesitation. Boom! A deafening roar and the silver-white projectile shot towards one of the Golden Shield bugs with a whistling sound that tore through the air. A brief white trail marked the projectile's trajectory. It crossed the 100-meter distance in an instant, striking the back carapace of the Golden Shield bug with precision. A violent explosion erupted instantly. The silver-white energy shockwave spread like a tide, kicking up dust and rubble. The struck Golden Shield bug let out a muffled roar, its massive body flung by the impact crashing heavily onto the ground below the rock. Hao Dageng stared at the real-time data on the screen, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The HP of that Golden Shield bug had instantly plummeted from 260 to 140 points and its defense value had dropped from 110 to 70 points. It works. Hao Dageng's heart leaped with joy. One shot had taken out 120 HP and weakened the defense by 40 points. The power of the ion cannon far exceeded his expectations. Considering the Golden Shield bug's defense was 110 points, even with the previous ramming tactic, a direct collision would hardly have caused such damage. The 3-second cooldown passed in a flash. Without any hesitation, Hao Dageng pressed the fire button again. Another silver-white projectile formed and shot out, accurately hitting the Golden Shield bug that had just gotten up. This time it struck the injured spot, where the carapace had cracked and defense had significantly dropped. Boom! The second thunderous roar and the Golden Shield bug's carapace shattered completely, green bug blood gushing out. The HP on the screen instantly dropped to 0. The massive body of the Golden Shield bug convulsed a few times and then lay still, completely lifeless. Ship upgrade progress 1020. As the system notification sounded, the other Golden Shield bug finally reacted. Its dark red compound eyes locked onto the escape pod in the air, let out an angry screech, and its 6 thick legs pushed off the ground, charging towards a distant valley. Though it had strong defense, its attack was weak and it couldn't fly. Facing an aerial threat, fleeing was its only option. Trying to run. Too late. Hao Dageng sneered, maneuvering the escape pod to quickly chase after it, soon catching up to the panicked insectoid. He adjusted his position, aimed at the bug's hindquarters and pressed the fire button again. The third silver-white projectile howled out, hitting the target precisely. Boom! Its running speed slowed noticeably and it let out a pained roar, but it still didn't give up, charging with all its might deeper into the valley. It's over? Hao Dageng's eyes narrowed. After waiting for the cooldown, he immediately fired the 4th shot. The silver-white projectile struck the bug's weak point again. After the violent explosion, this Golden Shield bug also crashed heavily to the ground, its HP hitting 0, completely dead. Ship upgrade progress 2030. The system notification sounded again. Hao Dageng let out a long sigh of relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. In just a few minutes he had killed 2 level 3 Golden Shield bugs consecutively, directly boosting the upgrade progress by 20. He glanced at the energy value on the console, which had now dropped to 35. For consecutive ion cannon shots had consumed 60 of the energy plus the consumption during flight. The original 96 energy reserve was nearly depleted. This energy consumption is astonishing. Hao Dageng couldn't help but click his tongue. For other chosen ones, this 60 energy consumption would take a long time to replenish. And as a hard currency source, crystals were extremely valuable. They wouldn't dare squander them like this. No wonder Lin Qianxue had said yesterday that ordinary chosen ones could barely kill a few bugs a day. Energy limitation was indeed the biggest bottleneck. But he was different. As the only energy master, he had the trump card of infinite energy and didn't need to worry about running out. Thinking of this, Hao Dageng felt a surge of relief. He slowly descended beside the corpses of the 2 golden shield bugs. The ground was pitted with craters from the explosions, bug blood and shattered carapace fragments scattered everywhere, emitting a strong stench. 10 silver micro-engineering robots quickly flew towards the insect corpses. These upgraded robots were more agile than before, with thrusters at their bottoms ejecting faint gas streams hovering steadily above the bodies. Their bottoms extended fine silver probes precisely piercing into the corpses to begin extracting metal crystals. Due to the extreme hardness of the golden shield bug's carapace, the probes were equipped with high-frequency vibration functions, easily penetrating the shell to reach the core of the bug's body. Hao Dageng sat in the ship observing the robots work in real time through the screen. The 10 robots worked with clear division of labor. The insect corpses visibly shriveled as the carapaces and limbs were rapidly decomposed, extracting pure metallic energy. About half an hour later, the collection mission was successfully completed. The 10 micro-engineering robots returned to the ship one by one, placing the spoils inside the cabin. Hao Dageng looked down and his eyes lit up immediately. The cabin was neatly arranged with 12 fist-sized deep gold metal crystals, precisely level 3 metal crystals. 2 golden shield bugs, a harvest of 12 level 3 crystals. Hao Dageng was overjoyed. He would keep these level 3 crystals to upgrade his attributes. He stored the 12 level 3 metal crystals, then maneuvered the escape pod to ascend again, returning to an altitude of 70 or 80 meters. Next, it was time to replenish energy. Hao Dageng closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and began to draw in the ambient cosmic energy from the surrounding air. As an energy master, he possessed the unique ability to manipulate all forms of energy, which was the source of his infinite energy. The surrounding cosmic energy, as if pulled by an invisible force, converged towards the ship and was converted into usable energy through the ship's energy absorption device. The energy value on the console screen began to rise slowly, recovering exactly 1 per minute. With a wide view from the high altitude, he could clearly see the figures of insectoids constantly moving through the distant valleys, including energy reactions from level 3 bugs. But he did not act hastily, choosing instead to replenish his energy first to prepare for the subsequent high-intensity hunting. Time ticked by and the screeches of insectoids continued unabated, but none could threaten the ship at such a high altitude. Hao Dageng leaned back in his seat, feeling the steady recovery of energy while planning his next hunting route. His goal was clear. Today he must gather the remaining 7 level 3 bugs to upgrade the ship to level 3. What new functions would a level 3 ship unlock? Would there be even stronger weapons or more solid defenses, or even new auxiliary systems? Just thinking about it made Hao Dageng's blood boil with excitement. On this perilous planet GX739, only by constantly improving one's strength could one stand firm in the brutal struggle for survival and have a chance to escape this death planet. About an hour later, the energy value on the console screen finally jumped to 90. Hao Dageng opened his eyes, a resolute light shining within them. Energy was mostly restored enough to support his next round of high-intensity hunting. He slowly turned the ship and flew towards a region with denser energy reactions in the distance. The engine of the Level 2 assault escape pod emitted a low, powerful roar, tracing an elegant arc across the dark purple sky. The engine emitted a low rumble as it traversed the desolate wilderness. Hao Dageng gripped the control stick tightly, his gaze sweeping across the radar screen on the console, yet his brow gradually furrowed. The current radar detection range was merely 100 kilometers, which on this vast and boundless post-apocalyptic planet was like the perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well. The screen continuously refreshed with energy reaction points of the Zerg race. Most third-tier Zerg were active in clusters with as few as 3 to 5 or as many as a dozen gathered together in rock crevices or valleys. With such dense distribution, even the formidable ion cannon could hardly guarantee a clean escape. Once surrounded by multiple third-tier Zerg, no matter how strong the defense, the outer shell would eventually be breached, leading to dire consequences. Damn it, why are these third-tier Zerg all huddling together? Hao Dageng couldn't help but complain. He had originally planned for a swift battle to gather the remaining 7 third-tier Zerg for upgrading his spacecraft, but the current situation clearly exceeded his expectations. Solo third-tier Zerg were hard to find, while clusters posed too high a risk. Continuing to search aimlessly might mean spending an entire day without finding a suitable hunting target. He had to rely on energy sensing instead. This skill was originally meant to detect deep-buried energy mineral veins capable of precisely capturing free-floating energy particles in the universe and the pure energy fluctuations contained within ores and crystals. The Zerg, by devouring mineral veins, also emitted faint energy fluctuations, though not as intense as those of energy veins. Hao Dageng immediately stopped cruising, closed his eyes, focused all his spirit, and activated energy sensing. An intangible wave of energy radiated from his body, spreading outward in all directions. Unlike the mechanical detection of radar, energy sensing was more delicate, capable of distinguishing between different types of energy fluctuations. The energy within the Zerg carried a hint of ferocity and bloodlust. The energy of metal veins leaned toward steadiness and purity, while the energy of mineral veins was rich and gentle. The energy wave extended rapidly outward, and Hao Dageng's consciousness attached itself to the wave, clearly sensing the energy distribution within several hundred kilometers around him. Several energy mineral veins were guarded by over 100 Zerg. The energy fluctuations of third-tier Zerg clusters were chaotic and intense, and scattered energy points of first- and second-tier Zerg were dispersed everywhere. Just as he was about to expand his sensing range, a faint yet exceptionally pure energy fluctuation suddenly intruded into his perception. This fluctuation was unlike any energy he had encountered before. It bore neither the heaviness of mineral veins, nor the ferocity of Zerg, nor the steadiness of metal. Instead, it was an utterly pure energy, carrying a gentle warmth that inexplicably brought a sense of peace. What is this? Hao Dageng's heart stirred, and he immediately locked onto the source of the energy fluctuation, a canyon located approximately 50 kilometers to the southwest. He opened his eyes, directing the radar to scan that direction, but the screen only showed the rough outline of the canyon with no indication of any energy mineral veins or Zerg clusters. Pure energy, yet no Zerg guarding it. Hao Dageng was filled with confusion. On planet GX-739, energy was the foundation of survival for all life. Both the Zerg and the Chosen Ones were drawn to energy like moths to a flame. By all logic, any place containing energy would be guarded by Zerg. Especially with such pure energy, its allure would only be stronger. How could it be left untouched? This anomaly stirred a hint of caution in his heart, but even more so excitement and curiosity. The more mysterious a place, the greater the fortune it often concealed. Now that he wielded the ion cannon and had unlimited energy as a safety net, even if danger arose, he had the strength to fight. Whatever the case, he'll go take a look. Hao Dageng hesitated no longer. He maneuvered the escape pod toward the canyon, pushing the engines to full power. The 50-kilometer distance was covered in no time as he sped across the desolate wilderness. The canyon entrance before him was narrow and concealed, flanked by steep cliffs hundreds of meters high. The cliffs were a deep brown, covered in signs of weathering, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Without the guidance of energy sensing, even flying nearby might not have revealed this entrance. Hao Dageng carefully piloted the escape pod into the canyon. As soon as he entered, he sensed something. Inside the canyon, it was eerily silent. No Zerg screeches, no howling winds, as if the entire space had been sealed off. The air lacked the characteristic musky scent of Zerg, carrying instead a faint metallic rust-like odor. Too quiet. Hao Dageng frowned, his wariness deepening. He guided the escape pod to fly slowly, his gaze fixed intently on the environment outside the porthole. The cliffs on either side were steep and smooth, devoid of any signs of biological activity, no battle damage or Zerg holes, unnervingly clean. After all, this planet had been completely overrun by the Zerg. Every corner should bear traces of their activity. Even a remote canyon should at least have low-tier Zerg inhabiting or passing through. Yet this canyon was so pristine, as if no living creature had ever set foot here. It was far too abnormal. Could it be a naturally formed sealed space? Hao Dageng speculated, but quickly dismissed the idea. The canyon's top wasn't completely sealed. A narrow gap allowed a view of the dark purple sky outside, indicating it wasn't enclosed. Yet for some reason no Zerg had entered. He continued to pilot the escape pod deeper into the canyon. As he ventured further, the cliffs on both sides began to curve. The originally straight path branched into forks, 1, 2, 3. An increasing number of diverging paths transformed the entire canyon into a vast labyrinth. A growing unease welled up within Hao Dageng, and he began to regret his earlier impulsiveness. If danger truly lurked here, escaping from such complex terrain would be nearly impossible. Something's wrong. Retreat immediately. Hao Dageng made a swift decision, turned around and pushed the engines to their maximum, speeding toward the entrance. He pushed the speed to its absolute limit. Yet to his despair, no matter how fast he flew, he couldn't escape the canyon. Earlier there had been only a single main passage, but after turning back, countless forks surrounded him. The spacecraft seemed trapped in an invisible vortex, endlessly circling within the canyon. What the hell is going on? Hao Dageng slammed the console, his face darkening. He had been flying for over half an hour? At the spacecraft's speed, he should have long exited the canyon, yet the scene before him remained the same, curved cliffs and dense forks with no sign of the entrance. Was I set up? The thought struck him like lightning. Could another chosen one have discovered the secret here and deliberately laid a trap to lure others to their deaths? But his entry into the canyon had been covert and he hadn't encountered any other spacecraft. Moreover, given the current strength of the chosen ones, who could possibly set up such a bizarre maze trap? Or was it the canyon's natural terrain? Or some unknown technology or energy field? Countless thoughts churned in his mind, fueling his growing panic. He tried flying along the cliffs, attempted to maintain a fixed direction, even tried to ascend, but no matter what he did, he always ended up back where he started. The surrounding fork seemed to come alive, constantly shifting positions, trapping him firmly. Don't panic, don't panic. Hao Dageng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. In moments of crisis, losing composure was the greatest enemy. He quickly pondered solutions, his gaze falling on the weapon control interface. Since I can find the way, I'll blast a path. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Hao Dageng's eyes. The ion cannon's power was enough to destroy solid rock. If he could blast open a gap, even if he couldn't fly directly out, he could at least carve a new passage. He immediately stabilized the escape pod, aimed at a cliff face, and activated the ion cannon. Ion cannon charging. The energy reading on the console screen instantly dropped from 90 to 75, consuming 15 of the energy in a flash. The cannon barrel atop the spacecraft once again condensed a barrel-sized silvery white projectile, its surface crackling with arcs of electricity radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. Fire! Hao Dageng pressed the fire button and the silvery white projectile shot forth, hurtling toward the cliff. However, something bizarre happened. When the projectile was still over 10 meters from the cliff, it suddenly vanished into thin air. No explosion occurred, no mark was left on the rock face, as if it had never existed. What the hell? Hao Dageng's eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. Thinking he had misseen, he immediately recharged and fired again. The second projectile also disappeared mid-flight without a trace, not even a ripple. This place is definitely cursed. Hao Dageng's heart plummeted, a chill racing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He had personally verified the ion cannon's power. It could easily shatter the hard carapace of a third-tier golden shield Zerg. Yet here even the projectile couldn't touch the cliff, vanishing outright. It defied all comprehension. Tianwenjing. Hao Dageng slapped his thigh hard, filled with remorse. Ever since unlocking the ion cannon, he had indeed gotten carried away, feeling invincible and fearless, which led him to recklessly enter this unknown canyon. Now he was trapped with even his weapons rendered useless, a self-inflicted death sentence. But regretting it now was pointless. He tried firing again, launching several ion cannon rounds, all of which vanished without exception. The console's energy reading had dropped to 30, forcing him to cease this futile attempt. I'll just have to grit my teeth and move forward. Hao Dageng clenched his jaw, his gaze hardening. With retreat impossible and weapons useless, the only option was to head toward the source of the energy fluctuation. That thing emitting pure energy might be the key to breaking this deadlock, or an even greater danger. Either way, he had no other choice. He stopped searching for an exit and instead flew deeper into the canyon, guided by the direction of the energy sensing. As he delved further, the canyon's forks multiplied and the terrain grew increasingly complex, some passages so narrow the escape pod could barely squeeze through, others as vast as a grand plaza. He had no idea how long he had been flying. He had completely lost track of time. All he knew was that the spacecraft's energy had been exhausted by the flight and repeated cannon fire, only to be replenished twice via energy sensing by absorbing cosmic energy. Each time it recovered to around 90, only to be slowly drained again during the continuous journey. The scale of this canyon far exceeded his imagination. It was like an underground world, vast and boundless. He even began to suspect that this canyon wasn't naturally formed but artificially excavated, for such a complex and massive structure couldn't exist otherwise. Just as he was about to lose patience, the view ahead suddenly opened up. The previously narrow and winding passage gave way to a vast expanse, and a colossal underground space appeared before his eyes. Hao Dageng instinctively slowed his spacecraft. When he took in the scene before him, he froze in his seat. His eyes bulged, his mouth gaped wide enough to hold a fist, and his face was a mask of sheer shock and disbelief. At the heart of the underground space, a giant starship lay berthed. The starship was a perfect triangle, its edges razor-sharp, its entire body a silvery grey. It stretched 200 to 300 meters in length and soared over 50 meters in height, like a slumbering ancient beast crouching silently in the darkness. Compared to Hao Dageng's 5-meter-long second-class assault escape pod, this starship was a leviathan. The escape pod before it was like an ant beneath an elephant's foot, utterly insignificant. The starship's surface bore the scars of time. Many sections of its hull were damaged and corroded, revealing the complex mechanical structures within, while other areas still showed obvious signs of battle. Massive dents and torn gashes seemed to whisper tales of the brutal battles fought long ago. Yet even so, this could not conceal its former glory and might. The sleek lines, the intricate structure, the intangible pressure it exuded, all testified to its advanced technology. This This is an alien technology starship. Hao Dageng's voice trembled with an uncontrollable quiver. His heart pounded wildly as if it might leap out of his chest. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that on this perilous death planet deep within this eerie canyon such a giant starship would be hidden. This was absolutely not something Blue Star's technology could produce. Its scale, structure, and materials far surpassed the realm of Blue Star's understanding. A great fortune. This is an unparalleled opportunity. Hao Dageng's breath grew rapid and a blazing light kindled in his eyes. If he could acquire the technology of this alien starship or find precious resources and advanced weapons within, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Not only could he upgrade to a third-class spacecraft, but he might even unlock more advanced functions directly or even escape this planet ahead of schedule. All of it was possible. Yet he did not let the immense temptation cloud his judgment. Having endured the labyrinth's predicament and the strange incident of the vanishing shells, he had grown much more cautious. This starship appeared to have been parked here for many years, heavily damaged. Could there be danger inside? Were there residual alien life forms or automated defense systems? Hao Dageng maneuvered his spacecraft, slowly circling within the underground space, carefully observing every detail of the starship. He activated the spacecraft's full-spectrum scanning function. Radar waves like a tide swept over the entire starship and underground space, but the screen showed no signs of life and detected no energy fluctuations. Except for a pure energy fluctuation at the center of the starship, the very target he had been pursuing all along. No life signs, no other energy fluctuations. Hao Dageng's mind eased slightly, but he still dared not let his guard down. He circled the starship for a full 2 or 3 hours, meticulously inspecting every corner. Only after confirming there was no unusual activity did he slowly approach the starship. The starship's surface bore several massive breach holes, evidently pierced during combat. The largest hole was on the side, large enough for his escape pod to enter easily. Hao Dageng guided his spacecraft cautiously through the breach and landed in a spacious compartment inside the starship. This appeared to be a cargo hold. It was vast, with broken metal parts and unknown crystals scattered on the floor. The walls were covered in cracks, the ceiling lights long extinguished, leaving everything shrouded in pitch black. Hao Dageng shut down the engine and sat quietly in his seat, once again sensing his surroundings. Still there were no life signs, no energy fluctuations, only the pure energy wave at the center growing stronger, guiding him forward. "I'll risk it." Hao Dageng took a deep breath and made his decision. Fortune favors the bold. With such a monumental opportunity before him, he could not retreat just because of some unknown danger. He opened the hatch, took a deep breath of the starship's stale air, then leaped down from the escape pod, landing steadily on the starship's floor. The floor was cold and hard, with a distinct metallic texture underfoot. He immediately channeled energy, drawing the ambient cosmic energy from the air and gathering it around his body. A pale blue energy radiance emanated from him like a moving light source, illuminating the area for dozens of meters around. By this light, Hao Dageng took in the full view of the compartment. Aside from scattered debris, there was nothing of value. He did not linger. Following the direction of the energy fluctuation, he ventured deeper into the starship. The interior was far more complex than he had imagined, with wide corridors crisscrossing like a labyrinth. Countless rooms lined both sides of the corridors. Most doors were damaged or missing, revealing chaotic interiors that had clearly been abandoned for many years. He passed through corridor after corridor, room after room. Some rooms resembled living quarters with remnants of crude beds and tables. Others looked like laboratories filled with broken instruments and test tubes. Still others seemed to be armories, but they were completely empty, leaving only racks that once held weapons. Every room was dilapidated, coated in dust and rust, a testament to the starship's incredibly long stay, perhaps centuries or even millennia. As he advanced deeper, the energy fluctuation grew stronger and Hao Dageng's heartbeat quickened. He could sense that the source of the pure energy was just ahead. Finally, he reached the end of a wide corridor. At its terminus stood a massive metal door, violently broken. Only half of it still hung on its frame, the other half lay on the floor, twisted and deformed. Hao Dageng pushed aside the shattered door and stepped inside. The sight before him plunged him into awe once more. This was a vast chamber, several hundred square meters in area and over 10 meters high, clearly the starship's central control room. In the room center stood a massive circular console, densely packed with buttons and screens, most of which were damaged. The screens were dark except for a few that flickered with faint light, displaying chaotic streams of data. Around the console lay broken seats and instruments, while the floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, as if no one had set foot here for ages. But what struck Hao Dageng the most was an object suspended in the center of the room. It was a bottle about a meter tall, of a mysterious deep purple, crafted from an unknown material. The bottle's surface was smooth as jade, glowing with a faint luster. It was engraved with intricate ancient patterns that seemed alive, flowing slowly under the light, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. It was this purple bottle that emitted the pure, gentle energy fluctuation. The entire control room was enveloped in this energy, filling one with a sense of tranquility. Holy shit, I've hit the jackpot. Hao Dageng's eyes lit up instantly, his excitement beyond words. This purple bottle was clearly no ordinary object. Floating in midair and radiating such pure energy, it had to be a heaven-defying treasure. Whether it was the contents inside or the bottle itself, both held unimaginable value. He approached the purple bottle cautiously, his steps incredibly light, as if fearing to disturb something. The closer he got to the bottle, the stronger the pure energy fluctuation became. He could even feel the energy around him beginning to boil, involuntarily resonating with the bottle. Fortune favors the bold, this trip was truly worth it. Hao Dageng's heart swelled with emotion. If not for being trapped in the maze and pushing forward against all odds, he would never have discovered such a treasure. He reached out his hand, slowly moving it toward the purple bottle. His fingertips drew closer and closer to the bottle's surface, already sensing the warmth of the gentle energy. Just as his fingers were about to touch the bottle's surface. Crack! A faint sound suddenly came from a dark corner of the control room. In the dead silence of the control room, the sound was exceptionally clear and jarring. Hao Dageng's body froze instantly. His outstretched hand stopped midair. Every hair on his body stood on end, goosebumps covered his skin, and a bone-chilling cold shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His heart clenched, his scalp tingled, and his breath nearly stopped. This control room had been scanned, there were no life signs. How could there be a sound? Could it be haunted? Hao Dageng stood rigid, not daring to move a muscle, his eyes fixed on the dark corner from which the sound came, every nerve in his body stretched to its limit. That voice, like an incantation, echoed repeatedly in the empty room. He stared fixedly at the dark corner from which the sound came, his heart pounding widely. Just moments ago his full-range scan had clearly shown no signs of life there. How could there suddenly be movement? Was the scanning equipment malfunctioning? Or was it that this thing wasn't alive at all? Countless terrifying thoughts churned in his mind. If there was even the slightest abnormal movement from that darkness, he would instantly dash for the escape pod, using every ounce of his strength to flee this eerie place. Just then an object slowly floated out from the dark corner. It was a spherical orb slightly larger than a fist, pure white in color, its surface smooth as jade and flawless. Embedded on one side of the orb was a black dot resembling a camera lens, like an icy eye staring intently at Hao Dageng. The orb's surface was covered in fine blue energy patterns which flowed slowly as if alive, emitting faint energy fluctuations that were both mysterious and advanced. What is this? Hao Dageng's pupils contracted sharply, a chill running down his spine. This object hovered in midair without any support, clearly relying on some form of anti-gravity technology or energy propulsion. Given its appearance in the core control room of this starship, a terrifying suspicion arose in his heart. Could this be the ship's automatic defense system? If it were the automatic defense system, he would likely be in a desperate situation now. Even an ion cannon could vanish into thin air here. The attack power of this thing was surely beyond his imagination, and he had no means to resist. Hao Dageng's body tensed, instantly ready to flee. His gaze locked onto the white orb, his heart in his throat, not daring to draw a breath. Just as he was about to turn and bolt, a cold mechanical voice suddenly resounded in his mind. "Outsider, how did you find this place?" The voice was devoid of any emotion, its tone flat, carrying a peculiar rhythm. Hao Dageng had never heard this language before and couldn't even determine which planet or race it belonged to. Strangely, however, he instantly understood the meaning of the words, as if the voice acted directly on his mental level, bypassing the process of language translation. Who's speaking? Hao Dageng was stunned, asking instinctively, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Was it the white orb? It could speak, and moreover transmit information directly into his mind. This was beyond his understanding of technology. He looked around the control room. Besides him and the white orb, there was nothing else. The answer was obvious. The one speaking was this eerie white orb. Hao Dageng was too terrified to move. Faced with this unknown alien creation possessing high intelligence and advanced technology, all his confidence and courage vanished, replaced by deep fear and helplessness. The white orb floated slowly over, stopping about a meter in front of Hao Dageng. The blue energy patterns on its body flowed faster, and the black camera lens flickered with a faint red light, beginning a comprehensive scan of Hao Dageng. Hao Dageng could clearly feel an invisible wave of energy enveloping his entire body, scanning everything from his hair to his toenails. Even some thoughts in his mind seemed to be captured by the scanning wave. This utter lack of privacy made him extremely uncomfortable, but he dared not resist, standing obediently in place, allowing himself to be scanned. After a few seconds the scan ended. The cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind again, but this time the language had transformed into standard Blue Star language. How interesting. A mere level 2 human actually managed to breach the Master's illusory array. Hearing the familiar language, Hao Dageng breathed a slight sigh of relief, but his fear remained undiminished. He could detect a hint of surprise in the words but no obvious hostility which gave him a glimmer of hope. "Spare me, big brother." Hao Dageng reacted swiftly, immediately adopting a submissive posture, waving his hands and stammering. "I truly stumbled in here by accident. I sensed a strange energy fluctuation here, so I came to check it out. But I got trapped in the canyon and couldn't find a way out, so I had no choice but to come here. I haven't taken anything, haven't done anything. I'll leave now, right now." As he spoke, he slowly backed away, his eyes fixed on the white orb, fearing it might suddenly attack. In the face of an absolute disparity in power, any act of bravado was futile. Submission and begging for mercy were the wisest choices. The white orb hovered in place, not stopping his retreat. The black camera lens flickered as if pondering something. Just as Hao Dageng reached the door and was about to turn and flee, the white orb's demeanor suddenly shifted and the mechanical voice sounded again. "Are you the trialist chosen by the planetary consciousness to cultivate a starship?" Hao Dageng was taken aback, not expecting such a question. He hesitated for a moment, then honestly nodded yes. "That's right. I just slept, and when I woke up I found myself on this planet. Then a voice appeared in my mind telling me I must cultivate a level 9 starship within 30 days or else I'd be stranded here and become food for the Zerg." He didn't conceal anything, nor did he dare to. Faced with this alien creation that could read his thoughts, any lie would likely be exposed instantly, only provoking its anger. The white orb floated before Hao Dageng, motionless. The black camera lens no longer flickered red but instead emitted a soft blue light within which complex rays seemed to flow as if it had fallen into deep memories. The control room fell into a brief silence, broken only by the faint hum of energy patterns flowing across the white orb surface. Hao Dageng dared not disturb it, standing still and observing cautiously, his heart filled with doubt and anxiety. Why did it ask that question? What was its connection to the planetary consciousness and the Starship trial? After a few minutes, the white orb finally spoke slowly, its voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of vicissitude and sorrow, no longer as cold and mechanical as before. "Long ago my master was also chosen by the planetary consciousness to come here for the trial. He must have come from the same planet as you because your languages are the same. I am his starship's optical computer?" Hao Dageng's heart churned with shock. From the same planet? A starship's optical computer? The amount of information was overwhelming, difficult for him to process at once. The white orb continued its tale back. "Then just like you, Master was selected from Blue Star to come to this planet GX739 for the trial. With his exceptional talent and perseverance, he successfully upgraded his starship to level 9 within the allotted time and escaped this place. After leaving this planet, we roamed and adventured across the vast cosmos, slaying Zerg we encountered along the way, continuously upgrading the starship and recruiting like-minded companions. As our strength grew, Master gathered a few close friends and formed a small fleet named the Darkfall Fleet. When our power was sufficient to contend with a Zerg army, Master decided to bring the fleet back to planet GX739. He always remembered the trials this planet had put him through and also wished to completely eradicate the Zerg here, carving a path of survival for future trialists. As he spoke, the white orb's voice grew heavy and its energy patterns dimmed considerably, but we never imagined that upon returning here we would be betrayed by our most trusted comrades. The captains of those few fleet ships conspired together and launched a fatal attack on our flagship, the Darkfall. Their target was the purple bottle before you. Hao Dageng's gaze instinctively fell upon the purple bottle floating in the center of the control room, his heart filled with shock. So the source of this betrayal was actually this mysterious bottle. That great battle was earth-shattering. The entire surface of planet GX739 was baptized by the flames of war. We fought desperately to resist, but our opponents were numerous and their starships were of no low level. Gradually we fell into a disadvantage. The white orb's voice carried a trace of resentment and anger. Master knew we were doomed. To prevent this purple bottle from falling into the traitor's hands, he expended his last vestige of life energy to set up that illusory array, isolating the Darkfall from the betrayers. The illusory array could not only confuse the enemy, preventing them from locating the Darkfall, but also devour all energy attacks. That's why your cannon fire had no effect earlier. Master fell and the Darkfall was reduced to its current state. And I, as the starship's optical computer, could only remain here silently guarding this bottle, waiting for over 2,000 years. Over 2,000 years. Hao Dageng was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist. He never imagined that this white orb had existed for over 2 millennia and that its master was a trialist from Blue Star from over 2,000 years ago. This completely overturned his understanding. Over 2,000 years ago, Blue Star's technology was still in an extremely primitive stage, yet someone had already been chosen for the Starship trial and formed a fleet in the cosmos. It was simply unbelievable. The white orb seemed to perceive his confusion and explained proactively. Don't be surprised. 10,000 years ago, the Zerg suddenly descended upon the Milky Way, launching a devastating attack on all intelligent races. At that time, humanity was scattered across various planets in the galaxy. Although their technological levels varied, they all suffered brutal slaughter at the hands of the Zerg, sustaining heavy losses and barely escaping extinction. To survive, humans from different planets began to unite, developing starships to fight back desperately. Through years of exploration and sacrifice, they discovered the secret of cosmic starships. By absorbing various metals and cosmic rarities, starships could continuously upgrade, gaining immense power to contend with the Zerg. In the following millennia, humanity relying on the universe. The Cosmic Star Fleet had established a vast steel torrent within the Milky Way specifically to repel the invasion of the Zerg. Yet the Zerg's power was far too formidable and their reproductive capabilities astonishing, making it impossible to eradicate them completely. To conceal the truth, prevent civilian panic, and select the most exceptional captains, every planet chose to hide the reality of the Zerg invasion. They merely drafted personnel at irregular intervals, sending them to trial planets like GX-739 for life-or-death ordeals. Blue Star was no exception. Over 2,000 years ago, my master was one of the chosen trialists. And now so are you. Hao Dageng stood rooted to the spot, his mind a blank slate. He finally grasped the truth. The so-called Starship trial was never a random event, it was a long-term conscription plan by the human race of the Milky Way to defend against the Zerg invasion. These chosen children of destiny were merely soldiers pushed onto the battlefield. Only before officially entering combat, they had to complete boot camp on the trial planet and cultivate a sufficiently powerful starship. So our life-or-death trials are just to reinforce the front lines. Hao Dageng swallowed nervously and asked with trepidation. Correct. The White Sphere's voice regained its calm. In the war against the Zerg, countless starships are destroyed and captains perish every single day. The Zerg's reproductive capabilities are terrifying, they can quickly replenish any number of lost soldiers. But cosmic starships cannot, they must be cultivated bit by bit through trials, and captains must be tempered through life and death struggles to grow. To ensure the front lines have ample combat power, every human planet initiates trials at intervals, selecting the strong to send to the front. Don't be disheartened. At least so far this plan has been successful. Relying on the strong who emerged from these trials and their starships, the steel torrent established by humanity has at least held the Milky Way, preventing the Zerg from penetrating its interior and protecting the safety of our race. Hao Dageng fell silent. He had previously complained about the cruelty of the trials and the injustice of fate, but now he understood that their sacrifices held meaning. If it weren't for the powerful warriors forged in these trials fighting bloody battles on the front lines, Blue Star would likely have been conquered by the Zerg long ago. He and all his family and friends might have already become the Zerg's food. Yet one question lingered in his mind and he couldn't help but ask. If that's the case, why not just give each of us a starship and send us straight to the battlefield? Why undergo these life and death ordeals here? Wouldn't that be more efficient? The White Sphere spoke softly. Do you think the Galactic Federation High Council hasn't tried that? There is another powerful race within the Milky Way, the Robot Clan. Their technological prowess is immense, allowing them to mass-produce powerful starships and robotic pilots without any trials. Initially, humanity mimicked their model, attempting to mass-produce starships and pilots, but problems quickly emerged. These directly produced starships and pilots, though initially powerful, became increasingly stagnant in subsequent development. Their upgrade speed was extremely slow, and they lacked adaptability when facing unexpected Zerg situations, often leading to massive losses. In contrast, starships and captains cultivated through trials tempered by life and death struggles not only upgraded faster but also possessed rich combat experience and exceptional adaptability. Their potential for subsequent development far surpassed that of mass-produced counterparts. Over time, humanity abandoned the mass production model and adopted this cage breeding trial system. Cage breeding. Hao Dageng frowned. What does that mean? It means you compete and eliminate each other within the trials. Ultimately, only the strongest survive. Furthermore, there is another crucial reason. When a starship reaches level 9, although it can escape the gravity of the trial planet, it still cannot survive long-term in the vast cosmos nor unleash its full power. To truly establish a foothold in the universe and become a combat force capable of standing alone, a level 9 starship must undergo a transformation, devouring the core energy of another level 9 starship. Only then can the starship evolve true cosmic navigation capabilities and more powerful combat systems, qualifying it to survive in the universe. What? Upon hearing this news, Hao Dageng felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, left utterly speechless with shock. Reaching level 9 wasn't enough. He still had to devour another level 9 starship. This meant that even if they all managed to reach level 9, they would ultimately have to turn on each other. Only the victor could survive and earn the right to go to the front lines. Out of 10,000 trialists, probably fewer than 10 will remain right. Hao Dageng's voice trembled slightly. Under normal circumstances, only about 1 in 1,000 successfully completes the transformation and becomes frontline combat power. The White Sphere's voice was utterly flat, as if stating a mundane fact. This is the cruelty of the cage breeding trial, but also the most effective method. Only through such screening can we cultivate the strongest, most suitable combat power for cosmic warfare. Hao Dageng was completely dazed. He had originally thought that upgrading to a level 9 starship within 30 days would allow him to escape this death planet and gain a new life. But now he realized that was merely the beginning of another brutal war. From hunting Zerg on the trial planet to level 9 starships devouring each other to life and death struggles against the Zerg on the front lines, the chosen ones were destined from the start to tread a path paved with blood. Silence once again filled the control room. Hao Dageng's heart was immensely heavy. He gazed at the white sphere before him, his emotions a tangled mess. He felt sorrow for his own fate and admiration for the powerful warriors fighting bloody battles on the front lines. The white sphere seemed to sense his emotional shift. After a moment of silence it spoke. Before my master fell, he left a command. He said that if one day someone were to break into the mirror array, find this place and have the ability to take away this purple bottle, I was to follow him, assist in his growth, help him complete the trial, and also avenge my master. Hao Dageng's head snapped up, surprise flickering in his eyes. Follow him. Assist in his growth. The white sphere continued. My master called this purple bottle the source energy vial. We discovered it in the ruins of an abandoned ancient planet. Its material is unknown and its craftsmanship far surpasses our understanding. After extensive research, we only discovered one of its functions, the ability to store a vast amount of energy without any loss, accessible at any time. It was precisely this characteristic that aroused the greed of those traitors. They wanted to claim the source energy vial for themselves, using its energy to rapidly upgrade their starships and enhance their power. My master sacrificed his life to protect it. Now you are the first trialist to break in here in over 2,000 years. According to my master's command, if you can take the source energy vial away, I will become your personal optical brain, assisting you in becoming a true cosmic powerhouse. Hao Dageng's heart suddenly raced and the heaviness on his face was replaced by ecstasy. A personal optical brain. And one from over 2,000 years ago, which had traversed the cosmos with a super starship. The value of this thing was beyond measure. It knew the secrets of the Milky Way, the tricks to upgrading starships, the weaknesses of the Zerg, could assist his growth, and might even possess advanced starship technology and combat techniques. With its help, not only could he upgrade to a level 9 starship within 30 days, but even for subsequent survival in the cosmos he would have an immense advantage. Although this white sphere seemed to have no offensive capabilities, it was undoubtedly a strategist and a mobile knowledge repository. Hao Dageng's heart burned with fervor. He stared at the source energy vial floating in the center of the control room, his eyes blazing with intense light. Take it. He must take it. This was not just gaining a powerful assistant, it was acquiring a monumental stroke of fortune. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within him. The source energy vial floated in midair, emitting pure and gentle energy fluctuations. The purple patterns on its surface flowed slowly under the illumination of the pale blue light, appearing exceptionally mysterious. Hao Dageng reached out his hand, slowly moving it towards the source energy vial. He could feel the energy radiating from the vial, resonating powerfully with the energy master force within him, as if beckoning him. His fingertips drew closer and closer to the source energy vial, about to touch its warm, smooth surface. Just then something occurred to him and he turned to look at the white sphere, asking nervously. Optical brain, if I touch it directly with my hand, is there any danger? Like energy backlash or something? The white sphere's camera flickered and its mechanical voice carried a rare hint of teasing. Don't worry. The source energy vial has no offensive capabilities. Just infuse your spiritual energy into it, establish a connection, and you can easily take it away. Hao Dageng nodded, his last shred of doubt vanishing. He turned his gaze back to the source energy vial, took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, mobilized his spiritual energy, and slowly infused it into the vial. The moment his fingertip touched the vial's surface, a surge of warm energy instantly transmitted from the bottle, flowing into his body along his finger. This energy was pure and gentle, without any aggression, instead making him feel incredibly comfortable. Simultaneously, the purple patterns on the vial's surface flowed faster and the light it emitted grew more dazzling. An invisible connection was quietly established between him and the source energy vial. Hao Dageng could clearly sense that the source energy vial was like a part of his own body. He could control its movement at will and even feel the vast energy stored within it. It was a power so immense it startled him, more concentrated than all the energy mineral veins he had ever seen combined. Success! Hao Dageng was ecstatic. He tried a thought and the source energy vial floating in midair immediately drifted slowly before him. The moment his fingertips touched the source energy bottle, a warm sensation emanated, neither the coldness of metal nor the ferocity of energy. Instead, it felt as if he were holding a piece of living warm jade, bringing comfort to his entire being. Just as he marveled at the wonder of the source energy bottle, a sudden anomaly occurred. The purple bottle, originally over a meter tall, began to rapidly shrink. As a faint purple light swirled, the bottle contracted at a visible speed, from over a meter to half a meter, then 30 centimeters. Finally it became the size of a palm, hovering steadily above his hand. This? It can grow and shrink? Hao Dageng stared in astonishment, instinctively reaching out a finger to gently touch the shrunken source energy bottle. The bottle's surface was smooth and delicate, with ancient patterns still flowing slowly, emitting a faint soft glow, exquisite and mysterious. Suddenly the small bottle transformed into a streak of purple light and plunged directly into his body, vanishing without a trace. Hao Dageng was startled, yet found that the source energy bottle caused him no harm. Instead it floated serenely within him, radiating gentle energy that merged with his own as if it had always been a part of him. Incredible! Hao Dageng couldn't help but exclaim. The source energy bottle, now integrated into his body, was not only convenient to carry but also safe from prying eyes. Witnessing this, the sphere's eye flickered with complex light. As the optical brain of a once high-ranking starship, it had developed independent emotions and consciousness over the long years. For over 2,000 years it had guarded the ruined Darkfall alone, enduring endless solitude. Now, having finally found an heir, its heart held both relief and an indescribable excitement. "Come, let me see your ship." A mechanical voice sounded, carrying a hint of warmth barely perceptible compared to its earlier coldness. "When you raise your ship to level 9, we will return here to extract the precious materials from the Darkfall's hull and integrate them into your vessel, fulfilling the old master's wish." It paused, then added, "From now on you may call me Darkfall, the name my old master gave me." "All right, Darkfall." Hao Dageng nodded, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He could feel Darkfall's sincerity and held deep respect for this senior from over 2,000 years ago. Hao Dageng led the way while Darkfall floated about a meter behind him, following steadily. They traversed the damaged corridors and soon reached the breached opening on the Darkfall side, where Hao Dageng's level 2 assault escape pod sat quietly. The escape pod, clad in silver grey, appeared small and delicate within the vast chamber of the Darkfall. To Darkfall, accustomed to starships hundreds of meters long, this level 2 pod was undoubtedly miniature. Darkfall floated beside the escape pod, its black eye rapidly flickering as invisible scanning waves enveloped the entire vessel, conducting precise analysis of its systems. After a few seconds, Darkfall's voice emerged, carrying an objective assessment. "The overall structure is fairly stable, the core engine shows no obvious damage, and the energy circuits are relatively smooth. Attack power meets the standard, but defense and propulsion are severely lacking. Though it is only level 2 now, levels 1 through 9 are essentially a novice phase for building a foundation." Darkfall's tone grew serious. "Every attribute must be comprehensively enhanced with no glaring weaknesses. Only with a solid foundation can there be greater room for growth when advancing to first-tier and second-tier starships. Otherwise, bottlenecks are likely, and even failure during devouring evolution." Hao Dageng's heart stirred, and he quickly asked, "By the way, Darkfall, I've always wondered, why does the effect of using metal crystals to upgrade attributes diminish as the ship's level increases?" This had been a lingering question. Although Lin Qianxue had once mentioned it, she hadn't provided a specific reason. Now, with the knowledgeable Darkfall at hand, he naturally sought clarity. Darkfall explained, "It's an inevitable rule of starship upgrades. As the ship's level rises, its size grows larger and its structure becomes more complex. Your current level 2 escape pod is only 5 meters long, but by level 9 a starship will be at least 100 meters in length, and after advancing to first tier it will only grow larger. Imagine this: can a 5-meter boat and a 100-meter giant ship require the same energy and materials? A fist-sized metal crystal may still have some effect on a 5-meter level 2 ship, but for a later stage advanced starship hundreds of meters long and weighing billions of tons, it's like a drop in the ocean, its effect naturally diminishes. Moreover, the higher the starship's grade, the higher the grade of metal materials required. The purity and energy density of low-level metal crystals can no longer meet the upgrade needs of advanced starships." Darkfall continued, "The more advanced the metal, the greater its density and the purer the energy it contains. For instance, the main material of the Darkfall is 4th-tier grey tungsten silver core. This metal is thousands of times denser than ordinary steel. A palm-sized piece weighs several tons. Back then, to upgrade the Darkfall's hull, we scoured the entire Milky Way and mined 3 large grey tungsten silver veins. To upgrade the Darkfall to 5th tier, we would need an even rarer 5th-tier material, grey tungsten silver nuclei. This material forms deep within mines after billions of years of compression and energy nourishment. Its density is 10 times that of grey tungsten silver core, and its yield is extremely scarce. Sometimes an entire vein yields only a few pieces." Hao Dageng listened, stunned, his heart filled with longing. A palm-sized piece of metal weighing several tons. A material formed over billions of years. This completely reshaped his understanding. His previous knowledge of starships had only scratched the surface of leveling up through combat, unaware of the intricate material systems and immense consumption behind it. What grade was the Darkfall in its prime? Hao Dageng couldn't help asking, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Green tier meaning 4th tier starship." Darkfall's voice carried both pride and regret. In the Milky Way, a fourth-tier starship was considered a formidable force capable of commanding a small fleet and single-handedly confronting a medium-sized Zerg unit. Unfortunately, it couldn't escape the traitor's scheme and was shot down here. As it spoke, Darkfall's energy patterns dimmed, recalling the fierce battle of yesteryear. Enough, let's not dwell on this. Darkfall quickly composed itself. For you now, a fourth-tier starship is far too distant. Even if you develop your ship to level 9, it only meets the entry standard, not even a first-tier starship, so you're not yet qualified to access these advanced materials and technologies. Our primary goal now is to upgrade this level 2 escape pod to level 9 within 20 days. Darkfall's tone grew resolute. At the same time, you need to recruit crew members with rare professions, such as mechanics or healers, to form a small team, then find suitable targets to complete devouring evolution and advance to first-tier starship. Once you succeed, you must flee this planet immediately. Darkfall's voice carried a note of gravity. Do you think this planet only has low-level Zerg? Let me tell you, the core region of GX739 hides Zerg lords of at least 2nd or 3rd tier and perhaps even more terrifying entities. With your current strength, encountering them would mean certain death. Moreover, as the trial progresses, the Zerg you face will grow stronger. Time is running out for us. Hao Dageng's heart tightened and he quickly nodded. I understand. He could feel Darkfall's urgency and knew it was for his own good. Come on, let's leave here first. Darkfall floated to the escape pod's console, emitting a blue energy beam that connected to the interface. As the optical brain of a high-tier starship, Darkfall's technological prowess far exceeded that of a level 2 vessel. In just seconds, it successfully infiltrated and took control of the escape pod's operating system. Functions that previously required Hao Dageng's manual operation now ran seamlessly under Darkfall's command. The core nodes of the mirror array are on 3 massive boulders at the canyon entrance. Darkfall said as it piloted the ship, I've already deciphered the array's energy frequency. We can pass through directly now. The level 2 assault escape pod's engine emitted a low, powerful hum as the thrusters at its base expelled pale blue streams, lifting it gently and flying toward the Darkfall's breached opening. The mirror array that had once baffled Hao Dageng was now as insubstantial as air before Darkfall. The ship flew along a precise path, and the ever-shifting forks in the road seemed to freeze, no longer obstructing its way. In less than 10 minutes, the ship emerged from the narrow canyon entrance and returned to the desolate wilderness of planet GX739. All right, now let's formulate a plan. Darkfall maneuvered the escape pod to an altitude of 70 to 80 meters. Our first step is to upgrade the ship to level 3. Once we reach level 3, the ship's scanning range and cargo capacity will both increase, allowing us to assault small metal or veins to acquire larger quantities of metal crystals, laying a solid foundation for subsequent upgrades. With our current attack power of 151 points coupled with the ion cannon, killing level 3 Zergs is more than sufficient. However, we must not waste time on Zergs with strong defenses. We should select targets with weak defenses that are easy to kill to improve upgrade efficiency. After speaking, Darkfall activated the ship's radar system and began a full-scale scan of the surrounding area. Under Darkfall's optimization and upgrades, the radar's detection range, originally limited to 100 kilometers, was directly extended to 300 kilometers. Moreover, the scanning precision was greatly enhanced, enabling accurate identification of Zerg species, ranks, and specific attributes. On the radar screen, dense energy reaction points continuously refreshed as Darkfall rapidly filtered through targets. Found them! Darkfall's voice rang out just seconds later. Approximately 180 kilometers to the northwest, 3 light-eating Zergs are gathered near a dry riverbed. This type of Zerg is a classic specialist. Its attack power is as high as 120 points, but its defense is only 65 points and its health is a mere 180 points, making it ideal for us to kill now. Hao Dageng leaned in to look at the screen, which displayed a 3-dimensional model and detailed attributes of the light-eating Zerg. Zerg name: Light-eating Zerg, level 3, attack 120, defense 65, health 180, trait high-speed attack type Zerg, fast movement speed, mouthparts can spray corrosive beams, weak defense, vulnerable to energy attacks. An attack power of 120 points. That high? Hao Dageng was startled. If it hits us, can our ship's defense hold up? Don't worry. Darkfall's tone was very calm. Although the light-eating Zerg has high attack power, its attack requires charging. As long as I pilot the ship with agile evasions, it won't be able to touch us. Moreover, with our attack power, 2 shots will take down one, giving it no chance to attack. With that, Darkfall piloted the ship toward the target 180 kilometers away. With full power, they arrived in just over 10 minutes. Through the porthole, Hao Dageng clearly saw 3 oddly shaped Zergs roaming on the dry riverbed below. These light-eating Zergs were a dark green color, about 2 meters in length, with slender bodies resembling giant lizards. Their heads were flat with large mouths full of sharp teeth, and they had 2 pairs of transparent wings on their backs that emitted a buzzing sound when flapped, making their movement speed indeed very fast. Most striking were their eyes, a dark red that radiated a bloodthirsty gleam. Occasionally a faint green beam would shoot from their eyes, hitting rocks and instantly corroding small holes into them. Now's the time, strike. Darkfall's voice rang out. Before Hao Dageng could react, Darkfall had already adjusted the ship's posture, aiming at one of the light-eating zergs that was lowering its head to gnaw on a rock. Ion cannon charging. The energy value on the console screen instantly dropped from 90 to 75, consuming 15 of the energy in an instant. The cannon barrel on top of the ship once again condensed a silver-white projectile the size of a bucket with arcs of electricity flickering on its surface, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. Fire! The silver-white projectile howled through the air, accurately striking the back of that light-eating zerg. Boom! A violent explosion erupted instantly, sending splatters of pale green zerg blood and broken zerg limbs flying. The screen showed that the light-eating zerg's health instantly dropped from 180 points to 60 points and its defense was weakened to 30 points. Cooldown complete. Second shot. Darkfall's operation was seamless. The moment the 3-second cooldown ended, he immediately fired the second shot. The silver-white projectile struck the target again. The light-eating zerg didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was blown to pieces, its health reduced to 0. Beep! Ship upgrade progress 3040. As the system prompt sounded, the other two light-eating zergs finally reacted. They raised their heads, their dark red eyes locking onto the ship in the air, emitting angry hisses. Their wings flapped faster as they charged rapidly toward the ship. At the same time, pale green energy began to gather in their mouths, clearly preparing to launch an attack. Trying to attack me? Darkfall sneered sharply, tilting the ship to easily evade the light-eating zerg's charging path. The ship's agility was pushed to its limits, weaving through the air like a spectre, causing the light-eating zerg's attacks to miss time and again. Ion cannon continuous fire. Darkfall gave the light-eating zergs no chance to catch their breath. Seizing the moment when their attacks missed and their bodies stiffened, he immediately commanded the ion cannon to fire continuously. The third shot precisely hit the head of the second light-eating zerg, shattering its skull instantly and reducing its health to 0. Beep! Ship upgrade progress 4050. The fourth shot followed immediately, striking the abdomen of the last light-eating zerg. This light-eating zerg's health instantly dropped from 180 points to 35 points. It lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Darkfall piloted the ship in a rapid dive and at an altitude of about 10 meters fired the fifth shot. The silver-white projectile struck the target again and the last light-eating zerg was utterly destroyed. Beep! Ship upgrade progress 5060. The entire battle took less than 2 minutes. 3 level 3 light-eating zergs, each with an attack power as high as 120 points, were effortlessly eliminated without the ship taking a single hit. Hao Dageng watched in stunned admiration, his respect for Darkfall's piloting skills reaching new heights. Incredible! Darkfall, your piloting is simply divine. Hao Dageng exclaimed sincerely. A piece of cake. Darkfall's tone carried a hint of subtle pride. Back when I piloted the Darkfall charging in and out of zerg swarms, I've been through battles 100 times more complex than this. Darkfall slowly landed the ship beside the corpses of the 3 light-eating zergs. 10 silver micro-engineering robots quickly flew out, heading toward the zerg remains. These light-eating zergs contain a fair amount of pure metal energy in their bodies, and their wings and mouthparts hold small quantities of light attribute metal. Although the grade ISNT high, something is better than nothing. While monitoring the robot's collection progress, Darkfall added, use the time during collection to consume the metal crystals you stored earlier and enhance the ship's attributes. Hao Dageng nodded, retrieving the 12 level 3 metal crystals obtained from killing the golden shield zerg from the storage compartment and placed them beside the console. Darkfall emitted a beam of blue energy enveloping all 12 level 3 crystals, then slowly channeled them into the energy slot of the console. Detected level 3 red tin metal crystals. Do you wish to select an attribute for upgrade? Allocate them to upgrade the power attribute. Darkfall's voice rang out. Selected to upgrade power attribute. Current power attribute 65 points. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Power attribute 105 points. Upgrade successful. Power attribute 129 points. The 12 level 3 red tin metal crystals were consumed one after another, and the ship's power attribute skyrocketed like a rocket. When the last crystal was absorbed, the power attribute finally settled at 129 points. With the previous 65 points already making the ship incredibly fast, 129 points was simply unimaginable. Darkfall nodded. Power is the foundation. The faster our speed, the higher our survivability and hunting efficiency. Next, after the robots finish collecting, we'll use all the newly acquired metal crystals to upgrade the attack attribute, aiming to break through 200 attack points as soon as possible. About 20 minutes later, the microengineering robots completed their collection tasks and returned to the ship one after another. 15 level 3 light copper metal crystals were neatly arranged in the cabin. The light-eating Zergs have a pretty good yield. Hao Dageng felt a surge of joy. Without hesitation, Darkfall immediately channeled all 15 level 3 crystals into the energy slot for the attack attribute. Detected level 3 light copper metal crystals. Selected to upgrade attack attribute. Current attack attribute 151 points. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Attack attribute 158 points. Since the attack attribute had already broken through the 150-point threshold, upgrade efficiency had indeed decreased considerably. As expected, the higher the attribute, the lower the upgrade efficiency. Hao Dageng couldn't help but remark. At this rate, the number of metal crystals needed to improve attributes in the future will be astronomical. That's inevitable, Darkfall said. Once we upgrade to level 3 and seize a metal or vein, we'll be able to obtain a massive amount of metal crystals. Hao Dageng nodded in agreement. He glanced at the energy value on the console. After the recent flight and 5 ion cannon shots, energy had dropped to 25. I'll replenish the energy, Hao Dageng offered proactively. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to draw in cosmic energy from the surrounding air. Pale blue cosmic energy converged like a tide, converting into usable energy through the ship's energy absorption device. The energy value on the console screen began to rise rapidly, even faster than before. Evidently, with his growing familiarity with the abilities of an energy master and the fusion of the source energy vial, his efficiency in absorbing cosmic energy had also improved. Darkfall floated to the side, quietly watching Hao Dageng replenish energy. The black orb of his eye flickered with light as if lost in thought. About an hour later, the ship's energy value finally recovered to 95. Energy replenishment complete. Hao Dageng opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. Excellent. Darkfall nodded. Now let's continue our journey and find the next batch of targets. Let's aim to upgrade the ship to level 3 by the end of today. Darkfall piloted the escape pod aloft once more. With full power, it shot through the air like a silver bolt of lightning, heading toward the distant wilderness. The radar system operated at full capacity again. Under Darkfall's optimization, it continuously searched for level 3 Zergs with weak defenses that were easy to kill. Hao Dageng leaned back in his seat, watching the scenery flash by outside the porthole, his heart filled with anticipation. With Darkfall's help, his path to Starship upgrades had become incredibly smooth. What once required cautious hunting had now turned into effortless grinding for upgrades. Having a big shot to guide him felt damn good. Plans never outpace changes. Just as Onion prepared to continue slaying the Zerg to break through to level 3, an extremely intense energy fluctuation suddenly intruded into the radar detection range. This fluctuation was far richer than any energy vein encountered before, instantly capturing Onion's attention. Wait, there's something. Onion's mechanical voice sounded as it decelerated the escape pod. 580 kilometers northwest, detected an energy ore reaction. The energy concentration is extremely high. Preliminary assessment indicates no less than 60 energy crystals contained within. Hao Dageng's heart stirred and he quickly leaned toward the screen. No less than 60? Correct. A gleam flickered in Onion's eyes. But there's a problem. A large number of Zerg are guarding the ore. As they drew closer, the image on the radar screen gradually clarified. It was an energy ore half buried in a valley, deep blue in color, 7 or 8 meters in diameter, radiating an alluring fluctuation. Around the ore, over 30 small Zerg were circling and darting about, level 2 Firefly Zerg. These Firefly Zerg were less than a meter in length, their bodies covered in dark green carapaces. Their wings were transparent and delicate, producing a high-pitched hum as they fluttered. Their speed was astonishing, like streaks of green lightning. The screen quickly refreshed with their detailed attributes. Zerg name: Firefly Zerg, level 2, attack 42, defense 53, health points 148, trait high speed flying Zerg, adept at teamwork, hard carapace, erratic flight paths. Once a target is locked, they attack en masse, making escape extremely difficult. Level 2 Zerg. Over 30 of them. Hao Dageng furrowed his brow. Their level isn't high, but the numbers are too great, and they're Firefly Zerg skilled in flight and teamwork. Onion's tone also grew serious. That's precisely the issue. The individual strength of Firefly Zerg isn't formidable, but their advantage lies in cooperation. A defense of 53 isn't top tier, but it's considerable for a level 2 Zerg, and their carapaces are exceptionally hard. More troublesome is their flight speed, almost matching ours now. Once entangled, breaking free will be exceedingly difficult. So should we still fight? Hao Dageng hesitated. The upgrade progress was already at 60, killing just a few more level 3 bugs would suffice to reach level 3. There was no need to take such a big risk for this energy ore. We must fight. Enion's stance was resolute. This ore contains at least 60 energy crystals, perhaps more. And as the spaceship's level increases, we'll need more materials. We must secure this ore. As for these fireflies, though troublesome, we are not without a chance of victory. Hao Dageng stared at the ore radiating a dense halo on the screen, and the desire within him ultimately overcame his hesitation. Fortune favors the bold. With a powerhouse like Onion leading, he had no reason to back down. All right. Let's do it. Hao Dageng gritted his teeth. Onion nodded and immediately began formulating a tactic. Firefly Zerg excel in group attacks. We cannot remain on the defensive. We must strike first, quickly eliminate some and disrupt their formation. Utilize the power of the ion cannon for pinpoint shots. You are responsible for continuously replenishing energy to ensure it doesn't run out. Understood. Hao Dageng immediately focused his mind. Onion maneuvered the escape pod, slowly ascending until it hovered 100 meters high. This altitude allowed the ion cannon to accurately hit targets while effectively avoiding the Zerg's initial charge. The attack system optimized by Onion operated at full speed and soon locked onto the first Firefly Zerg. Ion cannon charging. A silver-white projectile roared forth, tearing through the air, instantly crossing hundreds of meters to precisely hit the back of that Firefly Zerg. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, splattering green Zerg blood. Yet surprisingly, this Firefly Zerg was not instantly killed. Enion's voice rang out. Its carapace can disperse the power of energy attacks. We must bypass the carapace. Before the injured Firefly Zerg could react, Onion adjusted the angle and a second shot followed. Boom! This time the Firefly Zerg was completely shattered, its health points dropping to 0 instantly. Beep! Spaceship upgrade progress 6061. The killing of the first Firefly Zerg enraged the swarm. The remaining 30+ Firefly Zerg emitted sharp shrieks, flapping their wings and charging furiously toward the escape pod. Their flight paths were extremely erratic, sometimes sprinting in a straight line, other times changing direction abruptly. Dense green dots on the screen closed in rapidly, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. Onion remained unflustered, maneuvering the escape pod to accelerate sharply, weaving and dodging through the swarm. Power was pushed to the limit. Though the escape pod's speed was comparable to the Firefly Zerg's, Onion's piloting skills far surpassed these Zerg's instinctive reactions, evading attacks by a hair's breadth each time. Ion cannon continuous fire. While dodging, Onion sought opportunities to attack. Whenever a Firefly Zerg showed an opening, it was instantly locked by the ion cannon. Silver-white projectiles shot out continuously, each explosion claiming the life of a Firefly Zerg. But the sheer number of Firefly Zerg was overwhelming, and their cooperation was formidable. Some Firefly Zerg charged head-on while others circled from the sides and rear to outflank, forming an encirclement. More troublesome was their ability to spit pale green corrosive liquid from their mouthparts. Though not highly damaging, if it hit the spaceship it would cause continuous corrosion to the hull, causing the damage rate to rise steadily. Watch the right. Hao Dageng couldn't help but warn. 3 Firefly Zerg approached from the right, simultaneously gathering pale green liquid in their mouthparts ready to spit. Onion reacted swiftly, pulling the spaceship sharply upward while activating the side defense shield. A pale blue energy shield instantly deployed, blocking the 3 streams of corrosive liquid. This shield was developed by Onion after optimizing the system, and its defensive capability seemed decent for now. Sizzle, the corrosive liquid struck the shield, emitting a harsh sound, and the shield's energy value dropped rapidly. Though it didn't directly damage the hull, it accelerated the spaceship's energy consumption. We can't keep dodging passively. Onion's voice rang out. Fully replenish energy. I'm going to launch a large-scale attack. Roger. Hao Dageng immediately closed his eyes. The source energy bottle floated before him as he pushed his mental energy to its limit. The surrounding cosmic energy converged like a tidal wave, rapidly replenishing the spaceship's energy system through the source energy bottle's conversion. The energy value on the console screen had dropped to 40, but with his full replenishment it began to recover swiftly. The escape pod rapidly ascended, widening the distance from the swarm while maximizing the ion cannon's energy output. Ion cannon scatter mode. Following Onion's command, the cannon barrel atop the spaceship suddenly split into 3 smaller barrels, all beginning to charge. Silver-white energy coalesced at the muzzles, forming 3 fist-sized projectiles. Fire! The 3 projectiles roared out, exploding in midair and splitting into dozens of tiny energy bolts that rained down upon the swarm below like scattered petals. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions echoed, and the valley below was instantly engulfed in silver-white light. Over a dozen Firefly Zerg, unable to dodge in time, were struck by the energy bolts, their health points instantly depleted, their bodies falling one after another. The scatter mode's power was astonishing, but its energy consumption was terrifying. A single attack consumed 48 of the energy and the value on the console screen instantly dropped to single digits. It's effective. Hao Dageng's heart leaped with joy and he immediately accelerated the energy replenishment. But the resilience of the Firefly Zerg far exceeded expectations. Though over a dozen were killed, the remaining ones did not retreat, instead they grew more frenzied. They stopped charging blindly, instead splitting into several groups to launch attacks in turns, constantly draining their energy and defenses. Time ticked by and the battle reached a fever pitch. Hao Dageng strained to draw in the surrounding cosmic energy, sweat beading on his forehead. Without the aid of the source energy bottle, he alone could not withstand this energy consumption. The escape pod's damage rate kept rising, 10, 20, finally reaching over 30. Multiple corrosive marks appeared on the pod's surface and some areas of the metal shell were damaged, exposing the internal wiring and pipes. The energy value fluctuated repeatedly, caught between Hao Dageng's replenishment and the cannon's consumption, at one point dropping as low as 5. Hold on. After more than an hour of fierce battle, only 5 firefly insects remained. Their condition was no longer at its peak, the speed of their wing beats had slowed significantly and their health was mostly reduced to half. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Anyun launched a final assault with the ion cannon firing continuously. Boom! The last firefly insect was hit by a shell, its body exploding into fragments. With the death of the last firefly insect, the valley finally returned to tranquility. Hao Dageng let out a long breath, slumping into his seat drenched in sweat, feeling weak in his hands and feet. The difficulty of this battle far exceeded any previous hunt. Ding ding. Spaceship upgrade progress 94. The upgrade progress is at 94th, just 6 away from reaching level 3. Hao Dageng felt a surge of joy. Then the mini-engineering robots began to gather energy ores, working collaboratively to use high-frequency vibration probes to decompose the ores and extract the energy crystals within. About half an hour later, the collection task was completed. The robots returned to the spaceship, placing 68 fist-sized deep blue energy crystals inside the cabin, radiating a rich energy fluctuation. 68 energy crystals. Hao Dageng was so excited he nearly jumped up. This is a big fortune. In contrast, the more than 60 second-level metal crystals extracted from the firefly insects seemed rather insignificant. These second-level crystals could only enhance attributes by 0.1 points or even less, rendering them nearly useless. Hao Dageng casually piled them in the corner of the cabin, planning to use them to exchange for higher-level metal crystals or as spare materials in the future. Anyun checked the cabin's condition. Damage rate 32, energy remaining 18, core components undamaged, repairs can be made after returning to the light shield. Hao Dageng nodded and glanced out the window. By now the sky was gradually darkening and distant sounds of insectoid cries echoed, more dense and terrifying than during the day. In the night, insectoid activity becomes more frequent and the probability of encountering higher-level insectoids increases significantly, Anyun said. It's too dangerous to stay outside, we should return to the light shield protection area. Okay. Hao Dageng had no objections. After such a fierce battle he indeed needed to rest, and repairing the damaged cabin would also take time. Anyun controlled the escape pod, flying towards the light shield. The propulsion had now increased to 1 Mach, 1,225 km per hour. Although there were still 1,000 km to the light shield, at this speed it would take less than an hour to arrive. The spaceship streaked across the deep purple night sky like a silver meteor. Hao Dageng leaned back in his seat, filled with a sense of achievement. Although he didn't reach level 3, he had harvested 68 energy crystals and the upgrade progress had reached 94, which was already quite good. Upon returning to the light shield protection area, Hao Dageng found a secluded corner to land. Anyun activated the mini-engineering robots, beginning repairs on the damaged cabin. Hao Dageng reclined his seat, utterly exhausted, and soon fell into a deep sleep. After he drifted off, Anyun floated beside the control panel, shimmering with complex light. It was quickly calculating the subsequent upgrade plan. Current upgrade progress 94th, just 6 short of reaching level 3. A level 3 spaceship should unlock fire control radar and it must be completed as soon as possible. Next target upgrade to level 3, then seize a small metal ore vein to accumulate a large number of metal crystals, preparing for the remaking of a level 4 spaceship. A night quietly passed. The next morning Hao Dageng was awakened by Anyun's voice. He rubbed his eyes and sat up. After a night of rest his spirits were fully restored. He looked at the control panel. The damage rate had dropped to 5 and all core components had been repaired. Today we must upgrade to level 3 and then find a metal ore vein to prepare for reshaping the level for exterior. Anyun's tone was very serious. The further we go, the harder the upgrades become, and the levels of insectoids we need to hunt will also increase. Moreover, as the strength of other spaceships increases, everyone will compete for high-level insectoids and quality resources, eventually provoking the insectoid lords on the planet. Once they take action, our current strength would be insufficient. Hao Dageng nodded, a sense of urgency rising in his heart. He knew Yun spoke the truth. The essence of the trial was to cultivate strength. Only by quickly enhancing one's abilities could one survive in the brutal competition. Starting today, set aside an hour each day to learn the Galactic Universal Language, Yun suddenly said. Who? The Galactic Universal Language. Hao Dageng was taken aback, puzzled, as he asked, isn't there translation software? Why complicate things? Translation software can only meet basic communication needs and often leads to errors, Yun explained. There are over 100 million life planets in the Milky Way, and humanity is just one of them. To facilitate communication among various races, the Galactic Federation has established a unified universal language. Wandering through the universe without understanding the universal language can lead to being looked down upon, and misunderstandings could even spark conflicts. Additionally, many advanced starship technologies, cosmic knowledge and cultivation techniques are recorded in the universal language, which translation software cannot accurately comprehend. I understand your intention, Hao Dageng nodded. All right, I'll listen to you and set aside an hour each day to learn. Very well. Yun said with satisfaction. Now let's go complete the upgrade. Yun controlled the escape pod to ascend again, flying towards the outside of the light shield. The speed of 1 Mach swiftly passed through the light shield, entering the perilous wilderness. The radar system operated at full capacity, significantly enhancing detection range and accuracy under Yun's optimization. In just a few minutes, a solitary energy response point appeared on the radar screen. Good luck, we have found a lone level 3 insectoid. Yun's voice rang out. It is a level 3 stinger insect, attacking at 85's defense, at 70's health, at 160's with average strength, perfect for leveling up. On the screen, a slender insectoid was slowly crawling on the ground, its back adorned with a sharp stinger, its body a dark green, appearing quite hideous. Ion cannon charge. Yun showed no hesitation, locking onto the target and firing the ion cannon directly. The silver-white shell whistled out, accurately hitting the head of the stinger insect. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. The head of the stinger insect was completely shattered, its health instantly reduced to 0. Spaceship successfully upgraded to level 3. Current spaceship level 3, battle-ready escape pod name Hao Dageng, level 3, tied to spaceship level, occupation energy master, unique spaceship status energy remaining 75's, attack 208, defense 160, power 179, hull damage rate 0, number of mini engineering robots 100, unlocked functions, fire control, radar coverage range 1000 kilometers, can link with weapons, accurately detect or veins, an insectoid, spaceship upgrade progress 0, level 3, level for kill 100, level 3. Insectoids or 10 level for insectoids. As the system prompt sounded, a tremendous change occurred inside. A light blue energy halo enveloped the entire cabin as the spaceship began to rapidly expand. The originally 5-meter-long, 2-meter-wide level 2 escape pod continuously grew under the energies enveloping, ultimately stabilizing at 10 meters long, 5 meters wide and 3 meters high, exactly doubling its previous size. The spaceship's exterior also became more imposing, with a silver-gray metallic hull covered in a thick layer of dark golden armor etched with intricate patterns. The roar of the engines grew deeper and more powerful, filled with an overwhelming sense of power. Even more to Hao Dagen's delight, a new area had emerged inside the spaceship. The space that previously only had a cockpit was now divided into multiple functional areas. The front remained a spacious cockpit. The control panel screen became larger and clearer, and various function buttons were arranged more futuristically. Behind the cockpit was a separate captain's chamber furnished with a comfortable bed and a simple bathroom. At the far end was a small kitchen, though since awakening the profession his body functions had been enhanced, no longer needing food for energy, but instead able to cultivate and sustain life by absorbing cosmic energy, making this kitchen of little use. This is so luxurious. Hao Dagen's eyes widened as he couldn't help but walk around the interior, his face filled with joy. The transformation from a shabby emergency escape pod to a fully equipped, spacious and comfortable level 3 battle-ready escape pod was simply astonishing. Don't be surprised, Yun's voice echoed. Level 3 has already transcended the category of emergency, beginning its development towards a formal spaceship. Equipping basic living facilities is inevitable. Hao Dageng nodded, growing increasingly excited. If level 3 was already this luxurious, what would level 4, 5 or even 9 starships look like? He returned to the cockpit, sitting in the comfortable seat, his gaze fixed on the new functional area of the control panel, the fire control radar. The screen displayed the radar's coverage range, a full 1,000 kilometers. Moreover, the radar's visuals were extremely clear, accurately displaying the positions, levels and attributes of insectoids, and even detecting deeply buried metal or veins, indicating their reserves and levels. This is just the basic function of the fire control radar, Yun said. It can also link with the ion cannon for automatic targeting and firing, greatly enhancing attack efficiency. However, these are merely external aids. A truly powerful spaceship requires the pilot to achieve a high degree of resonance with it, making the spaceship an extension of their own body. With the spaceship bound to you from the moment it was activated, a mental link was established. You can think of it as your weapon, your arm, your eyes. Every attack and dodge it makes should synchronize with your intent. Only by reaching this realm can you unleash its full power, even surpassing theoretical attribute limits. Previously your level was too low and the mental link was not stable enough for deep resonance. Now that the spaceship has reached level 3, the mental link is strong enough and you can give it a try. Hao Dagen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. How do I do that? Relax your body and mind, Anyun said like a patient mentor. Don't try to control the spaceship deliberately and instead feel it with your heart. Feel its energy flow, feel its metallic shell, feel its engine pulsing. Treat it as part of your body and attempt to communicate with it through your thoughts, allowing it to sense your ideas. Hao Dageng sat back in the pilot seat, closed his eyes, took a deep breath and worked to calm his emotions. Following Anyun's guidance, he began to attempt to establish a deep resonance with the spaceship. As time passed, he slowly felt the spaceship's energy gently flowing like blood circulating through veins, the cold solid touch of the cockpit's metallic shell, the engine's pulse was deep and powerful. A marvelous feeling arose in his heart as if he truly merged with the spaceship, perceiving every movement around it clearly, seeing all the scenes detected by the radar within 1,000 kilometers. He attempted to send a simple mental command, make the spaceship vibrate slightly. Almost the instant his thought was sent out, the spaceship's body gently shook, not much, but it accurately responded to his command. I did it! Hao Dageng felt a surge of joy in his heart, becoming more focused on the resonance. He could feel the connection between himself and the spaceship deepening. The once cold metal machine seemed to gradually come to life, closely tied to his spirit. He could even sense the spaceship's emotions, a thrilling desire to fight and upgrade. Anyun floated nearby, its black eye shimmering with a soft glow, not interrupting him, just quietly guarding, waiting for him to complete his first deep resonance with the spaceship. As time passed, he could clearly sense every single grain on the spaceship's hull, the tremor of energy within the ion cannon and the intangible ripples of the radar scan. This sensation of merging with the machine was so wondrous that words could not describe it, causing him to completely forget the outside world and immerse himself entirely in this deep resonance. As the resonance with the spaceship deepened, a startling change quietly took place. His innate skill energy sense miraculously overlapped with the ship's radar, maximizing the detection effect. All energy information within a 1,000-kilometer radius was intuitively presented as a three-dimensional image on the console screen. Moreover, this enhanced detection capability could penetrate thick rock layers reaching a depth of 100 kilometers underground. The three-dimensional image on the screen was exquisitely detailed, clearly showing the terrain of mountains, valleys and rivers. The position, level and attributes of every Zerg were precisely marked, and even the distribution, reserves and grade of underground energy veins and metal ore deposits were annotated with perfect clarity, leaving nothing omitted. This feeling of absolute control stirred an indescribable surge of pride within him, as if he were the sovereign of this very realm. Darkfall floated nearby, its black eye flickering rapidly, clearly also aware of this anomaly. It did not disturb Hao Dageng, but instead took this opportunity to quickly scan the information on the three-dimensional map, searching for the most valuable target for the current upgrade. After an unknown amount of time, Hao Dageng slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of excitement shining within them, his voice trembling slightly. Holy crap. Darkfall, I just felt completely merged with the spaceship. That feeling was so incredible, as if the radar were my eyes and every single movement within 1,000 kilometers couldn't escape my perception. He pointed at the three-dimensional map on the screen. Look, it can even detect ore veins 100 kilometers underground. That's just too overpowered. Darkfall's mechanical voice sounded tinged with approval. This is the effect of deep resonance. As the spaceship's level increases, your spiritual link with it will grow stronger, and the depth and effects of the resonance will also continuously enhance. When you eventually advance to a high-tier starship, it can even develop exclusive special skills based on the captain's class characteristics. That is true power. Special skills? Hao Dageng's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. For example, with my class, what kind of skill could I develop? It's still too early to talk about that now. Darkfall said high-tier starship special skills require a combination of the captain's class, mental strength, combat style and other factors. They also need specific conditions to unlock. You're not at that stage yet. However, while scanning the three-dimensional map just now, I discovered an important target. As it spoke, Darkfall manipulated the screen to zoom in on a certain area of the map. The image focused on a remote valley, at the bottom of which lay a massive cave entrance covered by thick purple vines, looking both hidden and eerie. This is a Zerg nest. Darkfall's voice grew solemn. Based on the detection, the internal structure of the cave is complex, over 200 meters deep, and contains at least 500 to 600 first-level Zerg, flying mantises. The detailed attributes of the flying mantis immediately appeared on the screen. The Zerg name: Flying Mantis, level 1, attack 18, defense 9, HP 76. Characteristics: the most basic first-tier Zerg, vast in numbers, excels at group combat with sickle-like sharp forelimbs and agile movements. 500 to 600 first-level flying mantises. Hao Dageng frowned. They're only first-level bugs with such low attack and defense. Even if there are many of them based on our current strength, shouldn't they be easy to deal with? Darkfall shook its head and said in a serious tone, you underestimate the group combat capability of the Zerg. Moreover, based on the energy fluctuations detected, this nest likely hides a mother Zerg. A mother Zerg? Hao Dageng's heart tightened. That's right. Darkfall explained, a Zerg are typical social creatures. The mother Zerg is the core of the swarm responsible for laying eggs and commanding. A single mother Zerg can give birth to over 100 Zerg, and under the mental command of the mother Zerg, these Zerg form a tight battle formation, boosting their combat power exponentially. 100 Zerg under the mother Zerg's command can already form a terrifyingly powerful Zerg stream, let alone 500 to 600 here. Darkfall's voice carried a note of gravity. A Zerg stream of this scale, when united, creates an effect similar to the human matrix. Not only does it greatly enhance overall defense, but the combined attack power is horrifying, far beyond the 30+ leaderless Firefly Zerg we faced last time. Hao Dageng was startled and quickly asked, just how powerful is the Zerg stream? We're both at level 3 now, can't we still take it down? We cannot take it down. Darkfall said without hesitation, a Zerg stream of 500 to 600 flying mantises forms a whole by arranging matrix nodes. Their combined defense will reach at least 300 points. A single shot from the ion cannon might only deal a few dozen points of damage, unable to break through quickly. And their combined attack can inflict over 100 points of damage on the ship in one go. With our current defenses, we can withstand many hits. Even if you can replenish energy, we can sustain the continuous drain. More importantly, the mother Zerg, capable of birthing 500 to 600 flying mantises, is likely already at level 5, possessing special skills and immense vitality. With our current strength, we are simply unable to deal with it. A level 5 mother Zerg. Hao Dageng's expression instantly turned serious. He had underestimated the threat of the Zerg. Although first-level bugs were weak, when their numbers reached a certain scale, combined with the command of a high-level mother Zerg, they could form terrifying combat power. Then what do we do? Hao Dageng asked reluctantly. Do we just give up? Darkfall said nothing but manipulated the screen to switch the view to the underground area of the Zerg nest. At the bottom of the nest I detected a 4th-level metal or vein, a violet gold or vein. A 4th-level metal or vein. Violet gold. Hao Dageng's eyes instantly lit up. That's right. Darkfall's voice carried a hint of excitement. This violet gold or vein has an extremely massive reserve. Preliminary detection suggests it can yield at least 10,000 4th-level violet gold crystals. The density and energy purity of 4th-level violet gold crystals far exceed those of 3rd-level metal crystals. They can not only greatly enhance the ship's attributes, but are also the core material for reshaping the ship's form. Reshaping the form? Yes. Darkfall explained, level 4 is a key node. The spaceship's form will undergo a tremendous change, no longer the simple escape pod shape it is now. Instead, it will be reshaped into a form more suited for combat and with greater development potential based on the captain's needs and class characteristics. Reshaping the form requires a massive amount of high-grade metal crystals. The appearance of this violet gold or vein can solve our urgent problem. Hao Dageng stared at the map on the screen, showing the or vein glowing with purple light, and the desire within him was ignited once again. 10,000 4th-level violet gold crystals, this was an astronomical fortune. But the Zerg nest's overall strength is too great. We simply can't take it down. Hao Dageng frowned, caught in a dilemma. To give up with such a great opportunity right before his eyes would be a pity. To not give up with their current strength, a forced attack would only be seeking death. Just as he was at his wit's end, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Darkfall, what if we find others to help? With more ships working together, if we prepare in advance, can we take down this nest? Darkfall was silent for a moment, clearly calculating the feasibility. Quickly, if we join forces, there is indeed a chance. But the risks are still high. First, we need to find allies who are strong enough and reliable enough. We'll need at least 10 second-level ships, and they must have classes specialized in attack and defense. Second, the coordination for a joint operation is very difficult. If there's any mistake in cooperation, the Zerg stream could pick us off one by one. Finally, the strength of the level 5 mother Zerg is unknown. Even with a coalition, we might not take it down easily, and there could be significant casualties. However, this is currently the only feasible plan. Darkfall added, the value of the violet gold or vein is too great. It's worth the risk. Moreover, as the trial progresses, resource competition will become increasingly fierce. Accumulating enough high-grade materials early will give us a greater advantage in the subsequent competition. Hao Dageng nodded, his gaze becoming resolute. Then let's find allies. Don't we still have 60 or 70 source crystals? Source crystals are hard currency. Many people will be willing to take risks for them. I believe some will be tempted. Darkfall said nothing, its black eye flickering as if lost in thought. It seemed to have some reservations about cooperating with others, but it also understood the current situation. With just their single ship, they truly could not take this nest. Without hesitation, Hao Dageng opened the private chat window on the console and found Lin Qiangshu's contact information. The reason he thought of Lin Qianxue first was twofold. First, she was a hidden class, a tactician meticulous and skilled in planning and deduction, and a joint operation needed someone like her to formulate tactics. Second, Lin Qianxue had already formed her own fleet of over 20 ships boasting considerable strength. Moreover, she had shown him goodwill before, making her relatively reliable. He took a deep breath, his fingers quickly tapping on the screen to send a message. Miss Lin, hello. This is Hao Dageng. Are you free now? I have an important matter I'd like to discuss with you. I might need your fleet's help, and of course the compensation will be substantial. After sending the message, Hao Dageng felt a bit anxious. He didn't know if Lin Qianxue would agree or if her fleet had enough strength to join this adventure. Darkfall floated beside him, looking at the message on the screen, and spoke slowly. Choosing Lin Qiangshu's fleet is the safest option at the moment. Her tactician class can provide great help for the operation, and her fleet is of a moderate size, easy to coordinate. Unlike the Swift-Wind fleet and Strong-Arm fleet, there's no risk of them absorbing us. Hao Dageng nodded, agreeing with Darkfall's assessment. The Swift-Wind fleet and Strong-Arm fleet were powerful and domineering. If they sought cooperation with them, they would likely seize control of the ore vein and might even turn on them. Lin Qiangshu's fleet, on the other hand, was of a suitable size, and Lin Qianxue herself seemed reliable, making her the best choice for cooperation. He stared at the screen, waiting for Lin Qiangshu's reply. Just as he was about to lose patience, Lin Qiangshu's reply finally appeared on the screen, her tone still gentle. Brother Hao, go ahead and tell me. I'm free now. Seeing the reply, Hao Dageng's heart leaped with joy. He immediately began to organize his words, detailing the Zerg nest and the violet gold ore vein to Lin Qianxue. He knew this was not just a contest for resources, but also a test of trust. Only by showing Lin Qianxue enough benefits and convincing her of his strength and sincerity would she be willing to take the risk and join this battle. Lin Qiangshu's reply was slow in coming. Hao Dageng could well imagine her dilemma at this moment, torn between the fleet's insufficient combat strength and the irresistible lure of a generous reward. This strategist was undoubtedly weighing the pros and cons. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Lin Qiangshu's message arrived, her tone tinged with obvious hesitation. Brother Hao, to be honest, my heroine fleet is mostly composed of female members. Most of them excel in gathering and support roles, but their combat abilities are not particularly outstanding. Currently, out of the 22 ships, only 10 have been upgraded to the second tier, while the remaining 12 are still stuck at the first tier. Such combat power may hardly be of much help to you. Hao Dageng, having anticipated this, immediately replied, rest assured, Miss Lin. I will take the lead in battle. Your fleet only needs to cooperate with me in executing the tactics, playing a supporting and restraining role. As for the reward, regardless of the outcome of this operation, I will provide 70 origin crystals as compensation. If the operation succeeds, 30 of the proceeds from the 4th tier amethyst gold vein will also go to your fleet. 70 origin crystals. 30 of a 4th tier amethyst gold vein. These two conditions were like bombshells, plunging Lin Qianxue on the other side of the screen into utter silence. For her, 70 origin crystals was undoubtedly a colossal fortune. At present, the exchange rate for one origin crystal had reached 6 second-tier metal crystals. The energy from 70 origin crystals was enough to support her fleet in launching several large-scale operations. The value of a 4th-tier vein was beyond measure by origin crystals alone. Even the Swift-Wind fleet and the Strong Army fleet might not possess much of it. A 30 share was sufficient to bring about a qualitative leap in the heroine fleet's strength. Of course, as a strategist, Lin Qianxue would not be blinded by profit. She knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. The lavish terms Hao Dageng offered were enough to indicate the immense risk of this operation. But she understood more clearly that in this brutal trial, opportunity and risk coexisted. Missing this chance might mean never encountering such a promising opportunity again. After a long deliberation, Lin Qianxue finally replied, Brother Hao, your conditions are indeed sincere. However, I need to first verify the authenticity of the insect nest and the mineral vein, as well as the specific situation of the insect race. Please send me the coordinates. I will go and inspect it myself and give you my final answer afterward. No problem. Hao Dageng immediately sent the coordinates to Lin Qianxue. Darkfall, do you think Lin Qianxue will agree? Most likely yes. Darkfall's voice echoed in the cockpit. 70 origin crystals and 30 of a 4th tier vein. This temptation is hard for any small fleet to resist. Moreover, the strength of our 3rd tier ship should instill enough confidence in her. However, we must still prepare for both possibilities. If she refuses, we will seek other partners. Hao Dageng nodded and maneuvered the escape pod to descend slowly onto a flat rocky area about 20 to 30 kilometers from the insect nest. This distance allowed clear monitoring of the nest's activity while avoiding detection by the insect race and also facilitated welcoming Lin Qiangshu's arrival. Darkfall transformed into a beam of white light and concealed itself. Human hearts were unpredictable. Before full trust was established, one must keep enough cards hidden. Lin Qianxue must not know of Darkfall's existence. After all, the secret of an advanced starship light brain from over 2,000 years ago was too shocking. If leaked, it could easily invite deadly consequences. Time ticked by second by second. Hao Dageng used the fire control radar to closely monitor the insect race's movements within the nest. The screen showed that 500 to 600 flying mantises were still active inside the nest with nothing unusual. The underground amethyst gold vein also emitted stable energy fluctuations. Everything was under control. About an hour later, the fire control radar detected a point of energy response approaching rapidly. In the distant sky, a 5-meter-long simple aircraft sped toward them, its body pure white. Clearly this was Lin Qiangshu's personal vehicle. The ship slowly landed beside Hao Dageng's third-tier combat escape pod. The hatch opened and Lin Qianxue stepped out. She was still wearing that white casual outfit, her jet-black long hair tied in a ponytail exuding efficiency and vigor. A gentle smile graced her face, yet her eyes held a hint of shrewdness. When her gaze fell upon Hao Dageng's escape pod over 10 meters long, her pupils contracted slightly and she marveled inwardly. 10 meters long, this was the hallmark size of a third-tier ship. She knew that within the entire light shield zone, aside from the flagship of the strong army fleet which had barely reached the third tier thanks to the team's resource allocation, even the deep-pocketed Swift-Wind fleet's flagship was still stuck at the peak of the second tier, unable to break through. Yet Hao Dageng, who had always fought alone without any team support, had managed to reach the third tier faster than the flagships of the two top-tier fleets. Such strength was truly astonishing. The shock in Lin Qiangshu's heart was indescribable, and the look she gave Hao Dageng grew more serious. She had initially thought Hao Dageng was merely lucky, having awakened a rare energy-type profession, but now it seemed his strength far exceeded her expectations. "Brother Hao, you are truly impressive." Lin Qianxue stepped forward, her tone carrying a hint of sincere admiration. "I didn't expect that you fighting alone could upgrade your ship to the third tier so quickly. It really puts our heroine fleet to shame. How about this? Let this humble woman hand over the fleet to you and you lead us weak ladies." This was half a joke, half a test. Lin Qianxue wanted to gauge Hao Dageng's ambition and vision and also further confirm his strength. Hao Dageng smiled and waved his hand. "Miss Lin flatters me. I've just been lucky enough to encounter a few good opportunities allowing me to upgrade so quickly. When it comes to command and coordination, I can compare to a strategist like you. Under your leadership, the heroine fleet has grown to 22 ships in such a short time. That's truly remarkable." His tone was humble and sincere, both responding to Lin Qiangshu's probe and giving her ample face. Lin Qianxue nodded inwardly, her impression of Hao Dageng improving. Strong yet unassuming and respectful of others, such a partner was far more reliable than those arrogant rich second generations or retired soldiers. She stopped beating around the bush and cut straight to the point. "Brother Hao, I have seen your strength and believe you wouldn't deceive me with false information. I can agree to your cooperation proposal, but with one condition: we take 50 of the proceeds from the fourth-tier amethyst gold vein." What an outrageous demand! Hao Dageng sighed inwardly. This strategist Lin Qianxue was indeed shrewd. She knew the importance of this operation to him and thus raised the price, seeking greater benefits. "Miss Lin, I really can't give up any more of the vein's proceeds," Hao Dageng said, his tone firm. "This amethyst gold vein is crucial for my subsequent upgrades. 30 is the maximum share I can offer. If you think the origin crystals are insufficient, I can add another 10, making it a total of 80 origin crystals as compensation. Additionally, after this matter is settled, I promise that no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, as long as it's within my ability, I will unconditionally help you once. 80 origin crystals plus an unconditional promise." Lin Qiangshu's eyes flickered. She knew how terrifying Hao Dageng's potential was. The current third tier was just the beginning. He would likely become one of the top powerhouses in the trial. An unconditional promise from such a powerhouse was worth even more than the immediate gains from the vein. Moreover, Hao Dageng had already shown enough sincerity. 80 origin crystals divided among 22 members meant each could get over 3, a very generous reward. If she pushed further and Hao Dageng turned to another fleet in anger, she would miss this golden opportunity. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Qiangshu's face broke into a smile. "Good. Brother Hao, you are indeed straightforward. I accept your cooperation terms. 30 of the veins proceeds, 80 origin crystals as compensation plus your unconditional promise. Deal. Pleasure doing business." Hao Dageng extended his hand. "Pleasure doing business." Lin Qianxue extended hers, giving it a light shake. The touch of her fingertips was warm and delicate. After reaching the agreement, Lin Qianxue immediately sent the coordinates to her fleet, instructing them to arrive as quickly as possible. Then she boarded Hao Dageng's escape pod and entered the cockpit. Gazing at the spacious and comfortable cockpit, the advanced control console, and the three-dimensional map of the insect nest clearly displayed on the screen, Lin Qianxue was once again awed by Hao Dageng's strength. So this is the specific situation of the insect nest. Lin Qianxue's eyes fixed on the screen, her tone turning serious. That's right. Hao Dageng nodded. Inside the nest there are 500 to 600 first-tier flying mantises and one suspected fifth-tier mother insect. 800 meters underground lies a vast fourth-tier amethyst gold vein, preliminarily estimated to yield over 10,000 amethyst gold crystals. Lin Qianxue studied the nest structure on the screen, her brow slightly furrowed, deep in thought. Her mind was racing, analyzing various possible tactics and calculating the risks and rewards of the operation. Hao Dageng did not disturb her. He knew that a strategist needed ample time to devise the perfect plan. After about 10 minutes, a confident smile curved at the corner of Lin Qianxue's lips. I've thought of a way to minimize casualties while maximizing the elimination of the insect race. Please, Miss Lin, go ahead. Lin Qianxue pointed at the insect nest on the screen. First, we use some origin crystals as bait placed in an open area 10 kilometers from the nest. Although flying mantises are first-tier insectoids, their desire for energy is intense. The lure of origin crystals will be enough to draw them out of the nest to fight for them. Then I will have the 12 first-tier ships from my fleet ambush around the bait. These ships, though not strong in combat, are sufficient to handle the scattered flying mantises that come for the crystals. We can set traps in advance. When the flying mantises approach, we launch a surprise attack aiming to eliminate at least 200 of them, weakening the swarm's numerical advantage. She paused, then continued. Next, our remaining 10 second-tier ships and your third-tier ship will all guard the entrance of the nest. The entrance is narrow, allowing only a dozen or so flying mantises to emerge at a time, preventing a large-scale charge. We can use this terrain advantage to concentrate fire and pick them off one by one, further reducing their numbers. Finally, when the swarm is reduced to fewer than 200, the mother insect's command efficiency will drop significantly. Then we concentrate all our ship's firepower, charge into the nest, kill the mother insect first, and clean up the remaining flying mantises. These 3 steps should secure the nest. After listening, Hao Dageng couldn't help but nod in approval. Lin Qianxue's tactics were indeed meticulous, making full use of bait and terrain advantages to break down what seemed like an impossible battle into 3 executable steps. Truly worthy of a strategist. Let's do it your way. I'll provide the bait. How many origin crystals are needed? Not many. 10 origin crystals will suffice. Lin Qianxue said. Spread them out in the open area enough to attract the flying mantises. Hao Dageng immediately took out 10 origin crystals and handed them to Lin Qianxue. Then came a long wait. Hao Dageng continued to monitor the nest's activity through the fire control radar. The screen showed the swarm moving normally with no abnormalities. The mother insect's energy fluctuations remained stable deep in the nest, showing no signs of awakening. Meanwhile, the ships of the heroine fleet were scattered across different locations. The closest would take an hour to arrive, while the farthest needed over 2 hours. As time passed, tiny specks of light gradually appeared in the distant sky. The ships of the heroine fleet were approaching rapidly. In the desolate valley, various flying ships arrived one after another. The first to arrive were 9 second-tier flying ships, most of which had a simple design. Some were upgraded escape pods, while others were small assault ships, all covered in signs of battle, clearly having endured much fighting in recent days. Hao Dageng and Lin Qianxue stood by, welcoming the incoming fleet. When they saw that 3 of the flying ships were piloted by men, Hao Dageng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. It seems that the women's fleet is not composed entirely of females. These 3 men are likely the main combat force responsible for protecting the other female members. The 3 men, all in their 20s, were tall and exuded a strong aura of iron and blood. Upon seeing Lin Qianxue, they quickly stepped forward with an attitude almost humble, saying, "Captain Lin, we have arrived ahead of schedule as per your instructions." Lin Qianxue nodded slightly, her tone warm yet tinged with an undeniable authority. "Thank you for your hard work. Please rest for a moment. Once the other team members arrive, I will assign specific tasks." "Understood." The 3 men replied in unison, their gaze inadvertently sweeping over Hao Dagen's third-tier flying ship, revealing a hint of surprise in their eyes. The 10-meter-long ship stood out among the array of 5-meter second-tier ships like a crane among chickens, making a striking visual impact. Watching the 3 men comply with Lin Qianxue, Hao Dageng couldn't help but scoff internally. Sure enough, there's always a sycophant wherever you go. However, these 3 seemed to possess some level of strength and could likely become important allies in battle. Soon the remaining ships also arrived one after another. Most of these ships were first-tier with even simpler designs. Some were still in their original emergency escape pod form, shabby and looking vulnerable. Most of those disembarking from the ships were young women, their faces showing signs of tension and anxiety, yet their eyes were filled with trust when they looked at Lin Qianxue. At this point, all 22 ships of the women's fleet had arrived. Although their overall combat power was not top-notch, they excelled in discipline and organization. Lin Qianxue wasted no time and immediately gathered all team members to outline the strategy. Everyone, the objective of this operation is the insect nest ahead, which houses 500 to 600 first-tier flying mantises and a high-level mother bug. If successful, we will receive generous rewards in source crystals and benefits from the 4th-tier purple gold or vein. Now I will assign tasks. Her gaze fell on the 12 team members. You 12 will pilot your ships to an open area 10 kilometers from the insect nest. According to the coordinates I provide, disperse these 10 source crystals there and then hide. Once the flying mantises are attracted by the source crystals, you will launch a joint attack aiming to eliminate as many of the insect tribe as possible while conserving your strength and avoiding direct confrontation. Understood. After receiving the source crystals from Lin Qianxue, they immediately set off in their ships. Although their movements appeared somewhat inexperienced, they were remarkably orderly, clearly having practiced together multiple times. We 10 second-tier ships will follow Brother Hao's 3rd-tier ship and set up an ambush near the insect nest entrance. Once a portion of the flying mantises is drawn out, we will concentrate our fire at the narrow entrance to eliminate the emerging insect tribe and prevent them from forming a swarm. Captain Lin, rest assured, with us here we will not let the insect tribe charge out easily. The 3 male team members patted their chests in assurance, their sycophantic demeanor almost making Hao Dageng laugh out loud. After assigning the tasks, Lin Qianxue turned to Hao Dageng. Brother Hao, we can set off now. The grand journey began. When they were 5 kilometers away from the insect nest, Hao Dageng maneuvered the escape pod to slowly descend, hiding behind a tall rock. The other 10 second-tier ships also landed, spreading out in concealed positions to form a semicircular encirclement, firmly locking down the entrance to the insect nest. Hao Dageng closely monitored all statuses through the fire control radar. The screen displayed that 12 first-tier ships had successfully deployed the source crystals hidden in the nearby valley. The rich energy fluctuations emitted by the source crystals acted like a beacon in the darkness, quickly attracting the flying mantises within the insect nest. The insect swarm is reacting. The previously chaotic flying mantises inside the insect nest began to grow restless, gathering towards the entrance. Their compound eyes sparkled with greedy light, clearly drawn by the energy fluctuations of the source crystals, eager to rush out of the insect nest and seize this delicacy. Before long, the first batch of flying mantises flew out from the insect nest entrance, numbering over 30. They flapped their transparent wings, heading towards the source crystals 10 kilometers away. Following closely behind, the second and third batches of flying mantises continued to emerge, each batch comprising 30 to 40, orderly and evidently under the mother bug's command. It seems the mother bug is quite cautious, not allowing the swarm to charge all at once. Lin Qianxue's voice came through the communicator. But this works to our advantage, making it easier for our people to take them down one by one. Hao Dageng nodded, his gaze fixed on the screen. The battlefield 10 kilometers away had already begun to resound with the crackle of artillery fire. The 12 first-tier ships launched a united assault. Although the flying mantises were numerous, they lacked effective defenses and fell one by one under the combined firepower of the first-tier ships. The screen indicated that the number of insect tribe members was rapidly decreasing. In just a few minutes, nearly 100 flying mantises had been killed. Good job. Lin Qianxue's tone carried a hint of approval. At this rate, they should be able to achieve the goal of eliminating 200 flying mantises. However, the good times didn't last long. As more and more flying mantises emerged from the insect nest, the number of swarm members aiming to seize the source crystals had exceeded 200. The firepower of the 12 first-tier ships began to lag, resulting in some losing focus. A few flying mantises broke through the fire net and charged near the first-tier ships, using their sharp forelimbs to attack the ship's exterior, causing the damage rate of several first-tier ships to rise sharply. Captain Lin, we can barely hold on. There are too many insect tribe members. A female team member's anxious voice came through the communicator. Lin Qianxue's expression changed slightly. Hold on. Just keep them occupied and we will be able to support you soon. Just then, the flying mantises inside the insect nest suddenly ceased their attempts to exit. Hao Dagen's heart sank. He used the fire control radar to carefully probe and discovered that the flying mantises inside the insect nest were regrouping, seemingly receiving new orders. Not good. The mother bug must have noticed something was off. Lin Qianxue's voice carried a hint of gravity. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of dense buzzing sounds came from the entrance of the insect nest. The previously orderly flying mantises that had emerged now surged out of the entrance like a flood breaking through a dam, appearing in a gushing state. Although the entrance was narrow, allowing only a dozen or so to fly out at a time, the subsequent flying mantises continued to follow, instantly forming a massive swarm outside the entrance. What was even more shocking was that at the forefront of the swarm, a particularly large flying mantis slowly flew out. It measured over 5 meters in length, 5 times larger than an ordinary first-tier flying mantis, its body a deep green covered in hard scales. Its forelimbs resembled 2 massive sides glinting with a cold light. The fire control radar of the ship immediately scanned its attributes: insect tribe name 4th tier flying mantis, level for attack 132, defense 160, health 320, traits evolved flying mantis, large size, balanced defense and defense, adept at commanding lower tier flying mantises to form swarms, extremely strong combat power. A 4th tier flying mantis. Hao Dageng and Lin Qianshui exclaimed simultaneously. They had previously believed there was only a 5th tier mother bug inside the insect nest, but they had not anticipated a 4th tier flying mantis as the vanguard. With an attack of 132, a defense of 160 and health of 320, such attributes far surpassed those of ordinary 3rd tier insect tribes. As soon as this 4th tier flying mantis appeared, it let out a sharp screech. The previously chaotic swarm instantly fell into order, resembling well-trained soldiers rushing towards the ambush zone of the 10 2nd tier ships. Fire! Open fire quickly! Lin Qianshui urgently commanded. The 10 2nd tier ships launched an attack simultaneously, energy projectiles pouring down on the swarm like a torrential rain. However, most of these attacks landed on the 4th tier flying mantis. Its 160 defense proved formidable, with the attacks from the 2nd tier ships inflicting only a few points or even a dozen points of damage, hardly breaking its defenses. Using its massive body as a moving shield, the 4th tier flying mantis sheltered the 1st tier flying mantises behind it as they advanced rapidly. Before long, the swarm reached the vicinity of the 2nd tier ships, with individual flying mantises flapping their wings and launching attacks on the ships. Bang! Bang! The forelimbs of the flying mantises struck against the ship's exterior, producing a dull sound. Although the defenses of the 2nd tier ships were stronger than those of the 1st tier ships, the damage rate began to rise rapidly under the relentless attacks of the numerous flying mantises. In fact, one 2nd tier ship's exterior was slashed open by the forelimbs of the flying mantis, exposing internal circuitry. This won't do. The attacks from the 2nd tier ships are ineffective against the 4th tier flying mantis. A male team member's anxious voice came through the communicator. At this rate, our ships will be destroyed. Lin Qianshui's face turned pale. She had not expected a 4th tier flying mantis to suddenly appear, disrupting all her plans. Now not only were they unable to stop the swarm, but they were also in danger themselves. In this critical moment, Dark Meteor's voice sounded quick. We must immediately kill this 4th tier flying mantis. It is the core of the swarm. As long as we eliminate it, the lower tier flying mantises will lose command and the swarm will naturally disperse. If we delay any longer with the numbers of the swarm increasing, it will be difficult for us to cope. All right. Without hesitation, Hao Dageng immediately controlled the 3rd tier combat escape pod to charge out from hiding, the engine roaring to life as it rushed towards the 4th tier flying mantis. What are you doing? It's dangerous. Lin Qianshui exclaimed. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Hao Dageng's confident voice came through the communicator. The 3rd tier ship was incredibly fast, its terrifying power making it surge like a silver lightning bolt, instantly reaching the 4th tier flying mantis. Hao Dageng showed no signs of stopping and immediately activated the ion cannon. Ion cannon charging. Fire! The energy value displayed on the control screen plummeted from 90 to 75, with 15 of energy consumed in an instant. A silver-white cannonball the size of a barrel formed at the top of the ship, whistling through the air and accurately striking the head of the 4th tier flying mantis. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, deep green insect blood splattering everywhere. The screen showed that the 4th tier flying mantis' health had instantly dropped from 320 to 210, and its defense was weakened to 120. Effective! Hao Dageng felt a surge of joy. His current attack had reached 208 points. Although the 4th tier flying mantis defense was a formidable 160 points, the power of the ion cannon far exceeded ordinary attacks enough to inflict severe damage. The 4th tier flying mantis was enraged, letting out an angry screech as its massive forelimbs swiped towards Hao Dageng's 3rd tier ship. You want to attack me? Dark Meteor maneuvered the ship skillfully to evade its agility, far surpassing that of the 4th tier flying mantis, easily avoiding its attack. Ion cannon cooldown complete, fire. Dark Meteor's voice rang out. The second silver-white cannonball whistled out again, hitting the 4th tier flying mantis head. Boom! The health of the 4th tier flying mantis plummeted again, dropping from 210 to 100, with its defense falling to 80. Its head shell was now completely shattered, green brain matter mixed with insect blood flowing out, a gruesome sight. One more shot. Finish it. Hao Dageng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The 3rd ion cannon projectile launched accurately, striking the wound on the 4th tier flying mantis. Boom! This time the 4th tier flying mantis could no longer withstand such a fierce attack. Its massive body swayed and crashed heavily to the ground, its health instantly dropping to 0, resulting in its complete demise. Beep! Ship upgrade progress 010. The system prompt sounded, but Hao Dageng had no time to celebrate. He immediately turned the cannon towards the swarm, charging forward and opened fire. Silver-white projectiles shot out continuously, each explosion taking down dozens of flying mantises. Without the command of the fourth-tier flying mantis, the lower-tier flying mantises indeed became chaotic, no longer forming an organized swarm, merely attacking blindly towards the ships. Seeing this scene, Lin Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately adjusted their stance, maneuvering their ships to coordinate with Hao Dageng launching a counterattack against the disordered flying mantises. However, flying mantises continued to pour out of the insect nest. According to the fire control radar, after the previous consumption and nearly 200 that had been lured out, there were still less than 400 flying mantises remaining in the insect nest. Yet these flying mantises remained numerous, and completely eliminating them would still require a fierce battle, especially since the fifth-tier mother bug hidden deep within the insect nest had yet to show its face. The battle escalated to a fever pitch in an instant. Outside the insect lair, the number of flying mantises had gathered to over 200. After losing the command of the level for flying mantis, they should have fallen into chaos, yet under some unseen will they once again coalesced into a dense stream of insects. Countless flying mantises clustered together, their transparent wings flapping at a high frequency, forming a wall of green storm. Even more bizarrely, their shells emitted a faint energy halo, intertwining with one another to form a collective defensive barrier. Not good. The overall defense of the insect stream has greatly increased. Lin Qianxue's voice came through the communicator. Hao Dageng clearly saw that the defense value of the insect stream displayed on the screen had soared above 200 points. Their cannon fire struck the insect stream and the damage was halved. Attacks from the level 2 ships originally inflicted 30 to 50 points of damage, but now it was reduced to just over 10 points. Even his ion cannon could only kill 7 or 8 flying mantises with a single shot. This is the terrifying aspect of the insect stream. Once the numbers reach a certain scale, they can form a collective defense. Anyun's voice carried a hint of gravity. Explosive flashes erupted continuously, green insect blood and shattered limbs splattered, creating a bloody curtain in the air. The 10 level 2 ships of the female warrior fleet exerted their utmost effort, their cannon fire weaving into a dense net of firepower, firmly suppressing the advance of the insect stream. The energy of each ship was rapidly depleting and the hull damage rate was continuously rising, yet not a single ship showed signs of retreat. Everyone knew that retreating now meant certain death. Only by exhausting all their strength could they wait for the dawn of victory. Time passed second by second and the number of insects continued to decrease. 200, 180, 150. According to the fire control radar statistics, the total number of flying mantises in the entire insect lair had fallen below 300. At this rate of attack, within 10 minutes they could eliminate all the insect clan. Hold on. Victory is just around the corner. Lin Qianxue's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet it was filled with encouraging strength. Everyone conserve energy and focus fire on the core area of the insect stream. Everyone saw hope smiles appearing on their faces. After paying such a price, the imminent level for purple gold vein and rich source crystal rewards instantly filled them with motivation. At that moment, all the control panels of the ship simultaneously emitted sharp alarm sounds warning. High-level insect energy reaction detected. Energy level extremely high. Please evacuate the danger zone immediately. The alarm was piercing and urgent, causing everyone's hearts to sink to the depths. Not good. Anyun exclaimed, "It's the queen insect. It's finally coming out." The originally not spacious cave entrance began to shake violently. The entire valley trembled, rocks tumbling down as if an ancient giant beast was about to emerge from the ground. "What is that?" a girl shouted in terror. Lin Qianxue stared intently at the rapidly rising energy reaction value on the screen, her voice trembling. "It's the queen insect." Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The rocks at the cave entrance were completely shattered, smoke and dust billowing. A massive figure slowly squeezed out from the cave entrance, appearing before everyone's eyes with a destructive aura. It was a giant flying mantis measuring over 10 meters long, even larger than Hao Dageng's level 3 ship. It was entirely black, its shell covered in menacing bony spikes as if clad in a heavy armor. 6 robust insect legs firmly dug into the ground, each step causing the ground to sink. Its huge forelimbs resembled 2 massive sickles 3 meters long with edges sharp enough to easily slash through a ship. The compound eyes on its head emitted a bloodthirsty glow, scanning the surrounding ships, a terrifying pressure overwhelming everyone and rendering them breathless. The ship's radar immediately scanned its detailed attributes, and when the data appeared on the screen, everyone fell into despair. Insect clan name: Flying Mantis Queen. Level 5 attack, 260 defense, 295 health, 1000 traits. Rare combat type Queen insect, not skilled in reproduction, focuses on combat and command, possesses extremely strong offensive and defensive capabilities, can control the insect stream to launch devastating attacks. Combat power far exceeds that of ordinary insects of the same level. 260 attack, 295 defense, 1000 health. Lin Qianxue's voice trembled with uncontrollable fear. This is simply beyond our ability to contend with. Everyone present was dumbfounded by this exaggerated data. 295 defense meant that their attacks would barely tickle it, and the level 2 ship's attacks might only deal single-digit damage. Even Hao Dagen's level 3 ship might not be able to breach its defense with a single shot. An 260 attack was terrifying to the extreme. Any ship struck by its giant sickle would be instantly obliterated. This is bad. This is actually a combat queen insect. Anyun's voice carried a hint of regret. At first I found it strange why there was only one level for flying mantis as the vanguard in this insect lair without any other high-level insects. It turns out this is not an ordinary reproductive queen insect but a combat queen insect. Though this type of queen insect has weak egg-laying abilities, its combat power is extremely terrifying. Even ordinary insects of level 6 or 7 may not be its match. Prepare to retreat. Anyun decisively commanded. There is no chance of victory now. If we delay any longer we will all perish here. With these 10 level 2 ships as a buffer we can safely escape. What? Are we just going to abandon them? Hao Dagen's eyes were filled with disbelief. I invited them here, and now that we are in danger, how can we just leave them behind? How can we take care of them? Anyun's voice was cold and rational. With just our level 3 ship can we fight against this combat queen insect? Staying behind would only mean death. We cannot save them and will only put ourselves at risk. Don't hesitate, let's leave quickly. It will be too late if we wait any longer. The combat queen insect has already launched its attack. Its giant sickle swung violently, unleashing a dark green energy slash that instantly struck a nearby level 2 ship. Boom! That level 2 ship had no chance to react and was split in half by the energy slash, exploding into a brilliant fireball. The pilot couldn't even send out a distress signal. Run! Anyun no longer gave Hao Dagen a chance to hesitate, forcibly taking control of the ship. The engine of the level 3 emergency escape pod roared thunderously, its power surged to the max, shooting upwards rapidly. Under Anyun's control the speed broke through the previous limit, soaring to 3,000 meters in the blink of an eye, plunging into the thick clouds, leaving the bloody battlefield far behind. Hao Dagen, you coward! What the hell is this? Something a human would do. You actually fled in the heat of battle. Angry curses came through the communicator, especially from the 3 male teammates who had always shown respect to Lin Qianxue, who were now cursing loudly. Lin Qianxue stood in her ship's cockpit watching Hao Dagen quickly disappearing into the clouds. Her expression changed instantly. She never expected that Hao Dagen would choose to escape alone at such a critical moment. Without Hao Dagen's level 3 ship as the main force, relying solely on her few level 2 ships against the combat queen insect was akin to throwing eggs against stones. Captain Lin. What should we do? A female teammate asked with a tearful voice. What else can we do? Run. Run as much as we can. A male teammate shouted while manipulating the ship to escape. But the flying speed of the combat queen insect exceeded their imagination. It unfurled its massive wings, generating a powerful airflow with each flap, its body like black lightning instantly catching up to the level 2 ship attempting to flee. The giant sickle swung again and that ship was instantly reduced to fragments. In just a few seconds 3 level 2 ships had been obliterated by the combat queen insect with no pilot surviving. No escaping. Lin Qianxue forced herself to calm down, her mind racing to find a solution. Yet facing this absolute power any strategy seemed futile. The combat queen insect's attack speed was too fast and its defense was too formidable. Their ships could neither withstand nor escape. At that moment a silent male teammate suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of resolve. Captain Lin, you take everyone and leave. I'll hold it off. Without waiting for Lin Qianxue's response, he was already maneuvering his level 2 ship, redirecting towards the combat queen insect. The energy reading of the ship was rapidly climbing, clearly operating at overload, preparing for self-destruction. No! Lin Qianxue exclaimed, trying to stop him. But the male teammate had already made up his mind. His ship suddenly erupted with blinding light less than 100 meters from the combat queen insect, and then it exploded. Boom! The tremendous force of the explosion created an energy shockwave with a diameter of dozens of meters, slamming into the combat queen insect. The massive body of the combat queen insect was hurled away by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. The screen displayed that its health had dropped from 1,000 to 920 and its defense had fallen to 260, with fine cracks appearing on its shell. Before she could think further, another male teammate's voice came through. Captain Lin, take care of yourself. Just as his words fell, a second ship charged towards the combat queen insect, triggering another violent self-detonation. Boom! The combat queen insect was once again affected by the explosion, its health reduced to 720 and its defense further decreased to 220, with the cracks on its shell becoming more pronounced, green insect blood beginning to seep out. Count me in! The third male teammate showed no hesitation, maneuvering his ship for a final charge. His ship, like a shooting star, struck the head of the combat queen insect before exploding. Boom! The power of the 3 self-detonations combined, tearing a large hole in the combat queen insect's head, green brain fluid mixed with insect blood gushing out. The data on the screen showed that its defense had finally dropped below 200, its health plummeting to 650s with numerous visible cracks on its shell, its breath becoming somewhat erratic. These three male teammates who had always shown respect to Lin Qianxue acted like loyal knights, sacrificing their lives to inflict the first real damage on the combat queen insect. Lin Qianxue gazed at the three dissipating fireballs on the screen, her eyes welling with tears. She understood that these three teammates had silently liked her, willing to give everything for her. Only at this moment did she realize the weight of this feeling. But now was not the time for sorrow. With the self-destruction of 3 ships coupled with the 3 previously destroyed, their fleet of 10 level 2 ships was now left with only 4 each, with varying degrees of damage and little energy remaining. Though the combat queen insect had been lightly injured, it still possessed terrifying combat power and the situation remained critical. Everyone concentrate, fire on its head wound. Lin Qianxue wiped her tears, her voice hoarse yet exceptionally determined. Even if we die, we must drag it down with us. The remaining 4 level 2 ships immediately responded, concentrating all their firepower and wildly shooting at the combat queen insect's head wound. Energy bullets rained down on the wound, although each could only cause a few points of damage. Cumulatively, the combat queen insect's health slowly decreased. And high above within the clouds, Hao Dageng leaned back in his seat, watching the explosion and the massive figure of the combat queen insect on the screen. The curses, explosions and cries of despair coming through the communicator felt like needles pricking his heart. His emotions were incredibly complex, filled with guilt and self-blame. Hao Dageng muttered to himself, I invited them here, and now that we are in danger, I was the first to flee. Anyun was silent for a moment before slowly saying, in this world of the survival of the fittest, survival is always the top priority. Staying would not change anything, it would only lead to needless sacrifice, and you don't need to blame yourself too much. But they did it to help me. Hao Dageng's voice carried a hint of choking. He was not a cold-hearted person. Watching those teammates who had sacrificed themselves to resist the combat queen insect, especially the 3 who self-exploded, his heart was tormented. Anyun did not speak again, merely floating silently nearby. It knew Hao Dageng needed time to process these emotions, but it did not regret its decision. After wandering in the universe for many years, survival was always the most basic principle. Below the clouds, the battle continued. For severely damaged level 2 ships faced the injured yet still formidable combat queen insect like candles in the wind, poised to be extinguished at any moment. Hao Dageng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He looked at the brutal battlefield below, and a thought grew stronger in his mind. He couldn't just leave. He couldn't just walk away. Even if he couldn't defeat the combat queen insect and might sacrifice himself, he couldn't just watch Lin Qianxue and the remaining teammates be slaughtered. Anyun, Hao Dagen's voice suddenly grew resolute. We are going back. Anyun was taken aback for a moment, then said, Are you crazy? Going back is suicide. Even though that combat queen insect is injured, it is still not something we can deal with. I know. Hao Dagen's gaze was sharp, but I cannot abandon them. At the very least, I want to try. Even if I die, I want to die meaningfully. Then the ship ascended again, preparing to use inertia to strike at the queen insect. The giant sickle of the battle mother insect swept towards Lin Qianxue's spaceship with a howling sound that tore through the air. Dark green energy patterns flowed on the blade, emanating a breath of destruction, cutting the air into an invisible fissure wherever it passed. Lin Qianxue exerted all her strength to maneuver the spaceship to evade, but the power of the second-level spaceship was ultimately limited, and the previous battle had already severely damaged the ship, greatly reducing its speed and agility. As the giant sickle was about to strike the spaceship, she closed her eyes, prepared for mutual destruction. At this critical moment, a sudden howling sound came from high above, carrying a destructive momentum that instantly drowned out all sounds on the battlefield. Lin Qianxue and the remaining team members instinctively looked up, only to see a silver streak rapidly descending from above the clouds. It was Hao Dageng's third-level emergency escape pod. He had actually returned. Moreover, he was diving down in an extraordinarily reckless manner. Just now, Hao Dageng had controlled the escape pod to ascend to an altitude of 200,000 meters, a height far exceeding the previous hunting altitude, causing the thin air to give the spaceship's exterior a faint red glow. At this moment, with the engine power fully activated, the blue jet stream emitted from the rear resembled tangible flames, drawing a dazzling trajectory in the high altitude. The combined force of gravity and engine power brought the descent speed to a terrifying 10 Mach. At an altitude of 200,000 meters, in just a few seconds the escape pod broke through the clouds like a meteor, crashing fiercely towards the battle mother insect below. What is he trying to do? Lin Qianxue's eyes widened. Not only her, but all the remaining team members, even the battle mother insect, had ceased their attacks, its dark red compound eyes fixed intently on the rapidly descending silver streak, seemingly intimidated by this reckless act. Inside the pod, Hao Dageng was experiencing an unimaginable sense of weightlessness. The immense pressure from the 10 Mach diving speed felt like an invisible boulder pressing down on him. His veins bulged, his face flushed red, and he was on the verge of fainting. His vision began to blur and his body trembled uncontrollably, making it impossible for him to control the spaceship. Leave it to me. The voice of Anyun echoed instantly, enveloping the control panel with a blue energy beam taking over all control. As a once high-tier Starships, Ari and Yoon's control skills had long reached the pinnacle. It precisely adjusted the spaceship's posture, concentrating all power in the diving direction while activating the ship's emergency defense shield, minimizing the risk of damage. Lock on target, Battle Mother Insect. Yoon's voice was cold and resolute. The Battle Mother Insect finally reacted, sensing the deadly threat. It let out a sharp shriek, attempting to spread its wings to evade, but it was already too late. The silver escape pod bearing unmatched kinetic energy crashed violently into the Battle Mother Insect. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as if the entire Earth was trembling. The violent impact generated an invisible shockwave that spread outward. Nearby rocks were instantly blown away and the ground was left with massive craters. Although the remaining few second-level spaceships were at a distance, they were still affected, shaking violently with the damage rate rising again, and some were even jolted to the point of spitting blood. Inside the pod, Hao Dageng was violently thrown against the seat by the tremendous impact, a mouthful of blood spurting out and splattering onto the control panel. He coughed, his vision blurry, feeling as if all his bones were about to fall apart. On the control panel screen, the spaceship status data was alarming. Spaceship status: damage rate 75, attack system slightly damaged, defense shield disabled, engine operation unstable, cough cough. Did we succeed? Hao Dageng asked with great difficulty. Yoon quickly scanned the status of the Battle Mother Insect. Significant damage inflicted. The Battle Mother Insect's health points have dropped to 380 and its defense has decreased to 143. Lin Qianxue also saw this data through the radar, her face instantly lighting up with ecstasy. That earth-shattering collision had directly knocked nearly 300 health points off the Battle Mother Insect, significantly reducing its defense. However, the Battle Mother Insect's toughness far exceeded expectations. Despite being knocked back repeatedly and its head wound gushing with blood, it still did not fall. It shook its massive head, its dark red compound eyes becoming even more frenzied, locking onto Hao Dageng's escape pod with a fierce gaze, evidently enraged by this reckless assault. Be careful. It's about to counterattack, Lin Qianxue warned. As soon as she finished speaking, the Battle Mother Insect suddenly raised its giant sickle, condensing a rich dark green energy slash thicker than the previous attacks, carrying a breath of destruction aimed at Hao Dageng's escape pod. Not good. Yoon immediately attempted to control the pod to evade sideways. But the spaceship had just endured a violent impact with a damage rate of 75, drastically reducing its agility. Although it avoided the strongest point of the energy slash, it was still grazed by the edge. Boom! The right exterior shell of the escape pod was torn open by the energy slash, exposing the internal circuits and pipelines with sparks flying. The damage rate on the control panel screen instantly soared to 87. Warning! Spaceship damage rate exceeds 80, core components damaged, possible disintegration at any moment. The cold system prompt echoed and Hao Dageng's heart sank to the bottom. If they were attacked again, the spaceship would surely disintegrate and he would perish along with it. We need to restrain it. Lin Qianxue's voice came through the communicator, tinged with urgency. She had come to understand that Hao Dageng's previous temporary retreat was not an act of cowardice but rather a strategy to gather strength for this fatal strike. The teammates who had previously insulted Hao Dageng now lowered their heads in shame, unable to utter a word. They felt guilty for their misunderstanding and were deeply shaken by Hao Dageng's bravery. Lin Qianxue maneuvered her spaceship, leading 3 other second-level ships to launch the most intense assault against the Battle Mother Insect. Energy bullets fell like raindrops on the wounds and weak points of the Battle Mother Insect. Although each bullet only caused a few points of damage, their density successfully drew the Battle Mother Insect's attention. The Battle Mother Insect was enraged by the harassment of these little bugs and temporarily abandoned Hao Dageng's spaceship, turning its attack towards Lin Qianxue's fleet. The giant sickle swung energy slashes fell continuously, forcing Lin Qianxue and her team to evade in a disheveled manner, with the damage rate of their ships continually rising. However, they showed no signs of retreat, using all their strength to buy Hao Dageng some breathing time. Hurry! Yoon's voice urged, they can hold it off for long. The Battle Mother Insect's attack power is still terrifying, we must launch a fatal strike as soon as possible. Now immediately establish a deep resonance with the spaceship, compress the energy of the ion cannon to its limit and aim for a one-hit kill. Hao Dageng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the intense pain and dizziness, and nodded. He knew this was their only chance. If they missed it, not only would he die, but Lin Qianxue and the remaining team members would also meet a grim fate. He closed his eyes, focused again, and attempted to establish deep resonance with the spaceship. With the experience from before coupled with the stimulus of life and death crisis, this time the resonance process was unusually smooth. He could clearly feel every damage to the spaceship, every flow of energy, as if the spaceship was a part of his own body. Energy reservoir, full power output. Hao Dageng silently urged. The energy reservoir in his body responded instantly. A pure purple energy torrent surged out, injecting into the spaceship's energy system through the mental link. The energy value, which had originally dropped to 25s, was instantly replenished and even began to overflow. Ion cannon charge. Compress energy. Anyun's voice rang out simultaneously, controlling 100 microengineering robots to swiftly fly towards the energy circuit of the attack system for emergency repairs and reinforcement. The ion cannon barrel on top of the spaceship began to glow silver-white energy, rapidly converging. But this time the energy did not immediately form a projectile, instead it continuously compressed and condensed within the barrel. The temperature on the surface of the barrel sharply increased, radiating a dark red glow, while the surrounding air was ionized, emitting a sizzling sound. Warning. Attack energy system overheating. Exceeding safety threshold. Warning. Energy circuit about to fail. The cold system prompts kept ringing as the microengineering robots under Anyun's control quickly reinforced the energy circuit with metal materials, barely maintaining the system's operation. It's a gamble. We must take the risk. Hao Dageng gritted his teeth, injecting more mental power into the resonance, guiding the energy from the energy reservoir to continue its output. The energy of the ion cannon grew denser and denser, the energy sphere condensing at the muzzle, growing larger. From an initial size of a barrel, it gradually expanded to over 1 meter in diameter and more than 2 meters in length, resembling a gigantic silver-white energy pillar, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations that rippled through the surrounding space. The battle motherworm below also sensed this lethal threat. It suddenly broke free from the entanglement of Lin Changshu's fleet, its massive wings beating as it charged straight toward Hao Dageng's spaceship, clearly intent on eliminating this greatest threat before the cannon could fire. Stop it! We must stop it! Lin Changshu screamed, manipulating her ship to charge forward without hesitation, blocking the motherworm's path. The 2 other second-tier ships followed closely, launching a suicidal charge. Their vessels were nearly disintegrating, with energy reserves almost depleted, yet they still mustered their last ounce of strength to delay the motherworm's advance. With a thunderous blast, one ship was cleaved by the motherworm's giant scythe, instantly exploding into a ball of flames as the pilot made the ultimate sacrifice. Now only Lin Changshu and the last second-tier ship remained. Hurry! We can hold on much longer. Lin Changshu's voice carried a hint of tears. Her ship's damage rate had also reached 90, threatening to disintegrate at any moment. At this critical moment, Hao Dageng's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing within them, target locked. Fire! Through deep resonance, the fire control radar seamlessly merged with his energy sensing, precisely locking onto the wound on the motherworm's head. No matter how fast the motherworm flew, it could not evade this lethal strike, brimming with all their accumulated energy. Ion cannon maximum compression, fire! As Anyun's voice fell, the massive energy shell, over 1 meter in diameter and 2 meters long, shot out from the cannon barrel with a roar that seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart, its silvery white radiance illuminating the entire valley. The motherworm's giant scythe had already swung halfway, less than 100 meters from Hao Dageng's ship. But it was ultimately one step too slow. The colossal energy shell struck the wound on its head with pinpoint accuracy. Instead of a violent explosion, it pierced directly through the carapace and burrowed into its body. A deep hum resonated as the energy detonated within the motherworm's body, tearing it apart from the inside. Dark green insect blood and shattered internal organs gushed out, spattering across the ground. The motherworm let out a piercing shriek, its colossal form hovering in the air for a moment before crashing heavily to the ground. It convulsed a few times and then lay still. On the radar screen, the motherworm's health points instantly dropped to 0. Hao Dageng let out a long sigh of relief, his body slumping weakly into the seat. The extreme resonance and energy output had drained his mental strength and inflicted severe trauma on his body, with blood constantly seeping from the corner of his mouth. But before he could celebrate, Anyun's voice rang out again, tinged with gravity. Don't celebrate too soon. The crisis is not over yet. Hao Dageng's heart tightened as he looked at the radar screen. There were still nearly 200 energy signatures of ordinary flying mantises. Though these flying mantises had lost the command of the motherworm and the 4th-tier flying mantis becoming somewhat chaotic, their numbers remained vast and they were still aggressive. Meanwhile, their own situation had deteriorated to an extreme, with almost everyone rendered incapable of further combat. Hao Dageng furrowed his brow, his heart filled with anxiety. The ship's energy reserves were down to 12s and the damage rate was as high as 87, making it impossible to launch an effective attack. Even if he wanted to attempt another Devendra maneuver, the ship could not withstand a second impact. Though there was still a vast amount of energy in the source energy bottle, the ship's energy system was damaged and could not absorb or convert it quickly. Microengineering robots were working frantically on repairs, but they could not restore the ship's combat capability in a short time. Hao Dageng clenched his fists, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. After all he had sacrificed and the dangers he had endured, he had finally defeated the battle motherworm and obtained the key to the 4th-tier purple gold vein. Was he now going to fail and die at the hands of these low-tier insectoids? No. I can't die here. A resolute glint shone in Hao Dageng's eyes. Nearly 200 flying mantises, their dense green forms blotting out the sky, charged fiercely toward the crippled ships of Hao Dageng and Lin Qianxue. Though they had lost the command of the higher-tier insectoids, the death of the mother worm had driven them into a frenzy. Hao Dageng's ship had a damage rate of 87, with only 12 energy remaining. The ion cannon was temporarily disabled due to overheating, and micro-engineering robots were still urgently repairing the energy circuits. Lin Qianxue's ship had a damage rate of 90. The other second-tier ship was on the verge of disintegration with less than 5 energy. Is this really the end? Lin Qianxue gazed at the approaching swarm on the screen, a wave of helplessness washing over her. She had given her all and her crew had made tremendous sacrifices, yet in the end they could not escape their fate. Hao Dageng gritted his teeth, forcing his body to maneuver the ship once more, only to find that his strength had been completely exhausted from the earlier impacts. At this critical moment of life and death, a crisp system notification suddenly rang out in the cockpit like a heavenly melody. Ship upgrade progress 100. Congratulations! Ship successfully upgraded to level 4. Current ship level for basic spaceship name Hao Dageng level 4, bound to ship level, occupation energy master, unique ship status energy remaining 40, attack 258, a defense 210, a power 229, hull damage rate 40, micro engineering robots 1000, unlocked functions ion cannon, burst mode, ship remodeling, one-time use, requires design plan and corresponding materials upgraded. Hao Dageng and Anyun were both stunned for a moment, then overwhelmed with ecstasy. The evolution points from killing the 5th-tier battle mother worm far exceeded expectations, instantly maxing out the upgrade progress and directly elevating the ship to level 4. As the upgrade notification concluded, a dazzling pale blue light erupted from within the ship and a surge of immense energy flowed from the core engine, sweeping through the entire vessel. The damaged hull was visibly repaired, broken circuits were reconnected by the energy, the overheated attack system instantly cooled, and all damaged components rapidly recovered under the nourishment of the energy. Hao Dageng nearly jumped for joy. Anyun reacted even faster, seizing this fleeting opportunity. His cold voice carried a note of urgency. Ion cannon switched to scatter mode. Full power attack. With Anyun's command, the ion cannon barrel atop the ship suddenly transformed. The single barrel split into 3 parallel smaller barrels, each beginning to charge rapidly. Pale blue energy gathered at the muzzles, emitting a blinding light. The energy reading on the control panel instantly dropped from 40 to 10. To maximize the power of scatter mode, Anyun had directly channeled 30 of the ship's energy. Charging complete. Scatter mode, fire. 3 silvery white shells shot out from the barrel simultaneously, several times faster than before, tracing 3 graceful arcs in the air. Just as they were about to strike the swarm, the 3 shells simultaneously detonated, splitting into dozens of thumb-sized energy projectiles that scattered like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, forming a vast energy net that enveloped all nearly 200 flying mantises. A series of dense explosions roared, and the entire battlefield was blanketed in silvery white light. Though each individual energy projectile was less powerful than a full-scale ion cannon blast, their sheer number and wide coverage, combined with the level 4 ship's attack power of 258, made each projectile extremely lethal. The flying mantises had inherently weak defenses, and against such a dense energy assault they had no means of resistance. One by one the flying mantises were struck by the energy projectiles, their bodies instantly blasted into fragments. Green insect blood and broken limbs flew through the air like a bloody rainstorm. With just a single scatter attack, the effect exceeded all expectations. In just a few seconds the swarm of nearly 200 flying mantises was decimated, leaving only a little over 50 that narrowly escaped the assault, scattering in a panic. Incredible! Lin Qianxue exclaimed in genuine admiration. The previous scatter mode could only eliminate a few dozen at most, yet the 4th level ship's scatter mode had annihilated 150 in a single strike, a staggering leap in offensive power. Just then the distant sky echoed with the dense roar of engines. 9 first-level ships were rapidly approaching, the same ones that had been ordered to lie in ambush 10 kilometers away. Their losses were relatively light. Only 3 ships had been destroyed by the flying mantises that breached the line during the earlier battle. The remaining 9 ships, though bearing varying degrees of damage, were still combat-capable. Captain Lin. We're here to help. Lin Qianxue let out a long sigh of relief. Everyone join forces and eliminate the remaining Zerg. The 9 first-level ships immediately fanned out, encircling the remaining 50-odd flying mantises for a hunt. Though their attack power was modest, their numbers were overwhelming, and the mantises, their will to fight shattered, could only flee in all directions. When the last flying mantis was struck by an energy bolt dissolving into a mist of green blood, the entire battlefield finally fell silent. Hao Dageng maneuvered his ship into a gentle descent, while Lin Qianxue, along with the last second-level ship and the 9 first-level reinforcements, gradually landed on the surrounding open ground. Everyone emerged from their ships, faces etched with exhaustion, yet their eyes held the relief of having cheated death and the joy of victory. This battle had been too brutal. The heroine fleet had originally boasted 22 ships. After the fight they had lost 11, including the 3 male crew members who had sacrificed themselves to shield Lin Qianxue. At the thought of them a flicker of sorrow passed through Lin Qiangshu's eyes. Hao Dageng stepped out surveying the chaotic battlefield strewn with Zerg corpses and shattered ship wreckage. A mix of emotions churned within him. Lin Qianxue approached Hao Dageng, her tone sincere. "We misjudged you earlier. Please don't take offense." "No need to be so polite." Hao Dageng waved his hand, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. This victory was the result of everyone's efforts. Those who fell are the true heroes. All right, let's take a rest and tend to the ship damage. Lin Qianxue collected herself and began organizing the next steps. "Brother, how could you send some microbots to help us extract metallic elements from the Zerg bodies? These materials are crucial for repairing our ships. Our vessels are too low-level and our extraction efficiency is far too slow." "No problem." Hao Dageng nodded and immediately issued the command. The ship's hatch opened and 1,000 micro-engineering robots surged out like a tide, blanketing the entire battlefield. These upgraded microbots were more agile and efficient than before. Some flew toward the carcasses of the Battle Queen and 4th-level flying mantises to extract high-grade metal crystals. Others dispersed among the ordinary flying mantis remains, gathering basic metallic elements. Still others swarmed over the damaged ships of the heroine fleet, aiding in minor repairs. The micro-engineering robots boasted exceptional collection efficiency. Their bottom probes precisely pierced the Zerg bodies, rapidly extracting materials and sorting the crystals into categories. "Once we've cleared the battlefield, well, enter the insect lair and mine the purple gold vein," Lin Qianxue said, her eyes glinting with anticipation as she gazed at the lair's entrance in the distance. The crew members were busy clearing the wreckage of their ships, collecting usable parts, their faces marked by the weariness and grief that followed the battle. This deadly clash with the 5th-level Battle Queen had cost them half their comrades, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Just then a surprised shout broke the somber silence. "Everyone come quick. Pinru is still alive. She's alive." The speaker was a crew member tasked with clearing the battlefield. She was crouched beside the wreckage of a completely disintegrated 2nd-level ship, her face alight with disbelief and ecstasy. Hearing this, the others immediately gathered around. There, amidst the twisted metal debris, a young woman of about 17 or 18 was curled up in a corner. Her body was drenched in blood and dirt, her clothes torn to shreds with multiple wounds still oozing blood. Her breath was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Yet her chest rose and fell slightly. She was still breathing. "She's really alive. Thank goodness." Lin Qiangshu's eyes reddened with emotion as she knelt to examine the girl's injuries. Hao Dageng was also taken aback. This 2nd-level ship had clearly been struck directly by the Battle Queen's energy, its hull entirely shattered. Logically, the pilot should have had no chance of survival. That this young woman had lived was nothing short of miraculous. "Her survival is likely tied to her profession," Lin Qianxue explained while checking the wounds. "Pinru awakened a rare class, alchemist. Not only can she brew various healing and enhancement potions, but she also passively boosts her self-healing abilities and survival instincts. That's how she endured the impact of the ship's destruction." The alchemist was an exceedingly rare support class. In the brutal trials, having an alchemist was like gaining an extra life. No wonder Lin Qianxue was so moved. But Pinru's condition remained critical. Covered in wounds and drifting in and out of consciousness, even her self-healing powers wouldn't sustain her for long without prompt treatment. "My ship has a rest area, a shower and clean medical supplies. Let's take her there for treatment," Hao Dageng said immediately. His ship had unlocked a living zone with soft, comfortable beds in the rest area and a shower for cleaning wounds, far better than makeshift outdoor care. Lin Qianxue nodded gratefully and, along with 2 other female crew members, carefully lifted Pinru. The girl's body was light and in her coma she let out soft moans, clearly enduring immense pain. Hao Dageng prepared the bed in the rest area and turned on the hot water in the shower. Lin Qianxue and the 2 women gently cleaned the blood and grime from Pinru's body, then bandaged her wounds with the ship's medical gauze. Though they lacked professional healing potions, Pinru's alchemist class proved formidable. During the cleaning and bandaging, everyone could clearly see the shallower wounds on her body scabbing over and healing at a visible rate. "This self-healing ability is astonishing," one crew member exclaimed in admiration. Lin Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as we stabilize her injuries, she should recover quickly." Once Pinru's condition had stabilized and her breathing became even, Lin Qianxue led the 2 crew members out of the rest area and said to Hao Dageng, "Pinru is out of danger for now. Let's continue clearing the battlefield. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can enter the lair and mine the vein." "All right," Hao Dageng nodded. Within half an hour all collection work was complete. The 1,000 micro-engineering robots sorted the gathered spoils, transporting them to Hao Dageng's ship and stacking them into 3 impressive piles. Total harvest: 628 1st-level metal crystals, 5 4th-level metal crystals and 25th-level metal crystals. Hao Dageng gazed at the glittering metal crystals without a moment's hesitation and said to Lin Qianxue, Miss Lin, I'll leave all these spoils for your fleet to handle. Lin Qianxue was taken aback and quickly waved her hand. We can't accept this. You were the main force in this battle, and the credit for killing the Battle Queen and the 4th level flying mantises lies largely with you. How could we take everything? Hao Dageng shook his head. This operation was initiated by me, and as a result you have lost half of your ships. These metallic crystals hold little value for me at the moment. Take them to repair your ships and enhance their attributes. Restoring combat power is the most crucial thing. He spoke the truth. The reconstruction of a level for ship requires a substantial amount of crystals. The rarity of these crystals indeed holds little appeal for him. Meanwhile, the female crew had suffered heavy losses and desperately needed these materials to restore their strength. Lin Qianxue looked into Hao Dageng's sincere eyes and no longer declined, saying, Then on behalf of the fleet I thank you, Hao Xiuge. We're partners after all, Hao Dageng replied with a smile. Lin Qianxue immediately organized her team to transport the spoils back to their respective ships, prioritizing those with severe damage for repairs and attribute enhancements. In no time the once somber battlefield became bustling with activity and the team members showed increased vigor. These materials would rapidly elevate their strength. After handling the aftermath of the battlefield, Hao Dageng prepared to enter the wormhole to mine the purple gold ore. His ship took off first, heading toward the entrance of the wormhole, with Lin Qianxue leading the remaining ships closely behind. The entrance to the wormhole had widened after the previous battle, allowing ships to enter with ease. Hao Dageng piloted the ship slowly into the wormhole as a pale blue light illuminated the darkness ahead. As they delved deeper, the space within the wormhole expanded, eventually forming a massive underground cavern that was as large as a football field. The ceiling of the cavern was adorned with numerous stalactites. What shocked everyone the most was the giant or vein situated in the center of the cavern. It was a deep purple or vein resembling a giant dragon lurking underground, twisting and coiling deep within the cavern, measuring at least 100 meters in length and over 10 meters in width. The surface of the ore vein glimmered with a rich purple gold luster. This is a level for purple gold ore vein. It's magnificent. Everyone exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with fervor. They had never seen such a massive and pure ore vein, and just gazing at it filled them with excitement. Hao Dageng's heart surged with emotion as well. With this ore vein he would have sufficient materials for the reconstruction of his ship. Begin collecting. Hao Dageng commanded, and 1,000 micro-engineering robots immediately flew out from the ship, surging toward the purple gold ore like a tide. The hardness of the level for purple gold ore was extremely high, but the drill bits of the micro-engineering robots were equally sharp. Coupled with the precise control of the dark descent, the mining operation proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Chunks of purple gold ore the size of fists were extracted and transported to the side, piling up. In less than an hour the extracted purple gold ore had accumulated into a small mountain, radiating a rich purple glow illuminating the entire underground cavern. Lin Qianxue looked at the continuous extraction of purple gold ore, her face breaking into a satisfied smile. According to their agreement they would receive 30 of the share, enough for their fleet strength to achieve a qualitative leap. She immediately arranged for her team to build a temporary storage area in the corner of the cavern, setting aside the purple gold ore that belonged to them. Meanwhile the female crew began utilizing the metallic crystals obtained earlier to enhance their ships rapidly. Some were repairing damaged hulls while others upgraded their attribute points. The whole underground cavern was filled with fervent energy and everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. Hao Dageng leaned back in the ship's seat, monitoring the mining progress through the screen. Dark Descent was calculating the required amount of purple gold ore according to the minimum requirements for reconstructing a level for ship. 5,000 pieces of level for purple gold crystals are needed. The currently mined ores had high purity. One piece of ore could refine into one crystal. The remaining ore could be used to enhance attributes or exchanged for other rare materials. Hao Dageng nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. He had already begun to conceive a plan for reconstructing the ship, aiming to build a powerful starship that combined offense and defense, speed and firepower. Just as everyone was fervently mining the purple gold or immersed in the joy of harvest, a new conflict was quietly erupting in another area of planet GX-739. The flagship of the strong army fleet, the Iron Blood, was leading over 20 level 2 ships hunting down the insectoids across a barren plain. Composed of retired soldiers, the fleet possessed formidable combat power with cohesive teamwork that enabled high hunting efficiency. The flagship Iron Blood had already been upgraded to level 3, making it the only level 3 ship in Zone 017 apart from Hao Dageng. Captain, an unidentified fleet has been spotted ahead. Energy readings indicate approximately 15 ships, mostly at level 2. A team member responsible for radar detection suddenly reported. Li Gang, the captain of the strong army fleet, a tall and stern-looking retired soldier, immediately said, enlarge the radar image and identify the enemy's identity. On the radar screen 15 uniquely shaped ships appeared in view. These ships were entirely red with sharp designs exuding a menacing aura, starkly contrasting with their own ship's styles. Captain unable to identify the enemy's identity. Their ship's energy fluctuations are completely different from ours, the team member reported again. Li Gang's gaze sharpened instantly. Could they be the chosen ones from other nations? When the will of Blue Star selected the chosen ones, a message was transmitted to each person's mind. This trial does not involve just one nation but rather 100 nations, chosen ones with 10,000 from each nation scattered across different regions of planet GX739 participating in this life and death trial together. At first the chosen ones from various nations were restricted to their own regions. As their ship's levels increased, the scope of exploration expanded and contact began to emerge. The enemy is approaching us, they don't seem friendly. The team member's voice carried a hint of caution. Those 15 red ships were indeed heading toward the strong army fleet at high speeds, clearly having detected their presence. When they were still 5 kilometers away, the enemy suddenly launched an attack, firing red energy projectiles toward the strong army fleet. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Li Gang commanded sternly as the Iron Blood immediately retaliated. The ships of both sides engaged in fierce gunfire on the barren plain, red energy projectiles intermingling with silver-white energy projectiles in the air, with explosions echoing continuously. This sudden skirmish marked the official entry of the trial on planet GX739 into a phase of competition among peers. Meanwhile, Hao Dageng and Lin Qianshui remained immersed in the joy of mining the purple gold, or completely unaware that a larger storm was silently approaching them. In the underground cavern, purple gold ore was continuously extracted, with the pile of ore rising higher like a mountain. Hao Dageng looked at the mining progress on the screen, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Inside the underground cave, the purple glow grew ever more intense as miniature engineering robots like tireless worker ants cut the last piece of purple gold ore from the vein and transported it to the mountain of piled ores. After more than half a day of intensive mining, the entire 4th-level purple gold ore vein had been completely extracted, with 2 large piles of purple gold ore neatly stacked on the ground, emitting pure and warm energy fluctuations. Brother Hao, the mining is over. Lin Qianshui hurried to Hao Dagen's side, her face unable to hide her jaw. Preliminary statistics show that a total of 11280 pieces of 4th-level purple gold ore have been mined, all with a purity of over 98. Each piece can yield a complete purple gold crystal. 11280 pieces. This number far exceeded expectations, stirring a wave of emotions within Hao Dageng. He initially thought that extracting over 10,000 pieces would be impressive, but he did not expect the reserves of this vein to be so abundant. Hao Dageng nodded with a smile. It'll take 7000 pieces, and the remaining 4280 pieces belong to your women's crew. The surplus will serve as compensation for your losses this time. That's too generous. Lin Qianshui quickly declined. We can't accept the surplus. Just take it. Hao Dageng waved his hand, his tone firm. Your crew suffered heavy losses this time. These materials are crucial for your crew's reconstruction. Moreover, the 7000 pieces I have are enough for my use. He paused and added, also Pinru should stay with me for now. Your spaceship doesn't have a rest area or medical facilities, which isn't conducive to her recovery. Once she heals, she can decide for herself whether to stay or leave. Looking into Hao Dagen's sincere eyes, Lin Qianshui understood his genuine intentions and no longer declined, nodding. Then on behalf of the crew, thank you, Brother Hao. I trust you to take care of Pinru. By the way, there's something I want to remind you of. Hao Dageng shifted the topic, his tone becoming serious. These purple gold crystals and the previous metal materials must be utilized as soon as possible. Don't hoard them. On this planet, the only way to ensure safety is to convert resources into one's own strength. He understood Lin Qianshui's character too well. As a strategist, she would likely want to use these resources for trade to gain more benefits. However, the situation was becoming increasingly complex, and the competition for resources would only intensify. Only with sufficient strength could one remain undefeated in future competitions. Lin Qianshui felt a chill in her heart, immediately grasping Hao Dagen's meaning, and solemnly nodded. I understand your point, Brother Hao. We will temporarily stay in this cave and quickly use these materials to repair the spaceship and enhance its attributes. We won't waste this opportunity. That's good. Hao Dageng nodded in satisfaction. I need to find a safe place to enter closed-door cultivation. You can contact me if needed. After saying that, Hao Dageng turned and boarded his spaceship, which slowly ascended, propelled by a faint blue stream, and flew out of the cave. Lin Qianshui and her team stood in place, waving goodbye, watching the spaceship disappear at the cave entrance, filled with admiration. In the cockpit, Hao Dageng glanced at the unconscious Pinru in the lounge through the screen. Her face had regained some color, indicating that the pharmacist's self-healing ability was still at work. Target location of the dark meteor set off, Hao Dageng said. Received. The voice of Dark Meteor responded. The area within the mirroring array is absolutely safe and will not be disturbed by any external factors. At this moment, the spaceship's speed reached nearly 2 Mach, achieving a terrifying speed of 2450 km/h, racing towards the direction of the previous canyon. With dark meteor breaking through the mirroring array, the spaceship moved smoothly through the canyon maze, and in less than half an hour it arrived at the underground space where the dark meteor was located. The enormous triangular starship remained silently perched there, its battered shell gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the illumination of the spaceship searchlight. This place was far from the light shield zone and protected by the mirroring array, making it an excellent location for spaceship reconstruction. Dark meteor controlled the spaceship to slowly land on the vacant land beside the dark meteor ship. Compared to this gigantic ancient starship, Hao Dagen's spaceship still appeared small, but it was no longer insignificant. Alright, let's start preparing for the spaceship reconstruction. Hao Dageng took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. The reconstruction plan needs to be determined in advance. Once it starts, it cannot be changed. I suggest we shape it according to the design concept of the dark meteor. As a green level 4th stage starship, its structural design has been validated through countless real battles, balancing offense and defense with immense potential. Dark meteor indeed had some personal interest. Hao Dageng shook his head. Although the triangular design of the dark meteor is classic, I don't particularly like it. Moreover, as energy masters, we need a more stable structure to bear massive energy while also accommodating close combat and ranged attack capabilities. Then what are your thoughts? Dark meteor asked. Hao Dageng opened the design interface on the console, quickly sliding his finger across the screen. I think a pyramid structure is great. The pyramid structure is inherently stable and can disperse impact, providing excellent defense. Furthermore, the tip can be reinforced to enhance close combat capabilities, which combined with our previous dive attack tactics would greatly increase its power. Ranged weapons can be concealed in the front of the pyramid body, remaining hidden until needed, allowing for a surprise effect. Dark meteor was silent for a moment, clearly calculating the feasibility of the pyramid structure. Quickly, the pyramid structure is indeed stable with good energy conduction efficiency, and the layout for both close combat and ranged attacks is reasonable. Alright, we will base it on the pyramid and optimize the details. In the following hours, the two repeatedly modified the design plan on the screen. From the pyramid's height and width ratio to the installation positions of the weapon systems, as well as the allocation of internal space, every detail was meticulously considered. They revised hundreds of plans back and forth, finally determining the final design. The spaceship would take the form of a square pyramid approximately 10 meters tall with a base width of 6 meters and a sharp tip. The engine was installed at the bottom, utilizing 4 sets of thrusters to enhance maneuverability. The ion cannon was hidden within a groove on the front of the pyramid body, blending in with the body during normal operation and automatically popping out when firing. The internal space was reallocated. In addition to the cockpit lounge and medical room, 5 more functional compartments, including a weapons bay, energy chamber, and storage compartment, were added, expanding the total space 3-fold. The design plan is confirmed. Begin reconstruction. Dark meteor's voice rang out. 1,000 miniature engineering robots immediately sprang into action, transporting the purple gold ore to the spaceship's melting device one by one. The spaceship's exterior began to emit a faint purple glow as the purple gold ore rapidly melted in the melting device, transforming into streams of hot purple liquid which were conveyed to various parts of the spaceship by the miniature robots. The original silver-gray shell was gradually covered by the purple liquid, which then slowly reshaped itself according to the design blueprint. The miniature engineering robots had clearly defined roles. Some were responsible for transporting ore, some for shaping, some for reinforcing structures, and others for installing the weapon systems. The entire reconstruction process proceeded in an orderly manner, with the spaceship's shape gradually changing from a rectangular form to a pyramid shape, its surface becoming smooth and delicate, shimmering with a faint purple glow, looking both mysterious and powerful. The reconstruction process took longer than expected. Merely shaping the exterior consumed a full 10 hours. All 7,000 pieces of 4th-level purple gold ore were used up, and the embryonic form of the pyramid starship finally emerged. At that moment, Dark Meteor suddenly maneuvered the spaceship to slowly fly to the side of the damaged Dark Meteor ship, aiming at a relatively intact section of the hull. "What are you doing?" Hao Dageng asked in confusion. The main material of the Dark Meteor is 4th-level grey tungsten silver core, which has hardness and energy conductivity far superior to purple gold ore. Dark Meteor explained, "Since we're aiming to create a close combat impact function, we might as well use the grey tungsten silver core to reinforce the tip, which will directly enhance our close combat capabilities." Hao Dagen's eyes lit up. "Can we do that? Grey tungsten silver core is a 4th-level metal. Can we melt it?" "We'll find out by trying." Dark Meteor's voice carried a hint of anticipation. After upgrading the spaceship to level 4, the engine's discharge temperature has approached 10,000 degrees. It should barely be able to melt the grey tungsten silver core. After finishing that, Dark Meteor adjusted the angle of the spaceship's bottom thrusters, concentrating the engine's firepower on the hull of the Dark Meteor. A faint blue flame shot out extremely high in temperature. The moment it touched the grey tungsten silver core, it emitted a sizzling sound. The grey tungsten silver core was indeed formidable. Even under the engine's 10,000 degree heat, its melting speed was still incredibly slow. Dark Meteor continued to output firepower, and after a full 2 hours, the grey tungsten silver core was only slightly deformed, showing a semi-melted state. Now is the time. Dark Meteor immediately dispatched 100 miniature engineering robots whose drill heads switched to high-frequency vibration cutting mode, swarming towards the semi-melted grey tungsten silver core to cut it. The once invincible drill heads of the miniature robots encountered a formidable adversary this time. The hardness of the grey tungsten silver core far exceeded that of regular metals, making cutting exceedingly difficult, and the drill head showed considerable wear. After a full hour of combined effort from 100 robots, they managed to cut off a piece of grey tungsten silver core roughly the size of a fist. The miniature robots carefully transported this piece of grey tungsten silver core to the top of the spaceship, embedding it into the reserved groove at the tip. The high-temperature grey tungsten silver core perfectly fused with the pyramid body made of purple gold ore. After cooling, the tip became sharper, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, exuding a chilling aura. Done. Dark Meteor's voice carried a hint of fatigue yet also pride. Now the spaceship truly possesses the embryonic form of a starship, with both close combat and ranged capabilities reaching top-tier level 4. Hao Dageng gazed at the pyramid starship on the screen, his heart brimming with excitement. This spaceship had consumed immense effort from both him and Dark Meteor, and it had finally taken shape. Just then a dazzling purple light burst forth from within the spaceship, accompanied by a crisp system notification: ancient sacred artifact detected. Eligible for fusion with the ship's energy core. Proceed with integration into the core chamber. Hao Dageng instantly understood it referred to the source energy bottle and quickly replied, agree to the fusion. Following his command, the source energy bottle within him flew out, transforming into a streak of purple light that traversed the cockpit and headed toward the energy core chamber at the ship's base. Through the screen, Hao Dageng observed the changes in the energy core chamber in real time. As the source energy bottle entered the chamber, the surrounding intricate energy conversion instruments began to disintegrate and vanish, transforming into streams of energy that merged into the bottle. Soon only the source energy bottle remained suspended serenely in the center of the chamber. Countless beams of purple light shot forth from the bottle, connecting with the ship's energy circuits to form a dense network of energy. The ancient runes on the bottle's surface grew clearer, flowing slowly and emitting a rich energy fluctuation. The original energy core had been completely replaced by the source energy bottle. This? How is this possible? Anyun's voice carried an incredulous shock. Under normal circumstances, only when a starship advances to the first rank would it need to seek cosmic treasures as its energy core to enhance storage and conversion efficiency. This completely defies conventional understanding. Hao Dageng was also stunned. He hadn't expected the source energy bottle to have such an effect. It seems this bottle is even more mysterious than we imagined. Anyun's voice gradually calmed as he began to analyze. Most likely your profession as an energy master resonated with the bottle, and combined with the ship's reconstruction it triggered this fusion. But this is definitely a good thing. The source energy bottle can store vast amounts of pure energy and automatically absorb cosmic energy. With it as the core, the ship's energy will never run dry and conversion efficiency will skyrocket. As the bottle fully integrated with the ship, the light within the cabin intensified and all internal systems underwent final optimization. In the cockpit, the once complex array of buttons and controls vanished, leaving only a holographic screen made of light floating before Hao Dageng. The screen displayed the ship's latest data: current ship level for starship unnamed name Hao Dageng, level 4, bound to ship level, profession energy master, unique ship status energy 100, attack 300, defense 300, power 300, hull damage 0, microengineering robots 1000, special attribute energy conversion efficiency 100, unknown progress bar 0, red border not yet unlocked. Seeing this data, both Hao Dageng and Anyun were astounded. Attack 300, defense 300, power 300. All three attributes were maxed out, reaching the theoretical limits of a level 4 ship and even surpassing the standard of an ordinary level 5 ship. Coupled with the doubled energy conversion efficiency and the melee capability of the grey tungsten silver core spire, this level 4 ship's strength far exceeded any other vessel of the same rank. Perfect! Hao Dageng shouted excitedly. Now we can even take on level 6 Zergs. Anyun also praised sincerely. This is an outrageous configuration. Even the Darkfall at level 4 didn't have such terrifying stats. The two reveled in their excitement for a long while before gradually calming down. Hao Dageng stared at the mysterious red progress bar on the screen, frowning. What does this bar mean? The red border suggests some kind of danger or special function. Anyun scanned it multiple times but found no answer. Temporarily unidentifiable. It might be related to the deeper functions of the source energy bottle, or it may require specific conditions to unlock. But for now, ignore it. Let's first get familiar with the ship's new features. Hao Dageng nodded and began to acquaint himself with the new ship's operations through his mental link. Just then Anyun suddenly spoke. By the way, that young girl named Pinru. I suggest you keep her as a crew member. Oh. Why? Hao Dageng asked. An alchemist is an extremely rare support profession. In the current trials and future cosmic wars, their role is immense. Anyun explained she can craft healing potions and buff elixirs, saving lives and enhancing the team's survivability in critical moments. Our ship now has the capacity to accommodate crew. With her around, your safety is further assured. Hao Dageng fully agreed. He had long known the value of an alchemist, and now with the chance to keep Pinru by his side, he wouldn't let it slip away. I was thinking the same, Hao Dageng nodded. When she wakes up, he'll find a way to convince her to join. In the following time, the two meticulously studied the new ship's data and functions, testing the power of the ion cannon, the strength of the melee spire, and the agility of the propulsion system. Each test result filled them with delight. As they immersed themselves in the joy of the new ship, they remained utterly oblivious to the dramatic shifts in the outside world. The public chat channel was already in an uproar. Strong army fleet, Li Gang urgent help. Brothers of Dragon Kingdom, come support us. Coordinates 375. 128. We've encountered the Sakura fleet who've allied with the Stick fleet, over 200 ships, and they're besieging us. Strong army fleet, Jiaohu brothers, hurry. These little Sakura and Sticks are too arrogant, attacking us by surprise. We discovered a fallen giant starship, there must be great fortune inside, we can't let them take it. Swift Wind fleet, Tang Phone, really? A fallen giant starship? Li Gang, hold on, I'll bring my fleet to support. Dragon Kingdom, Zhongwei, Sakura and Stick Kingdoms actually allied. How shameless. Brothers, arm up and fight back, they can't bully us, Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom, Li Hong, coordinates received. I'm on my way. Everyone, let's go and crush them. Sakura Yamamoto Baka. This starship was discovered by us first. Dragon Kingdom people, get lost immediately or well kill without mercy. Stick Kingdom, Kim Jae-hyun, our great Stick Kingdom allied with Sakura, how can you be a match? Surrender now and we might spare your miserable lives. Fortunately, the ship's communication system had a built-in translation feature, or the parties wouldn't have been able to converse. Moreover, as the ship upgraded, the communication range expanded further. In the public chat, the chosen ones of Dragon, Sakura and Stick Kingdoms hurled insults and threats at each other, the situation on the brink of conflict. More and more Dragon Kingdom chosen ones saw the messages and rushed toward the coordinates of the strong army fleet. A massive battle involving hundreds of ships was about to erupt. Meanwhile, in the underground space, Hao Dageng and Anyun remained in the ship's propulsion chamber, testing the maximum output of the engine powered by the source energy bottle, completely unaware of the fierce conflict unfolding outside.